I rise to my feet when he lets me. The chain jerks me up, pulling on the thorned collar at my throat. Its points dig in, not enough to draw blood, not yet. But I'm already bleeding from the wrists. Slow wounds, worn from days of unconscious captivity and rough, ripping manacles. The color stains my white sleeves dark crimson and bright scarlet, fading from old blood to new in a testament to my ordeal. To show Maven's court how much I've suffered already. He stands over me, his expression unreadable. The tips of his father's crown make him seem taller, as if the iron is growing out of his skull. It gleams, each point a curling flame of black metal shot with bronze and silver. I focus on the bitterly familiar thing so I don't have to look into Maven's eyes. He draws me in anyway, tugging on another chain I can't see. Only feel. One white hand circles my wounded wrist, somehow gentle. In spite of myself, my eyes snap to his face, unable to stay away. His smile is anything but kind. Slim and sharp as a razor, biting at me with every tooth. And his eyes are worst of all. Her eyes, Ilara's eyes. Once I thought them cold, made of living ice. Now I know better. The hottest fires burn blue, and his eyes are no exception. The shadow of the flame. He is certainly ablaze, but darkness eats at his edges. Bruise-like splotches of black and blue surround eyes bloodshot with silver veins. He has not slept. He's thinner than I remember, leaner, crueler. His hair, black as a void, has reached his ears, curling at the ends, and his cheeks are still smooth. Sometimes I forget how young he is. How young we both are. Beneath my shift dress, the M brand on my collarbone stings. Maven turns quickly, my chain tight in his fist, forcing me to move with him. A moon circling a planet. Bear witness to this prisoner, this victory, he says, squaring his shoulders to the vast audience before us. 300 silvers at least, nobles and civilians, guards and officers. I'm painfully aware of the sentinels on the edge of my vision, their fiery robes a constant reminder of my quickly shrinking cage. My Arvan guards are never out of sight either, their white uniforms blinding, their silencing ability suffocating. I might choke on the pressure of their presence. The king's voice echoes across the opulent stretches of Caesar's Square, reverberating through a crowd that responds in kind. There must be microphones and speakers somewhere, to carry the king's bitter words throughout the city, and no doubt the rest of the kingdom. Here is the leader of the Scarlet Guard, Mare Barrow. In spite of my predicament, I almost snort. Leader. His mother's death has not stemmed his lies. A murderer, a terrorist, a great enemy to our kingdom. And now she kneels before us, bare to her blood. The chain jerks again, sending me scuttling forward, arms outstretched to catch my balance. I react dully, eyes downcast. So much pageantry. Anger and shame curl through me as I realize the amount of damage this simple act will do to the Scarlet Guard. Reds across Norda will watch me dance on Maven's strings and think us weak, defeated, unworthy of their attention, effort, or hope. Nothing could be further from the truth. But there isn't anything I can do, not now, not here, standing on the knife edge of Maven's mercy. I wonder about Corvium, the military city we saw burning on our way to the choke. There was rioting after my broadcast message. Was it the first gasp of revolution, or the last? I have no way of knowing. And I doubt anyone will bother to bring me a newspaper. Cal warned me against the threat of civil war a long time ago, before his father died, before he was left with nothing but a tempestuous lightning girl. Rebellion on both sides, he said. But standing here, leashed before Maven's court and his silver kingdom, I see no division. Even though I showed them, told them of Maven's prison, of their loved ones taken away, of their trust betrayed by a king and his mother, I am still the enemy here. It makes me want to scream, but I know better. Maven's voice will always be louder than mine. Are Mom and Dad watching? The thought of it brings a fresh wave of sorrow, and I bite hard against my lip to keep more tears at bay. I know there are video cameras nearby, focused on my face. Even if I can't feel them anymore, I know. Maven would not miss the opportunity to immortalize my downfall. Are they about to see me die? The collar tells me no. Why bother with this spectacle if he's just going to kill me? Another might feel relieved, but my insides turn cold with fear. He will not kill me. Not Maven. I feel it in his touch. His long, pale fingers still cling to my wrist, while his other hand still holds my leash. Even now, when I am painfully his, he won't let go. I would prefer death to this cage, to the twisted obsession of a mad boy king. I remember his notes, each one ending with the same strange lament. Until we meet again. He continues speaking, but his voice dulls in my head, the whine of a hornet coming too close, making every nerve stand on edge. I look over my shoulder. My eyes drift through the crowd of courtiers behind us. All of them stand proud and vile in their mourning black. Lord Volo of House Samos and his son, Telemus, are splendid in polished, ebony armor with scaled silver sashes from hip to shoulder. At the sight of the latter, I see scarlet, raging red. I fight the urge to lunge and rip the skin from Telemus's face. To stab him through his heart the way he did my brother Shade. The desire shows, and he has the spine to smirk at me. If not for the collar and the silent guards restricting everything I am, I would turn his bones to smoking glass. Somehow his sister, an enemy of so many months ago, isn't looking at me. Evangeline, her gown spiked with black crystal, is ever the glittering star of such a violent constellation. I suppose she'll be queen soon, having suffered her betrothal to Maven long enough. Her gaze is on the king's back, dark eyes fixed with burning focus on the nape of his neck. A breeze picks up, stirring her glossy curtain of silver hair, blowing it back from her shoulders, but she doesn't blink. Only after a long moment does she seem to notice me staring. And even then, her eyes barely flick to mine. They are empty of feeling. I am no longer worthy of her attention. Mare Barrow is a prisoner of the crown, and she will face the crown and council's judgment. Her many crimes must be answered for. With what? I wonder. The crowd roars in response, cheering his decree. They are silvers, but common, not of noble descent. While they revel in Maven's words, his court does not react. In fact, some of them turn gray, angry, stone-faced. None more so than House Miranda's, their mourning garb slashed with the dark blue of the dead queen's wretched colors. While Evangeline did not notice me, they fix on my face with startling intensity. Eyes of burning blue from every direction. I expect to hear their whispers in my head, a dozen voices burrowing like worms through a rotten apple. Instead, there is only silence. Perhaps the Arvan officers flanking me are not just jailers, but protectors as well, smothering my ability as well as the abilities of anyone who would use them against me. Maven's orders, I assume. No one else may hurt me here. No one but him. But everything hurts already. It hurts to stand, hurts to move, hurts to think. From the jet crash, from the sounder, from the crushing weight of the silencing guards. And those are only physical wounds. Bruises. Fractures. Pains that will heal if given the time. The same cannot be said of the rest. My brother is dead. I am a prisoner. And I don't know what really happened to my friends however many days ago when I struck this devil's bargain. Cal, Killorn, Cameron, my brothers Bree and Tramy. We left them behind in the clearing, but they were wounded, immobilized, vulnerable. Maven could have sent any number of assassins back to finish what he started. I traded myself for them all, and I don't even know if it worked. Maven would tell me if I asked him. I can see it in his face. His eyes dart to mine after every vile sentence, punctuating every lie performed for his adoring subjects. To make sure I'm watching, paying attention, looking at him. Like the child he is. I will not beg him. Not here. Not like this. I have pride enough for that. My mother and father died fighting these animals, he rails on. They gave their lives to keep this kingdom whole, to keep you safe. Defeated as I am, I can't help but glare at Maven, meeting his fire with a hiss of my own. We both remember his father's death. His murder. Queen Ilara whispered her way into Cal's brain, turning the king's beloved heir into a deadly weapon. Maven and I watched as Cal was forced to become his father's killer, cutting off the king's head in any chance Cal had of ruling. I have seen many horrible things since then, and still the memory haunts me. I don't remember much of what happened to the queen outside the walls of Koro's prison. The state of her body afterward was testament enough to what unbridled lightning can do to human flesh. I know I killed her without question, without remorse, without regret. My ravaging storm fed by Shade's sudden death. The last clear image I have of the Koro's battle is of him falling, his heart pierced by Telemus's needle of cold, unforgiving steel. Somehow Telemus escaped my blind rage, but the queen did not. At least the colonel and I made sure the world knew what happened to her, displaying her corpse during our broadcast. I wish Maven had some of her ability, so he could look into my head and see exactly what kind of ending I gave his mother. I want him to feel the pain of loss as terribly as I do. His eyes are on me as he finishes his memorized speech, one hand outstretched to better display the chain binding me to him. Everything he does is methodical, performed for an image. I pledge myself to do the same, to end the Scarlet Guard and the monsters like Mare Barrow, or die in the attempt. Die, then, I want to scream. The roar of the crowd drowns out my thoughts. Hundreds cheer on their king and his tyranny. I cried on the walk across the bridge, in the face of so many blaming me for their loved ones' deaths. I can still feel the tears drying on my cheeks. Now I want to weep again, not in sadness, but anger. How can they believe this? How can they stomach these lies? Like a doll, I am turned from the sight. With the last of my strength, I crane my neck over one shoulder, hunting for the cameras, the eyes of the world. See me, I beg. See how he lies. My jaw tightens, my eyes narrow, painting what I pray is a picture of resilience, rebellion, and rage. I am the lightning girl. I am a storm. It feels like a lie. The lightning girl is dead. But it is the last thing I can do for the cause, and for the people I love still out there. They will not see me stumble in this final moment. No, I will stand. And though I have no idea how, I have to keep fighting, even here in the belly of the beast. Another tug forces me to spin around to face the court. Cold silvers stare back, their skin undertoned by blue and black and purple and gray, leached of life, with veins of steel and diamond rather than blood. They focus not on me, but on Maven himself. In them I find my answer. In them I see hunger. For a split second, I pity the boy king alone on his throne. Then, deep down, I feel the teasing breath of hope. Oh, Maven. What a mess you're in. I can only wonder who will strike first. The Scarlet Guard or the lords and ladies ready to slit Maven's throat and take everything his mother died for. He hands my leash over to one of the Arvans as soon as we flee the white fire steps, retreating into the yawning entrance hall of the palace. Strange. He was so fixated on getting me back, on putting me into his cage, but he tosses my chains away without so much as a glance. Coward, I tell myself. He can't bring himself to look at me when it isn't for spectacle. Did you keep your promise? I demand, breathless. My voice sounds raspy from days of disuse. Are you a man of your word? He doesn't answer. The rest of the court falls in behind us. Their lines and rows are well practiced, based on the complicated intricacies of status and rank. Only I am out of place, the first one to follow the king, walking a few steps behind where a queen should be. I could not be further from the title. I glance at the larger of my jailers, hoping to see something besides blind loyalty in him. He wears a white uniform, thick, bulletproof, zipped tight up his throat. Gloves, gleaming. Not silk, but plastic rubber. I flinch at the sight. Despite their silencing ability, the Arvans won't take any chances with me. Even if I manage to slip a spark past their continuous onslaught, the gloves will protect their hands and allow them to keep me collared, chained, caged. The big Arvan doesn't meet my gaze, his eyes focused ahead while his lips purse in concentration. The other is just the same, flanking me in perfect step with his brother or cousin. Their naked scalps gleam, and I'm reminded of Lucas Samos. My kind guard, my friend, who was executed because I existed, and because I used him. I was lucky then, that Cal gave me such a decent silver to keep me prisoner. And, I realize, I am lucky now. Indifferent guards will be easier for me to kill. Because they must die. Somehow. Some way. If I am to escape, if I want to reclaim my lightning, they are the first obstacles. The rest are easy to guess. Maven sentinels, the other guards and officers posted throughout the palace, and of course Maven himself. I'm not leaving this place unless I leave behind his corpse, or mine. I think about killing him. Wrapping my chain around his neck and squeezing the life from his body. It helps me ignore the fact that every step takes me deeper into the palace, over white marble, past gilded, soaring walls, beneath a dozen chandeliers with crystal lights carved of flame. As beautiful and cold as I remember. A prison of golden locks and diamond bars. At least I won't have to face its most violent and dangerous warden. The old queen is dead. Still, I shiver at the thought of her. Ilara Mirandus. Her shadow ghosts through my head. Once she tore through my memories. Now she's one of them. An armored figure cuts through my glare, sidling around my guards to plant himself between the king and me. He keeps pace with us, a dogged guardian even though he doesn't wear the robes or mask of a sentinel. I suppose he knows I'm thinking about strangling Maven. I bite my lip, bracing myself for the sharp sting of a whisper's assault. But no, he is not of House Mirandus. His armor is obsidian dark, his hair silver, his skin moon white. And his eyes, when he looks over his shoulder at me, his eyes are empty and black. Talimas. I lunge teeth first, not knowing what I'm doing, not caring. So long as I leave my mark. I wonder if silver blood tastes different from red. I never find out. My collar snaps backward, pulling me so violently my spine arches and I crash to the floor. A bit harder and I would have broken my neck. The crack of marble on skull makes the world spin, but not enough to keep me down. I scramble, my sight narrowing to Telemus's armored legs, now turning to face me. Again I lurch for them, and again the collar pulls me back. Enough of this, Maven hisses. He stands over me, halting to watch my poor attempts to repay Telemus. The rest of the procession has stopped too, many crowding forward to see the twisted red rat fight in vain. The collar seems to tighten, and I gulp against it, reaching for my throat. Maven keeps his eyes on the metal as it shrinks. "Evangeline," I said, enough. Despite the pain, I turn to see her at my back, one fist clenched at her side. Like him, she stares at my collar. It pulses as it moves. It must match her heartbeat. "Let me loose her," she says, and I wonder if I misheard. "Let me loose her right here. Dismiss her guards, and I'll kill her, lightning and all." I snarl back at her, every inch the beast they think I am. "Try it," I tell her, wishing with all my heart that Maven would agree. Even with my wounds, my days of silence, and my years of inferiority to the Magnetron girl, I want what she offers. I beat her before. I can do it again. It is a chance, at least. A better chance than I could ever hope for. Maven's eyes snap from my collar to his betrothed, his face falling into a tight, searing scowl. I see so much of his mother in him. "Are you questioning the orders of your king, Lady Evangeline?" Her teeth flash between lips painted purple. Her shroud of courtly manner threatens to fall away, but before she can say something truly damning, her father shifts just so, his arm brushing her own. His message is clear: obey. "No," she growls, meaning yes. Her neck bends, inclining her head. "Your Majesty." The collar releases, widening back to size around my neck. It might even be looser than before. Small blessing that Evangeline is not so meticulous as she strives to appear. Mare Barrow is a prisoner of the crown, and the crown will do with her as it sees fit, Maven says, his voice carrying past his volatile bride. His eyes sweep through the rest of the court, making his intentions clear. Death is too good for her. A low murmur ripples through the nobles. I hear tones of opposition, but even more agreement. Strange. I thought all of them would want me executed in the worst way, strung up to feed vultures and bleed away whatever ground the Scarlet Guard has gained. But I suppose they want worse fates for me. Worse fates. That's what John said before. When he saw what my future held, where my path led. He knew this was coming. Knew, and told the king. Bought a place at Maven's side with my brother's life and my freedom. I find John standing in the crowd, given a wide berth by the others. His eyes are red, livid, his hair prematurely gray and tied into a neat tail. Another new blood pet for Maven Calor, but this one wears no chains that I can see. Because he helped Maven stop our mission to save a legion of children before it could even begin. Told Maven our paths and our future. Gift-wrapped me for the boy king. Betrayed us all. John is already staring at me, of course. I don't expect an apology for what he did, and do not receive one. What about interrogation? A voice I do not recognize sounds to my left. Still, I know his face. Samson Mirandus. An arena fighter, a savage whisper, a cousin to the dead queen. He shoulders his way toward me, and I can't help but flinch. In another life I saw him make his arena opponent stab himself to death. Killorn sat by my side and watched, cheering, enjoying the last hours of his freedom. Then his master died, and our entire world shifted. Our paths changed. And now I sprawl across flawless marble, cold and bleeding, less than a dog at the feet of a king. Is she too good for interrogation, Your Majesty? Samson continues, pointing one white hand in my direction. He catches me beneath the chin, forcing me to look up. I fight the urge to bite him. I don't need to give Evangeline another excuse to choke me. Think of what she's seen. What she knows. She's their leader, and the key to unraveling her wretched kind. He's wrong, but still my heartbeat thrums in my chest. I know enough to be of great damage. Tuck flashes before my eyes, as well as the colonel and the twins from Montfort. The infiltration of the legions. The cities. The whistles across the country, now ferrying refugees to safety. Precious secrets carefully kept, and soon to be revealed. How many will my knowledge put in danger? How many will die when they crack me open? And that's just military intelligence. Worse still are the dark parts of my own mind. The corners where I keep my worst demons. Maven is one of them. The prince I remembered and loved and wished were real. Then there's Cal. What I've done to keep him, what I've ignored, and what lies I tell myself about his allegiances. My shame and my mistakes eat away, gnawing on my roots. I can't let Samson or Maven see such things inside me. Please, I want to beg. My lips do not move. As much as I hate Maven, as much as I want to see him suffer, I know he's the best chance I have. But pleading for mercy before his strongest allies and worst enemies will only weaken an already weak king. So I keep quiet, trying to ignore Samson's grip on my jaw, focusing only on Maven's face. His eyes find mine for the longest and shortest of moments. "You have your orders," he says brusquely, nodding to my guards. Their grip is firm but not bruising as they lift me to my feet, using hands and chains to guide me out of the crowd. I leave them all behind. Evangeline, Telemus, Samson, and Maven. He turns on his heel, heading in the opposite direction, toward the only thing he has left to keep him warm. A throne of frozen flames. 2. Mare. I am never alone. The jailers do not leave. Always always watching, always keeping what I am silent and suppressed. They don't need anything more than a locked door to make me a prisoner. Not that I can even get close to the door without being manhandled back to the center of my bedchamber. They're stronger than I am, and forever vigilant. My only escape from their eyes is the small bathroom, a chamber of white tile and golden fixings, with a forbidding line of silent stone along the floor. There are enough of the pearly gray slabs to make my head pound and my throat constrict. I have to be quick in there, and make use of every strangling second. The sensation reminds me of Cameron and her ability. She can kill someone with the strength of her silence. As much as I hate my guard's constant vigil, I will not risk suffocating on a bathroom floor for a few extra minutes of peace. Funny, I used to think my greatest fear was being left alone. Now I am anything but, and I've never been more terrified. I have not felt my lightning in 4 days. 5. 6. 17. 31. I notch each day in the baseboard next to the bed, using a fork to dig the passing time. It feels good to leave my mark, to inflict my own small injury on the prison of Whitefire Palace. The Arvans don't mind. They ignore me for the most part, focused only on total and absolute silence. They keep to their places by the door, seated like statues with living eyes. This is not the same room I slept in the last time I was at Whitefire. Obviously it wouldn't be proper to house a royal prisoner in the same place as a royal bride. But I'm not in a cell either. My cage is comfortable and well furnished, with a plush bed, a bookshelf stocked with boring tomes, a few chairs, a table to eat at, even fine curtains, all in neutral shades of gray, brown, and white. Leached of color, as the Arvans leech power from me. I slowly get used to sleeping alone, but nightmares plague me without Cal to keep them away. Without someone who cares for me. Every time I wake up, I touch the earrings dotting my ear, naming each stone. Bree, Trainee, Shade, Killorn. Brothers in blood and bond. 3 living, 1 a ghost. I wish I had an earring to match the one I gave Giza, so I could have a piece of her too. I dream of her sometimes. Nothing concrete, but flashes of her face, her hair red and dark as spilled blood. Her words haunt me like nothing else. One day people are going to come and take everything you have. She was right. There are no mirrors, not even in the bathroom. But I know what this place is doing to me. Despite the hearty meals and the lack of exercise, my face feels thinner. My bones cut beneath skin, sharper than ever as I waste. There isn't much more to do than sleep or read one of the volumes on Nortan tax code, but still, exhaustion set in days ago. Bruises blossom from every touch. And the collar feels hot even though I spend my days cold, shivering. It could be a fever. I could be dying. Not that I have anyone to tell. I barely even speak through the days. The door opens for food and water, for the change in my jailers, and nothing more. I never see a red maid or servant, though they must exist. Instead, the Arvans retrieve meals, linens, and clothes deposited outside, bringing them in for me to use. They clean up as well, grimacing as they perform such a lowly task. I suppose letting a red in my room is too dangerous. The thought makes me smile. So the Scarlet Guard is still a threat, enough to warrant such rigid protocol that even servants aren't allowed near me. But then, it seems no one else is either. No one comes to gawk or gloat over the Lightning Girl. Not even Maven. The Arvans do not talk to me. They don't tell me their names. So I give them some of my own. Kitten, the older woman smaller than me, with a tiny face and keen, sharp eyes. Egg, his head round, white, and bald like the rest of his guardian kin. Trio has 3 lines tattooed down his neck, like the dragging of perfect claws. And Green-Eyed Clover, a girl near my age, unwavering in her duties. She is the only one who dares look me in the eye. When I first realized Maven wanted me back, I expected pain, or darkness, or both. Most of all I expected to see him and endure my torment under his blazing eyes. But I received nothing. Not since the day I arrived and was forced to kneel. He told me then he would put my body on display. But no executioners have come. Neither have the Whispers, men like Samson Mirandus and the Dead Queen, to pry my head open and unspool my thoughts. If this is my punishment, it is a boring one. Maven has no imagination. There are still the voices in my head, and so many, too many memories. They cut with a blade's edge. I try to dull the pain with even duller books, but the words swim before my eyes, letters rearranging until all I see are the names of the people I left behind. The living and the dead. And always, everywhere, shade. Telemus might have killed my brother, but I was the one to put shade in his path. Because I was selfish, thinking myself some kind of savior. Because, once again, I put my trust in someone I shouldn't have and traded lives as a gambler does playing cards. But you liberated a prison. You freed so many people, and you saved Julian. A weak thought, an even weaker consolation. I know now what the cost of Koros prison was. And every day I come to terms with the fact that, if given the choice, I would not pay it again. Not for Julian, not for 100 living new bloods. I wouldn't save any of them with Shade's life. And it was all the same in the end. Maven had asked me to return for months, begging with every bloodstained note. He had hoped to buy me with corpses, with the bodies of the dead. But I'd thought there was no trade I would make, not even for 1,000 innocent lives. Now I wish I'd done as he asked long ago. Before he thought to come for the ones I truly care for, knowing I would save them. Knowing that Killorn, my family, they were the only bargain I was willing to make. For their lives, I gave everything. I guess he knows better than to torture me. Even with the sounder, a machine made to use my lightning against me, to split me apart, nerve by nerve. My agony is useless to him. His mother taught him well. My only comfort is knowing that the young king is without his vicious puppeteer. While I am kept here, watched day and night, he is alone at the head of a kingdom, without Ilara Mirandus to guide his hand and protect his back. It's been a month since I've tasted fresh air, and almost as long since I saw anything but the inside of my room and the narrow view my single window affords. The window looks out over a courtyard garden, well past dead at the end of autumn. Its grove of trees is twisted by green warden hands. In leaf, they must look marvelous, a verdant crown of blossoms with spiraling, impossible branches. But bare, the gnarled oaks, elms, and beeches curl into talons, their dry, dead fingers scraping against one another like bones. The courtyard is abandoned, forgotten. Just like me. No, I growl to myself. The others will come for me. I dare to hope. My stomach lurches every time the door opens. For a moment, I expect to see Cal or Killorn or Farley, perhaps Nanny wearing another person's face. The Colonel, even. Now I would weep to see his scarlet eye. But no one comes for me. No one is coming for me. It's cruel to give hope where none should be. And Maven knows it. As the sun sets on the 31st day, I understand what he means to do. He wants me to rot. To fade. To be forgotten. Outside in the courtyard of bones, early snow drifts in flurries born of an iron-gray sky. The glass is cold to the touch, but it refuses to freeze. So will I. The snow outside is perfect in the morning light, a crust of white gilding Barrow trees. It'll melt by afternoon. By my count, it's December 11th. A cold, gray, dead time in the echo between autumn and winter. The true snows won't set in until next month. Back home we used to jump off the porch into snowdrifts, even after Bree broke his leg when he landed on a buried pile of firewood. Cost Giza a month's wages to get him fixed up, and I had to steal most of the supplies our so-called doctor needed. That was the winter before Bree was conscripted, the last time our entire family was together. The last time. Forever. We'll never be whole again. Mom and Dad are with the guard. Giza and my living brothers too. They're safe. They're safe. They're safe. I repeat the words as I do every morning. They are a comfort, even if they might not be true. Slowly, I push away my plate of breakfast. The now familiar spread of sugary oatmeal, fruit, and toast holds no comfort for me. Finished, I say out of habit, knowing no one will reply. Kitten is already at my side, sneering at the half-eaten food. She picks up the plate as one would a bug, holding it at arm's length to carry it to the door. I raise my eyes quickly, hoping for a single glimpse of the antechamber outside my room. Like always, it's empty, and my heart sinks. She drops the plate on the floor with a clatter, maybe breaking it, but that's not her concern. Some servant will clean it up. The door shuts behind her, and Kitten returns to her seat. Trio occupies the other chair, his arms crossed, eyes unblinking as he stares at my torso. I can feel his ability and hers. They feel like a blanket wrapped too tight, keeping my lightning pinned and hidden, far away in a place where I cannot even begin to go. It makes me want to tear my skin off. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Smash. I throw my water glass against the opposite wall, letting it splatter and splinter against horrible gray paint. Neither of my guards flinches. I do this a lot. And it helps. For a minute. Maybe. I follow the usual schedule, the one I've developed over the last month of captivity. Wake up. Immediately regret it. Receive breakfast. Lose appetite. Have food taken away. Immediately regret it. Throw water. Immediately regret it. Strip bed linens. Maybe rip up the sheets, sometimes while shouting. Immediately regret it. Attempt to read a book. Stare out window. Stare out window. Stare out window. Receive lunch. Repeat. I'm a very busy girl. Or I guess I should say woman. 18 is the arbitrary divide between child and adult. And I turned 18 weeks ago. November 17th. Not that anyone knew or noticed. I doubt the Arvins care that their charge is another year older. Only one person in this prison palace would. And he did not visit, to my relief. It's the single blessing to my captivity. While I am held here, surrounded by the worst people I'll ever know, I don't have to suffer his presence. Until today. The utter silence around me shatters, not with an explosion, but with a click. The familiar turn of the door lock. Off schedule, without warrant. My head snaps to the sound, as do the Arvins, their concentration breaking in surprise. Adrenaline bleeds into my veins, driven by my suddenly thrumming heart. In the split second, I dare to hope again. I dream of who could be on the other side of the door. My brothers. Farley. Killorn. Cal. I want it to be Cal. I want his fire to consume this place and all these people whole. But the man standing on the other side is no one I recognize. Only his clothes are familiar black uniform, silver detailing. A security officer, nameless and unimportant. He steps into my prison, holding the door open with his back. More of his like gather outside the doorway, darkening the antechamber with their presence. The Arvins jump to their feet, just as surprised as I am. What are you doing? Trio sneers. It's the first time I've ever heard his voice. Kitten does as she is trained to do, stepping between me and the officer. Another burst of silence knocks into me, fed by her fear and confusion. It crashes like a wave, eating at the little bits of strength I still have left. I stay rooted in my chair, loath to fall down in front of other people. The security officer says nothing, staring at the floor. Waiting. She enters in reply, in a gown made of needles. Her silver hair has been combed and braided with gems in the fashion of the crown she hungers to wear. I shudder at the sight of her, perfect and cold and sharp, a queen in bearing if not yet title. Because she's still not a queen. I can tell. Evangeline, I murmur, trying to hide the tremors in my voice, both from fear and disuse. Her black eyes pass over me with all the tenderness of a cracking whip. Head to toe and back again, noting every imperfection, every weakness. I know there are many. Finally her gaze lands on my collar, taking in the pointed metal edges. Her lip curls in disgust, and also hunger. How easy it would be for her to squeeze, to drive the points of the collar into my throat and bleed me bone dry. Lady Samos, you are not permitted to be here, Kitten says, still standing between us. I'm surprised by her boldness. Evangeline's eyes flicker to my guard, her sneer spreading. You think I would disobey the king, my betrothed? She forces a cold laugh. I am here on his orders. He commands the presence of the prisoner at court. Now. Each word stings. A month of imprisonment suddenly seems far too short. Part of me wants to grab onto the table and force Evangeline to drag me out of my cage. But even isolation has not broken my pride. Not yet. Not ever, I remind myself. So I stand on weak limbs, joints aching, hands quivering. A month ago I attacked Evangeline's brother with little more than my teeth. I try to summon as much of that fire as I can, if only to stand up straight. Kitten keeps her ground, unmoving. Her head tips to Trio, locking eyes with her cousin. We had no word. This is not protocol. Again Evangeline laughs, showing white, gleaming teeth. Her smile is beautiful and violent as a blade. Are you refusing me, Guard Arvin? As she speaks, her hands wander to her dress, running perfect white skin through the forest of needles. Bits of it stick to her like a magnet, and she comes away with a handful of spikes. She palms the clinging slivers of metal, patient, waiting, one eyebrow raised. The Arvins know better than to extend their crushing silence to a Samos daughter, let alone the future queen. The pair of them exchange wordless glances, clearly coming down on either side of Evangeline's question. Trio furrows his brow, glaring, and finally Kitten sighs aloud. She steps away. She backs down. A choice I'll not forget, Evangeline murmurs. I feel exposed before her, alone in front of her piercing eyes despite the other guards and officers looking on. Evangeline knows me, knows what I am, what I can do. I almost killed her in the Bowl of Bones, but she ran, afraid of me and my lightning. She is certainly not afraid now. Deliberate, I take a step forward. Toward her. Toward the blissful emptiness that surrounds her, allowing her ability. Another step. Into the free air, into electricity. Will I feel it immediately? Will it come rushing back? It must. It has to. But her sneer bleeds into a smile. She matches my pace, moving back, and I almost snarl. Not so fast, Barrow. It's the first time she's ever said my real name. She snaps her fingers, pointing at Kitten. Bring her along. They drag me like they did the first day I arrived, chained at the collar, my leash tightly grasped in Kitten's fist. Her silence and trios continue, beating like a drum in my skull. The long walk through Whitefire feels like sprinting miles, though we move at an easy pace. As before, I am not blindfolded. They don't bother to try to confuse me. I recognize more and more as we get closer to our destination, cutting down passages and galleries I explored freely a lifetime ago. Back then I didn't feel the need to sort them. Now I do my best to map the palace in my head. I'll certainly need to know its layout if I ever plan to get out of here alive. My bedchamber faces east, and it is on the 5th floor, that much I know from counting windows. I remember Whitefire is shaped like interlocking squares, with each wing surrounding a courtyard like the one my room looks out on. The view out the tall, arched windows changes with every new passageway. A courtyard garden, Caesar's Square, the long stretches of the training yard where Cal drilled with his soldiers, the distant walls and the rebuilt bridge of Archeon beyond. Thankfully we never passed through the residences where I found Julian's journal, where I watched Cal rage and Maven quietly scheme. I'm surprised by how many memories the rest of the palace holds, despite my short time here. We pass a block of windows on a landing, looking west across the barracks to the Capital River and the other half of the city beyond it. The Bowl of Bones nestles among the buildings, its hulking form too familiar. I know this view. I stood in front of these windows with Cal. I lied to him, knowing an attack would come that night. But I didn't know what it would do to either of us. Cal whispered then that he wished things were different. I share the lament. Cameras must follow our progress, though I can no longer feel them. Evangeline says nothing as we descend to the main floor of the palace with her officers in tow, a flocking troop of blackbirds around a metal swan. Music echoes from somewhere. It pulses like a swollen and heavy heart. I've never heard such music before, not even at the ball I attended or during Cal's dancing lessons. It has a life of its own, something dark and twisting and oddly inviting. Ahead of me, Evangeline's shoulders stiffen at the sound. The court level is oddly empty, with only a few guards posted along the passages. Guards, not sentinels, who will be with Maven. Evangeline doesn't turn right, as I expect, to enter the throne room through the grand, arching doors. Instead, she surges forward, all of us in tow, pushing into another room I know all too well. The council chamber. A perfect circle of marble and polished, gleaming wood. Seats ring the walls, and the seal of Norda, the burning crown, dominates the ornate floor. Red and black and royal silver, with points of bursting flame. I almost stumble at the sight of it, and I have to shut my eyes. Kitten will pull me through the room, I have no doubt of that. I'll gladly let her drag me if it means I don't have to see any more of this place. Walsh died here, I remember. Her face flashes behind my eyelids. She was hunted down like a rabbit. And it was wolves that caught her, Evangeline, Telemus, Cal. They captured her in the tunnels beneath Archeon, following her orders from the Scarlet Guard. They found her, dragged her here, and presented her to Queen Ilara for interrogation. It never got that far. Because Walsh killed herself. She swallowed a murderous pill in front of us all, to protect the secrets of the Scarlet Guard. To protect me. When the music triples in volume, I open my eyes again. The council chamber is gone, but the sight before me is somehow worse. 3. Mare. Music dances on the air, undercut with the sweet and sickening bite of alcohol as it permeates every inch of the magnificent throne room. We step out onto a landing elevated a few feet above the chamber floor, allowing a grand view of the raucous party, and a few moments before anyone realizes we're here. My eyes dart back and forth, on edge, on defense, searching every face and every shadow for opportunity, or danger. Silken gemstones and beautiful armor wink beneath the light of a dozen chandeliers, creating a human constellation that surges and twists on the marble floor. After a month of imprisonment, the sight is an assault on my senses, but I gulp it in, a girl starved. So many colors, so many voices, so many familiar lords and ladies. For now they take no notice of me. Their eyes do not follow. Their focus is on one another, their cups of wine and multicolored liquor, the harried rhythm, the fragrant smoke curling through the air. This must be a celebration, a wild one, but for what, I have no idea. Naturally, my mind flies. Have they won another victory? Against Cal, against the Scarlet Guard? Or are they still cheering my capture? One look at Evangeline is answer enough. I've never seen her scowl this way, not even at me. Her cat-like sneer turns ugly, angry, full of rage like I can't imagine. Her eyes darken, shifting over the display. They are black like a void, swallowing up the sight of her people in a state of ultimate bliss. Or, I realize, ignorance. At someone's command, a flurry of red servants push off the far wall and move through the chamber in practiced formation. They carry trays of crystal goblets with liquid like ruby, gold, and diamond starlight. By the time they reach the opposite side of the crowd, their trays are empty and are quickly refilled. Another pass, and the trays empty again. How some of the silvers are still standing, I have no idea. They continue in their revelry, talking or dancing with hands clawed around their glasses. A few puff on intricate pipes, blowing oddly colored smoke into the air. It doesn't smell like tobacco, which many of the elders in the stilts jealously hoard. I watch sparks in their pipes with envy, each one a pinprick of light. Worse is the sight of the servants, the Reds. They make me ache. What I would give to take their place. To be only a servant instead of a prisoner. Stupid, I scold myself. They are imprisoned same as you. Just like all of your kind. Trapped beneath a silver boot, though some have more room to breathe. Because of him. Evangeline descends from the landing, and the Arvans force me to follow. The stairs lead us directly to the dais, another elevated platform high enough to denote its ultimate importance. And of course a dozen sentinels stand upon it, masked and armed, terrifying in every inch. I expect the thrones I remember. Diamond glass flames for the king's seat, sapphire and polished white gold for the queen's. Instead, Maven sits upon the same kind of throne I saw him rise from a month ago, when he held me chained in front of the world. No gems, no precious metals. Just slabs of grey stone swirled with something shiny, flat-edged, and brutally absent of insignia. It looks cold to the touch and uncomfortable, not to mention terribly heavy. It dwarfs him, making him seem younger and smaller than ever. To look powerful is to be powerful. A lesson I learned from Ilara, though somehow Maven didn't. He seems the boy he is, sharply pale against his black uniform, the only color on him the blood-red lining of his cape, a silver riot of metals, and the shivering blue of his eyes. King Maven of House Calor meets my gaze the moment he knows I'm here. The instant hangs, suspended on a thread of time. A canyon of distractions yawns between us, filled with so much noise and graceful chaos, but the room might as well be empty. I wonder if he notices the difference in me. The sickness, the pain, the torture my quiet prison has put me through. He must. His eyes slide over my pronounced cheekbones to my collar, down to the white shift they dress me in. I'm not bleeding this time, but I wish I were. To show everyone what I am, what I've always been. Red. Wounded. But alive. As I did before the court, before Evangeline a few minutes ago, I straighten my spine, and stare with all the strength and accusation I have to give. I take him in, looking for the cracks only I can see. Shadowed eyes, twitching hands, posture so rigid his spine might shatter. You are a murderer, Maven Calor, a coward, a weakness. It works. He tears his eyes away from me and springs to his feet, both hands still gripping the arms of his throne. His rage falls like the blow from a hammer. Explain yourself, Guard Arvan. He erupts at my closest jailer. Trio jumps in his boots. The outburst stops the music, the dancing, and the drinking in the span of a heartbeat. "Yes sir," Trio sputters, and one of his gloved hands grips my arm. It bleeds silence, enough to make my heart beat slow. He tries to find an explanation that doesn't place blame on himself, or the future queen, but comes up short. My chain trembles in Kitten's hand, but her grip is still tight. Only Evangeline is unaffected by the king's wrath. She expected this response. He didn't order her to bring me. There was no summons at all. Maven is not a fool. He waves a hand at Trio, ending his mumbling with a single motion. Your feeble attempt is answer enough, he says. What do you have to say for yourself, Evangeline? In the crowd, her father stands tall, watching with wide, stern eyes. Another might call him afraid, but I don't think Volosamos has the power to feel emotion. He simply strokes his pointed silver beard, his expression unreadable. Telemus is not so gifted at hiding his thoughts. He stands on the dais with the sentinels, the only one without fiery robes or a mask. Though his body is still, his eyes dart between the king and his sister, and one fist clenches slowly. Good. Fear for her as I feared for my brother. Watch her suffer as I watched him die. Because what else can Maven do now? Evangeline has deliberately disobeyed his orders, leaping past the allowances their betrothal allows. If I know anything, I know that to cross the king is to be punished. And to do it here, in front of the entire court? He might just execute her on the spot. If Evangeline thinks she's risking death, she doesn't show it. Her voice never cracks or wavers. You ordered the terrorist to be imprisoned, shut away like a useless bottle of wine, and after a month of council deliberation, there has been no agreement on what is to be done with her. Her crimes are many, worthy of 12 deaths, 1,000 lifetimes in our worst jails. She killed or maimed hundreds of your subjects since she was discovered, your own parents included, and still she rests in a comfortable bedchamber, eating, breathing, alive without the punishment she deserves. Maven is his mother's son, and his court facade is nearly perfect. Evangeline's words don't seem to bother him in the slightest. The punishment she deserves, he repeats. Then he looks to the room, one corner of his chin raised. So you brought her here. Really, are my parties that bad? A thrum of laughter, both genuine and forced, ripples through the rapt crowd. Most of them are drunk, but there are enough clear heads to know what's going on. What Evangeline has done. Evangeline pulls a courtly smile that looks so painful I expect her lips to start bleeding at the corners. I know you are grieving for your mother, your majesty, she says without a hint of sympathy. As we all are. But your father would not act this way. The time for tears is over. Those last are not her words, but the words of Tiberius VI. Maven's father, Maven's ghost. His mask threatens to slip for a moment, and his eyes flash with equal parts dread and anger. I remember those words as well as he does. Spoken before a crowd just like this, in the wake of the Scarlet Guard's execution of political targets. Targets chosen by Maven, fed to him by his mother. We did their dirty work, while they added to the body count with an atrocious attack of their own. They used the guard to eliminate some of their enemies and demonize others in one fell swoop. They destroyed more, killed more than any of us ever wanted. I can still smell the blood and smoke. I can still hear a mother weeping over her dead children. I can still hear the words framing the rebellion for it all. Strength, power, death, Maven murmurs, his teeth clicking. The words scared me then, and they terrify me now. What do you suggest, my lady? A beheading? A firing squad? Do we take her apart, piece by piece? My heart gallops in my chest. Would Maven allow such a thing? I don't know. I don't know what he would do. I have to remind myself, I don't even know him. The boy I thought him to be was an illusion. But the notes, brutally left, but full of pleas for me to return? The month of quiet, gentle captivity? Perhaps those were false too, another trick to ensnare me. Another kind of torture. We do as the law requires. As your father would have done. The way she says father, using the word as brutally as she would any knife, is confirmation enough. Like so many people in this room, she knows Tiberius VI did not end the way the stories say. Still, Maven grips his throne, white-knuckling the grey slabs. He glances at the court, feeling their eyes upon him, before sneering back at Evangeline. Not only are you not a member of my council, but you did not know my father well enough to know his mind. I am a king as he was, and I understand the things that must be done for victory. Our laws are sacred, but we are fighting 2 wars now. 2 wars. Adrenaline pulses through me so quickly I think my lightning has returned. No, not lightning. Hope. I bite my lip to keep from grinning. Weeks into my captivity the Scarlet Guard continues, and thrives. Not only are they still fighting, but Maven admits it openly. They are impossible to hide or dismiss now. Despite the need to know more, I keep my mouth shut. Maven burns a stare through Evangeline. No enemy prisoner, especially not one as valuable as Mare Barrow, should be wasted on common execution. You waste her still. Evangeline argues, firing back so quickly I know she must have practiced for this argument. She takes a few more steps forward, closing the distance between herself and Maven. It all seems a show, an act, something played out on the platform for the court to witness. But for whose benefit? She sits collecting dust, doing nothing, giving us nothing, while Corvium burns. Another jewel of information to keep close. More, Evangeline. Give me more. I saw the fortress city, the heart of the Nortan military, erupt in riots with my own eyes a month ago. It's still happening. Mention of Corvium sobers the crowd. Maven does not miss it, and he fights to keep his calm. The council is days away from a decision, my lady, he says through gritted teeth. Forgive my boldness, your majesty. I know you wish to honor your council as best you can, even the weakest parts of it. Even the cowards who cannot do what must be done. Another step closer, and her voice softens to a purr. But you are the king. The decision is yours. Masterful, I realize. Evangeline is just as adept at manipulation as any other. In a few words, she's not only saved Maven from appearing weak, but also forced him to follow her will to maintain an image of strength. In spite of myself, I draw in a harried breath. Will he do as she bids? Or will he refuse, throwing fuel on the fire of insurrection already blazing through the high houses? Maven is no fool. He understands what Evangeline is doing, and he keeps his focus on her. They hold each other's gaze, communicating with forced smiles and sharp eyes. Queen's trial certainly did bring forth the most talented daughter, he says, taking her hand. Both of them look disgusted by the action. His head snaps to the crowd, looking to a lean man in dark blue. Cousin. Your petition of interrogation is granted. Samson Miranda snaps to attention and emerges from the crowd, clear-eyed. He bows, almost grinning. Blue robes billow, dark as smoke. Thank you, your majesty. No. The word wrenches itself from me. No, Maven. Samson moves quickly, ascending the platform with controlled fury. He closes the distance between us in a few determined strides, until his eyes are the only thing in my world. Blue eyes, Ilara's eyes, Maven's eyes. Maven. I gasp again, begging even though it will do nothing. Begging even though it burns my pride to think I'm asking him for anything. But what else is there to do? Samson is a whisper. He'll destroy me from the inside out, search everything I am, everything I know. How many people will die because of what I've seen? Maven, please. Don't let him do this. I'm not strong enough to break Kitten's grasp on my chain, or even struggle much when Trio seizes my shoulders. Both of them hold me in place with ease. My eyes flash from Samson to Maven. One hand on his throne, one hand in Evangeline's. I miss you, his notes said. He is unreadable, but at least he's looking. Good. If he won't save me from this nightmare, I want him to see it happen. Maven, I whisper one last time, trying to sound like myself. Not the Lightning Girl, not Marina the Lost Princess, but Mare. The girl he watched through the bars of a cell and pledged to save. But that girl isn't enough. He drops his eyes. He looks away. I am alone. Samson takes my throat in his hand, squeezing above the metal collar, forcing me to look into his wretched, familiar eyes. Blue as ice, and just as unforgiving. You were wrong to kill Ilara, he says, not bothering to temper his words. She was a surgeon with minds. He leans in, hungry, a starving man about to devour a meal. I am a butcher. When the sounder device leveled me, I wallowed in agony for 3 long days. A storm of radio waves turned my own electricity against me. It resounded in my skin, rattling between my nerves like bolts in a jar. It left scars. Jagged lines of white flesh down my neck and spine, ugly things that I'm still not used to. They twinge and tug at odd angles, making benign movements painful. Even my smiles are tainted, smaller in the wake of what was done to me. Now I would beg for it if I could. The screeching click of a sounder as it peels me apart would be a heaven, a bliss, a mercy. I would rather be broken in bone and muscle, shattered down to teeth and fingernails, obliterated in every inch, than suffer another second of Samson's whispers. I can feel him. His mind. Filling up my corners like a corruption or a rot or a cancer. He scrapes inside my head with sharp skin and even sharper intentions. Any part of me not taken by his poison writhes in pain. He enjoys doing this to me. This is his revenge, after all. For what I did to Ilara, his blood, and his queen. She was the first memory he tore from me. My lack of remorse incensed him, and I regret it now. I wish I could have forced some sympathy, but the image of her death was too frightening for much more than shock. I remember it now. He forces me to. In an instant of blinding pain, sucking me backward through my memories, I find myself back in the moment I killed her. My ability draws lightning out of the sky in ragged lines of purple-white. One strikes her head on, cascading into her eyes and mouth, down her neck and arms, from fingers to toes and back again. The sweat on her skin boils to steam, her flesh chars until it smokes, and the buttons on her jacket turn red hot, burning through cloth and skin. She jerks, tearing at herself, trying to be rid of my electric rage. Her fingertips rip clean, exposing bone, while the muscles of her beautiful face go slack, drooping from the relentless pull of jumping currents. Ash-white hair burns black and smolders, disintegrating. And the smell. The sound. She screams until her vocal cords pull apart. Samson makes sure the scene passes slowly, his ability manipulating the forgotten memory until every second brands itself into my conscience. A butcher indeed. His rage sends me spinning with nothing to cling to, caught in a storm I cannot control. All I can do is pray not to see what Samson is searching for. I try to keep Shade's name from my thoughts. But the walls I put up are little more than paper. Samson rips through them gleefully. I feel each one being torn away, another part of me mangled. He knows what I'm trying to keep from him, to never live through again. He chases through my thoughts, faster than my brain, outrunning every weak attempt to stop him. I try to scream or beg, but no sound comes from my mouth or mind. He holds everything in the palm of his hand. Too easy. His voice echoes in me, around me. Like Ilara's ending, Shade's death is captured in perfect, painful detail. I must relive every awful second in my own body, unable to do anything but watch, trapped inside myself. Radiation tangs the air. Koro's prison is on the edge of the wash, close to the nuclear wasteland forming our southern border. Cold mist shrouds morning against a gray dawn. For a moment, all is still, suspended in balance. I stare out, unmoving, frozen mid-step. The prison yawns at my back, still shuddering with the riot we began. Prisoners and pursuers bleed from its gates. Following us to freedom, or something like it. Cal is already gone, his familiar form 100 yards away. I made Shade jump him first, to protect one of our only pilots, and our only manner of escape. Killorn is still with me, frozen as I am, his rifle tucked against his shoulder. He aims behind us, at Queen Ilara, her guards, and Talima Samos. A bullet explodes from the muzzle, born of sparks and gunpowder. It, too, hangs in midair, waiting for Samson to release his grip on my mind. Overhead, the sky swirls, heavy with electricity. My own power. The feel of it would make me cry if I could. The memory begins to move, slowly at first. Talimas forges himself a long, gleaming needle in addition to the many weapons already at hand. The perfect edge glitters with red and silver blood, each droplet a gemstone warbling through the air. Despite her ability, Ara Iral is not fast enough to dodge its lethal arc. It slices through her neck in one lingering second. She falls a few feet away from me, sluggishly, as if through water. Talimas means to kill me in the same motion, using the momentum of his blow to turn the needle on my heart. Instead, he finds my brother in the way. Shade jumps back to us, to teleport me to safety. His body materializes from thin air, first his chest and head, then his extremities paint into existence. Hands outstretched, eyes focused, his attention only on me. He doesn't see the needle. He doesn't know he's about to die. It was not Talimas's intent to kill Shade, but he doesn't mind doing it. Another enemy dead makes no difference to him. Just another obstacle in his war, another body with no name and no face. How many times have I done the same thing, He probably doesn't even know who Shade is. Was. I know what comes next, but no matter how hard I try, Samson won't let me shut my eyes. The needle pierces my brother with clean grace, through muscle and organ, blood and heart. Something in me erupts and the sky responds. As my brother falls, so does my rage. But I never feel the bittersweet release of it. The lightning never strikes the earth, killing Ilara and scattering her guards as it should. Samson never allows me that small mercy. Instead, he pulls the scene backward. Again it plays. Again my brother dies. Again. Again. Each time he forces me to see something else. A mistake. A misstep. A choice I could have made to save him. Small decisions. Step here, turn there, run a bit faster. It is torture of the worst kind. Look what you did. Look what you did. Look what you did. His voice ripples, all around me. Other memories splinter through Shade's death, visions bleeding into one another. Each plays on a different fear or weakness. There's the tiny corpse I found in Templin, a red baby murdered by Maven's new blood hunters at Maven's command. In another instant, Farley's fist connects with my face. She screams horrible things, blaming me for Shade's death while her own anguish threatens to consume her. Steaming tears run down Cal's cheeks as a sword trembles in his hand, the blade edged against his father's neck. Shade's meager grave on tuck, alone beneath the autumn sky. The silver officers I electrocuted in Koros, in Harbor Bay, men and women who were only following orders. They had no choice. No choice. I remember all the death. All the heartache. The look on my sister's face when an officer broke her hand. Killorn's bleeding knuckles when he found out he was going to be conscripted. My brothers taken to war. My father returning from the front half a man in mind and body, exiling himself to a rickety wheelchair and a life apart from us. My mother's sad eyes when she told me she was proud of me. A lie. A lie now. And finally the sick ache, the hollow truth that dogged every moment of my old life, that I was ultimately doomed. I still am. Samson sweeps through it all with abandon. He pulls me through useless memories, drawn up only to subject me to more pain. Shadows jump through the thoughts. Moving images behind every painful moment. Samson spools through them, too fast for me to truly grasp. But I gather enough. The colonel's face, his scarlet eye, his lips forming words I can't hear. But surely Samson can. This is what he's looking for. Intelligence. Secrets he can use to crush the rebellion. I feel like an egg with a cracked shell, slowly seeping my innards. He pulls whatever he wants from me. I don't even have the ability to feel ashamed at what else he finds. Nights spent curled against Cal, forcing Cameron to join our cause. Stolen moments rereading Maven's sickening notes. Memories of who I thought the forgotten prince was. My cowardice. My nightmares. My mistakes. Every selfish step I took that led me here. Look what you did. Look what you did. Look what you did. Maven will know it all soon enough. This was always what he wanted. The words, scrawled in his looping hand, burn through my thoughts. I miss you. Until we meet again. 4. Cameron. I still can't believe we survived. I dream about it sometimes. Watching them drag Mare away, her body held tightly between a pair of gigantic strong arms. They were gloved against her lightning, not that she tried to use it after she made her bargain. Her life for ours. I didn't expect King Maven to follow through. Not with his exiled brother on the line. But he kept his deal. He wanted her more than the rest. Still, I wake up from the usual nightmares, afraid he and his hunters have returned to kill us. The snores from the rest of my bunkroom chased the thoughts away. They told me the new headquarters was a bleeding ruin, but I expected something more like Tuck. A once-abandoned facility, isolated but functional, rebuilt in secret with all the amenities a burgeoning rebellion might need. I hated Tuck on sight. The block barracks and guard-like soldiers, even if they were red, reminded me too much of Koros prison. I saw the island as another jail. Another cell I was being forced into, this time by Mayor Barrow instead of a silver officer. But at least on Tuck I had the sky above me. A clean breeze in my lungs. Compared to Koros, compared to Newtown, compared to this, Tuck was a reprieve. Now I shiver with the rest in the concrete tunnels of Irabel, a Scarlet Guard stronghold on the outskirts of the Lakelander city of trial. The walls feel frozen to the touch, and icicles dangle from rooms without a heat source. A few of the guard officers have taken to following Cal around, if only to take advantage of his radiating warmth. I do the opposite, avoiding his lumbering presence as best I can. I have no use for the Silver Prince, who looks at me with nothing but accusation. As if I could have saved her. My barely trained ability was nowhere near enough. And you weren't enough either, your bleeding highness. I want to snap at him every time we cross paths. His flame was no match for the king and his hunters. Besides, Mare offered the trade and made her choice. If he's angry at anyone, it should be her. The Lightning Girl did it to save us, and for that I am always thankful. Even if she was a self-centered hypocrite, she doesn't deserve what's happening to her. The colonel gave the order to evacuate Tuck the moment we were able to radio back to him. He knew any interrogation of Mayor Barrow would lead directly to the island. Farley was able to get everyone to safety, either in boats or the massive cargo jet stolen from the prison. We were forced to travel overland ourselves, hightailing from the crash site to rendezvous with the colonel across the border. I say forced because, once again, I was told what to do and where to go. We had been flying to the choke in an attempt to rescue a legion of child soldiers. My brother was one of them. But our mission had to be abandoned. For now, they told me every time I got enough courage to refuse another step away from the warfront. The memory makes my cheeks burn. I should have kept going. They wouldn't have stopped me. Couldn't have stopped me. But I was afraid. So close to the trench line, I realized what it meant to march alone. I would have died in vain. Still, I can't shake the shame of that choice. I walked away and left my brother yet again. It took weeks for everyone to reunite. Farley and her officers arrived last of all. I think her father, the colonel, spent every day she was gone pacing the frigid halls of our new base. At the very least, Barrow's making her imprisonment useful. The distraction of such a prisoner, not to mention the boiling mess of corvium, has stalled any troop movements around the choke. My brother is safe. Well, as safe as a 15-year-old can possibly be with a gun and a uniform. Safer than Mare certainly is. I don't know how many times I've seen King Maven's address. Cal took over a corner of the control room to play it again and again once we arrived. The first time we saw it, I don't think any of us dared to breathe. We all feared the worst. We thought we were about to watch Mare lose her head. Her brothers were beside themselves, fighting tears, and Killorn couldn't even look, hiding his face in his hands. When Maven declared execution was too good for her, I think Bree actually fainted in relief. But Cal looked on in deafening silence, his brows knit together in focus. Deep down he knew, like we all did, that something much worse than death waited for Mare Barrow. She knelt before a silver king and stood still while he put a collar around her throat. Said nothing, did nothing. Let him call her a terrorist and murderer before the eyes of our entire nation. Part of me wishes she'd snapped, but I know she couldn't put a toe out of line. She just glared at everyone around her, eyes sweeping back and forth between the silvers crowding her platform. They all wanted to get close to her. Hunters around a trophy kill. In spite of the crown, Maven didn't look so kingly. Tired, maybe sick, definitely angry. Probably because the girl next to him had just murdered his mother. He tugged at Mare's collar, forced her to walk inside. She managed one last look over her shoulder, eyes wide and searching. But another tug turned her around for good, and we haven't seen her face since. She's been there, and I've been here, rotting, freezing, spending my days rewiring equipment older than I am. All of it a bleeding waste. I steal one last minute in my bunk to think about my brother, where he might be, what he's doing. Mare. My twin in nothing but appearance. He was a soft boy in the hard alleys of Newtown, constantly sick from the factory smoke. I don't want to imagine what military training has done to him. Depending on who you ask, techie workers were either too valuable or too weak for the army. Until the Scarlet Guard started their meddling, killed a few silvers, and forced the old king into some meddling of his own. We were both conscripted, even though we had jobs. Even though we were only 15. The bloody measures enacted by Cal's own father changed everything. We were selected, told to be soldiers, and we were marched away from our parents. They split us up almost immediately. My name was on some list and his wasn't. Once, I was grateful I was the one sent to Koros. Mare would have never survived the cells. Now I wish we could trade places. Him free, and me on the lines. But no matter how many times I petition the colonel for another attempt at the Little Legion, he always turns me away. So I might as well ask again. The tool belt is a familiar weight around my hips, thunking with every step. I walk with purpose, enough to deter anyone who might bother to stop me. But for the most part, the halls are empty. No one is around to watch me stalk past, gnawing on a breakfast roll. More captains and their units must be out on patrol again, scouting trial and the border. Looking for Reds, I think, the ones lucky enough to make it north. Some come here to join up, but they're always of military age or workers with skills useful to the cause. I don't know where the families are sent, the orphans, the widows, the widowers. The ones who would only be in the way. Like me. But I get underfoot on purpose. It's the only way to get any kind of attention. The colonel's broom closet, office, is one floor above the bunk rooms. I don't bother to knock, trying the doorknob instead. It turns easily, opening into a grim, cramped room with concrete walls, a few locked cabinets, and a currently occupied desk. He's over in control, Farley says, not looking up from her papers. Her hands are ink-stained, and there are even smudges on her nose and under her bloodshot eyes. She pores over what look like guard communications, coded messages, and orders. From command, I know, remembering the constant whispers about the upper levels of the Scarlet Guard. No one knows much about them, least of all me. Nobody tells me anything unless I ask a dozen times. I frown at her appearance. Despite the table hiding her stomach, her condition has begun to show. Her face and fingers look swollen. Not to mention the 3 plates piled with food scraps. Probably a good idea to sleep now and then, Farley. Probably. She seems annoyed by my concern. Fine, don't listen. With a low sigh, I turn back to the doorway, putting her behind me. Let him know Corvium is on the edge, Farley adds, her voice strong and cutting. An order but also something else. I glance over my shoulder at her, an eyebrow raised. Edge of what? There have been riots, sporadic reports of silver officers turning up dead, and ammunition depots have developed a nasty habit of exploding. She almost smirks at that. Almost. I haven't seen her smile since Shade Barrow died. Sounds like familiar work. Is the Scarlet Guard in the city? Finally she looks up. Not to our knowledge. Then the legions are turning. Hope flares sharp and raw in my chest. The Red Soldiers. There's thousands of them stationed at Corvium. And more than a few have realized they substantially outnumber their silver officers. 4-1, at least. 4-1. Just like that, my hope sours. I've seen what silvers are and what they can do firsthand. I've been their prisoner and their opponent, able to fight only because of my own ability. 4 reds against a single silver is still suicide. Still an outright loss. But Farley doesn't seem to agree. She senses my unease and softens as best she can. Like a razor turning into a knife. Your brother isn't in the city. The Dagger Legion is still behind the lines of the choke. Stuck between a minefield and a city on fire. Fantastic. It's not Mare that I'm worried about. At the moment. I just don't see how they can expect to take the city. They might have the numbers, but the silvers are, well, they're silvers. A few dozen magnetrons could kill hundreds without blinking. I picture Corvium in my head. I've only seen it in brief videos, snippets taken from silver broadcasts or report footage filtered down through the Scarlet Guard. It's more fortress than city, walled with foreboding black stone, a monolith looking north to the barren wastes of war. Something about it reminds me of the place I reluctantly called home. Newtown had walls of its own, and so many officers overseeing our lives. We were thousands too, but our only rebellions were being late to shift or sneaking out after curfew. There was nothing to be done. Our lives were weak and meaningless as smoke. Farley turns back to her work. Just tell him what I said. He'll know what to do. I can only nod, shutting the door as she tries and fails to hide a yawn. Have to recalibrate the video receivers, Captain Farley's orders. The 2 guardsmen flanking the door to central control step back before I even finish my sentence, my usual lie. Both look away, avoiding my gaze, and I feel my face burn with an ashamed flush. New bloods scare people as much as silvers do, if not more so. Reds with abilities are just as unpredictable, just as powerful, just as dangerous, in their eyes. After we first got here and more soldiers arrived, the whispers about me and the others spread like disease. The old woman can change her face. The twitchy one can surround you with illusions. The techie girl can kill you with thought alone. It feels terrible to be feared. And worst of all, I can't blame anyone for it. We are different and strange, with powers not even silvers can claim. We are frayed wires and glitching machines, still learning ourselves and our abilities. Who knows what we might become? I swallow the familiar discomfort and step into the next room. Central control usually buzzes with screens and communication equipment, but for now the room is oddly quiet. Only a single broadcaster whirs, spitting out a long strip of correspondence paper printed with a decrypted message. The colonel stands over the machine, reading as the strip lengthens. His usual ghosts, Mare's brothers, sit close by, both of them jumpy as rabbits. And the 4th occupant of the room is all I need to know about whatever report is coming in. This is news of Mare Barrow. Why else would Cal be here too? He broods, as usual, his chin resting on interlocked fingers. Long days underground have taken their toll, paling his already pale skin. For a prince, he really lets himself go in times of crisis. Right now he looks like he needs a shower and a shave, not to mention a few well-aimed slaps to wake him out of his stupor. But he's a soldier still. His eyes snap to mine before the others. Cameron, he says, doing his best not to growl. Calor. He's an exiled prince at best. No need for titles. Unless I really want to piss him off. Like father, like daughter. Colonel Farley doesn't look up from the communication, but he acknowledges me with a dramatic sigh. Let's save ourselves some time, Cameron. I have neither the manpower nor the opportunity to attempt rescuing an entire legion. I mouth the words along with him. He says them to me almost every day. A legion of barely trained children whom Maven will slaughter once given the opportunity, I counter. So you keep reminding me. Because you need to be reminded. Sir, I add, almost wincing at the word. Sir. I'm not oath to the guard, no matter how much they treat me like a member of their club. The colonel's eyes narrow in on part of the message. She's been interrogated. Cal stands so quickly he knocks over his chair. Miranda's? A tremor of heat pulses through the room, and I feel a ripple of sickness in me. Not because of Cal, but because of Mare. Because of the horrors happening to her. Upset, I knit my hands together behind my head, pulling the curly dark hair at the nape of my neck. Yes, the colonel replies. A man named Samson. The prince curses quite colorfully for a royal. What does that mean? Bree, Mare's burly eldest brother, dares to ask. Traimy, the other surviving Barrow son, frowns deeply. Mirandus is the queen's house. Whispers, mind readers. They'll pull her apart to find us. And for sport, Cal murmurs with a low rumble. Both Barrow brothers flush red at the implication. Bree blinks back fierce, sudden tears. I want to take his arm, but I stay still. I've seen enough people flinch away from my touch. Which is why Mare knows nothing of our operations outside Tuck, and Tuck has been thoroughly left behind, the colonel says quickly. It's true. They abandoned Tuck with blinding speed, casting off anything that Mare Barrow knew of. Even the silvers we captured from Koros or rescued, depending on who you ask, were left at the coast. Too dangerous to keep hold of, too many to control. I've only been with the Scarlet Guard a month, but I already know their words by heart. Rise, red as the dawn, of course, and know only what you need. The first is a battle cry, the second a warning. Whatever she gives them will be peripheral at best, he adds. Nothing important about command, and little about our dealings outside Norda. No one cares, Colonel. I bite my tongue to keep from snapping at him. Mare is a prisoner. So what if they don't get anything about the Lakelands, Piedmont, or Montfort? Montfort. The distant nation ruled by a so-called democracy, an equal balance of reds, silvers, and new bloods. A paradise? Maybe, but I have long since learned that paradise does not exist in this world. I probably know more about the country than Mare now, what with the twins, Rash and Tahir, always squawking about Montfort's merits. I'm not stupid enough to trust their word. Not to mention it's pure torture holding a conversation with them, always finishing each other's thoughts and sentences. Sometimes I want to use my silence on them both, to sever the ability that binds their thoughts into one. But that would be cruel, not to mention idiotic. People are already wary of us without watching New Blood's ability bicker. Does what they get out of her really matter right now? I force through gritted teeth. Hopefully the colonel understands what I'm trying to say. At least spare her brothers this, Colonel. Have some shame. He just blinks, one good eye and one destroyed. If you can't stomach intelligence, then don't come to control. We need to know what they got out of her in interrogation. Samson Mirandus is an arena fighter, though he has no reason to be, Cal says in a low voice. Trying to be gentle. He enjoys using his ability to inflict pain. If he is the one to interrogate Mare, then, he stumbles over the words, reluctant to speak. It'll be torture, plain and simple. Maven has given her to a torturer. Even the colonel looks disturbed by the thought. Cal stares at the floor, silent for a long, stoic moment. I never thought Maven would do that to her, he mutters finally. She probably didn't either. Then you're both stupid, my brain screams. How many times does one wicked boy have to betray you people before you learn? Did you need something else, Cameron? Colonel Farley asks. He rolls up the message, spooling it like a circle of thread. The rest is clearly not for my ears. It's about Corvium. Farley says it's on the edge. The colonel blinks. Those were her words? That's what I said. Suddenly I'm no longer the focus of his attention. Instead, his eyes sweep to Cal. Then it's time to push. The colonel looks eager, but Cal could not seem more reluctant. He keeps still, knowing that any twitch might betray his true feelings. The lack of movement is just as damning. I'll see what I can come up with, he finally forces out. That seems to be enough for the colonel. He ducks his chin in a nod before turning his attention to Mare's brothers. Best let your family know, he says, putting on a show of being gentle. And Killorn. I shift, uncomfortable watching them digest the painful news of their sister and accept the burden of carrying it to the rest of their family. Bree's words stick, but Traimy has strength enough to speak for his older brother. Yes, sir, he replies. Though I don't know where Warren gets to these days. Try the New Blood barracks, I offer. He's there more often than not. Indeed, Killorn spends most of his time with Ada. After Ketha died, Ada took on the arduous task of teaching him to read and write. Though I suspect he sticks with us because he has no one else. The Barrows are the closest thing he has to family, and they are a family of ghosts now, haunted by memories. I've never even seen her parents. They keep to themselves, deep in the tunnels. We take our leave of the colonel together, four of us trooping out of the control room in awkward, stilted single file. Bree and Tramy peel away quickly, stomping their way toward their family's quarters on the other side of the base. I do not envy them. I remember how my mother screamed when my brother and I were taken away. I wonder what hurts more, to hear nothing of your children, knowing they are in danger, or to be fed news of their pain piece by piece. Not that I'll ever find out. There is no place for children, especially children of mine, in this stupid, ruined world. I give Cal space, but quickly think better of it. We're nearly the same height, and catching up to his harried stride is no problem. If your heart's not in this, you're going to get a lot of people killed. He whirls, almost knocking me on my ass with the speed and force of his movement. I have seen his fire firsthand, but never so strongly as the flame blazing in his eyes. Cameron, my heart is quite literally in this, he hisses through gritted teeth. Swooning words. A romantic declaration. I can barely stop my eyes from rolling. Save it for when we get her back, I grumble. When, not if. He nearly set the control room on fire when the colonel denied his request to explore ways to get messages to Mare within the palace. I don't need him melting the hallway over a poor choice of words. He starts walking again, his pace doubled, but I'm not as easily left behind as the lightning girl. I just mean to say that the colonel has strategists of his own, people at command. Scarlet Guard officers who don't have, I search for the proper term, conflicting allegiances. Cal huffs loudly, his broad shoulders rising and falling. Clearly any etiquette lessons he may have had took a back seat to military training. Show me an officer who knows as much as I do about silver protocols and the Corvian defense system and I'll gladly step back from this mess. I'm sure there's someone, Cal who's fought with new bloods. Knows your abilities? Knows how best to use you in a fight? I bristle at his tone. Use, I spit. Use indeed. I remember those of us who didn't survive Koros. New bloods recruited by Mare Barrow, new bloods she promised to protect. Instead, Mare and Cal threw us into a battle we were not prepared for, and it became clear Mare couldn't even protect herself. Nix, Gareth, Ketha, and others from the prison I didn't even know. Dozens dead, discarded like pieces on a game board. That's how it's always worked with the Silver Masters, and that's how Cal was taught to fight. Win at all costs. Pay for every inch in red blood. You know what I mean. I snort. Maybe that's why I'm not exactly confident. Harsh, Cameron. Listen, I continue, switching tactics. I know I'd burn everyone here if it meant getting my brother back. And luckily, that's not a decision I have to make. But you actually have that option. I want to make sure you don't take it. It's true. We're here for the same reason. Not blind obedience to the Scarlet Guard, but because they are our only hope of saving the ones we love and lost. Cal quirks a crooked smile, the same one I've seen Mare moon over. It makes him look like more of a fool. Don't try to sweet-talk me, Cameron. I'm doing everything I can to keep us out of another massacre. Everything. His expression turns harsh. You think it's just Silvers who care only about victory? He mutters. I've seen the colonel's reports. I've seen correspondence with command. I've heard things. You're embedded with people who think exactly the same way. They'll burn all of us to get what they want. Maybe true, I think, but at least what they want is justice. I think of Farley, the colonel, the oathed soldiers of the Scarlet Guard, and the red refugees they protect. I've seen them ferry people across the border with my own eyes. I sat on one of their airjets as it screamed toward the choke, intent on rescuing a legion of child soldiers. They have objectives with high costs, but they are not silver. They kill, but not without reason. The Scarlet Guard are not peaceful, but peace has no place in this conflict. No matter what Cal might think of their methods and their secrecy, theirs is the only way anyone can hope to fight Silvers and win. Cal's people brought this upon themselves. If you're so worried about Corvium, don't go, he says with a forced shrug. And miss the chance to paint my hands in silver blood? I snap at him. I don't know if I'm making a poor attempt to joke or threatening him outright. My patience has worn through yet again. I already had to deal with the whining of a walking lightning rod. I'm not going to tolerate the attitude of a mopey matchstick prince. Again his eyes blaze with anger and heat. I wonder if I'm fast enough with my ability to incapacitate him. What a fight that would be. Fire against silence. Would he burn or would I? Funny thing, you telling me not to be careless with human life. I remember you doing everything you could to kill back in the prison. A prison where I was kept. Starved, neglected, forced to watch the people around me wither and die because they were born wrong. And even before I entered Koros, I was a prisoner of another jail. I am a daughter of Newtown, conscripted to a different army since the day I was born, doomed to live my life in shadow and ash, at the mercy of the shift whistle and the factory schedule. Of course I tried to kill the ones who held me captive. I would do it again if given the choice. Proud of it, I tell him, setting my jaw. He despairs of me. That much is clear. Good. There's no amount of speechmaking that will ever sway me to his thinking. I doubt anyone else will listen much either. Cal is a prince of Norta. Exiled, yes, but different from us in every way. His ability is to be used as much as mine, but he is a barely tolerated weapon. His words can only travel so far. And even then they fall on deaf ears. Mine especially. Without warning, he sets off down a smaller passage, one of the many burrowing through the warren of Irabel. It branches off from the wider hall, angling upward to the surface in a gentle slope. I let him go, puzzled. There's nothing in that direction. Just empty passages, abandoned and used. Yet something tugs. I've heard things, he said. Suspicion flares in my chest as he walks away, his broad form getting smaller by the second. For a moment, I hesitate. Cal is not my friend. We're barely on the same side. But he is nothing if not annoyingly noble. He won't hurt me. So I follow. The corridor is obviously unused, cluttered with scraps and dark in places where the light bulbs are burned out. Even from a distance, Cal's presence warms the close air with every passing second. It's actually a comfortable temperature, and I make a mental note to speak with a few other escaped techies. Maybe we can figure out a way to warm up the lower passages using pressurized air. My eyes trail the cabled wires along the ceiling, counting them. More there than there should be, to feed a few light bulbs. I hang back, watching as Cal shoulders some wood pallets and scrap metal from a wall. He reveals a door beneath, with the cables running overhead and into whatever room it hides. When he disappears, pulling the door shut behind him, I dare to get a little closer. The tangle of cables comes into sharper focus. Radio array. Now I see it, clear as the nose on my bleeding face. The telltale braid of black wires that means the room inside has the ability to communicate beyond the walls of Irabel. But who could he possibly be communicating with? My first instinct is to tell Farley or Killorn. But then, if Cal thinks that whatever he's doing will keep me and 1,000 others from a suicide attack on Corvium, I should let him continue. And hope I don't regret it. 5. Mare. I drift on a dark sea, and shadows drift with me. They could be memories. They could be dreams. Familiar but strange, and something wrong with each. Cal's eyes are shot with silver, bleeding hot, smoking blood. My brother's face looks more skeleton than flesh. Dad gets out of his wheelchair, but his new legs are spindle-thin, knob-bled, ready to splinter with every shaking step. Giza has metal pins in both hands, and her mouth is sewn shut. Killorn drowns in the river, tangled in his perfect nets. Red rags spill from Farley's slit throat. Cameron claws at her own neck, struggling to speak, trapped in a silence of her own making. Metal scales shudder over Evangeline's skin, swallowing her whole. And Maven slumps on his odd throne, letting it tighten and consume him until he is stone himself, a seated statue with sapphire eyes and diamond tears. Purple eats at the edge of my vision. I try to turn into its embrace, knowing what it holds. My lightning is so close. If only I could find the memory of it and taste one last drop of power before plunging back into darkness. But it fades like the rest, ebbing away. I expect to feel cold as the darkness presses in. Instead, heat rises. Maven is suddenly too close to bear. Blue eyes, black hair, pale as a dead man. His hand hovers inches from my cheek. It trembles, wanting to touch, wanting to pull away. I don't know which I would prefer. I think I sleep. Darkness and light trade places, stretching back and forth. I try to move, but my limbs are too heavy. The work of manacles or guards or both. They weigh me down worse than before, and the terrible visions are the only escape. I chase what matters most: Shade, Giza, the rest of my family, Cal, Killorn, Lightning. But they always dance out of my grip or flicker to nothing when I reach them. Another torture, I suppose, Samson's way of running me ragged even as I sleep. Maven is there too, but I never go to him, and he never moves. Always sitting, always staring, one hand on his temple, massaging an ache. I never see him blink. Years or seconds pass. The pressure dulls. My mind sharpens. Whatever fog held me captive recedes, burning off. I am allowed to wake up. I feel thirsty, bled dry by bitter tears I do not remember shedding. The crushing weight of silence hangs heavy as always. For a moment it's too difficult to breathe, and I wonder if this is how I die. Drowned in this bed of silk, burned by a king's obsession, smothered by open air. I'm back in my prison bedchamber. Maybe I've been here the entire time. The white light streaming from the windows tells me it has snowed again, and the world outside is bright winter. When my sight adjusts to it, letting the room come into clearer focus, I risk looking around. Flashing my eyes left and right, not moving more than I have to. Not that it matters. The Arvins stand guard at the four corners of my bed, each one staring down. Kitten, Clover, Trio, and Egg. They exchange glances with one another as I blink up at them. Samson is nowhere I can see, though I expect him to loom over me with a malicious smile and a snappy welcome. Instead, a small woman in plain clothes, with flawless blue-black skin like a polished gem, stands at the foot of my bed. I don't know her face, but there's something familiar about her features. Then I realize what I thought were manacles were actually hands. Hers. Each one tight around an ankle, soothing against my skin and the bones beneath. I recognize her colors. Red and silver crossed on her shoulders, representing both kinds of blood. Healar. Skin healer. She's of House Skonos. The sensation I feel from her touch is healing me, or at least keeping me alive against the onslaught of four pillars of silence. Their pressure must be enough to kill me, if not for a healer. A delicate balance to be sure. She must be very talented. She has the same eyes as Sarah. Bright, dark gray, expressive. But she isn't looking at me. Her eyes, instead, are on something to my right. I flinch when I follow her gaze. Maven sits as I dreamed him. Still, focused, one hand on his temple. The other hand waves in silent order. And then there really are manacles. The guards move quickly, fastening strange braided metal studded with smoothly polished orbs around my ankles and wrists. They lock each one with a single key. I try to follow the key's path, but in my days, it flickers in and out of focus. Only the manacles stand out. They feel heavy and cold. I expect one more, a new collar to mark my neck, but my neck is left blissfully bare. The jeweled thorns don't come back. To my eternal surprise, the healer and the guards take their leave of me, walking from the room. I watch them go in confusion, trying to hide the sudden leap of excitement sending my pulse into overdrive. Is everyone really this stupid? Will they leave me alone with Maven? Does he think I won't try to kill him in a heartbeat? I turn to him, trying to get out of bed, trying to move. But anything faster than sitting up feels impossible, as if my very blood has turned to lead. I quickly understand why. I'm quite aware of what you'd like to do to me, he says, his voice barely a whisper. My fists clench, fingers twitching. I reach for what still won't respond. What can't respond? More silent stone, I mumble, saying the words like a curse. The polished orbs of my wearable prison gleam. You must be running low by now. Thank you for your concern, but the supply is well in order. As I did in the cells beneath the bowl of bones, I spit in his direction. It lands harmlessly at his feet. He doesn't seem to mind. In fact, he smiles. Get it out of your system now. The court will not take kindly to such behavior. As if I court? The last word sputters out. His smile spreads. I did not misspeak. My insides cringe at the sight of his grin. Lovely, I say. You're tired of keeping me caged up where you can't see me. Actually, I find it difficult being this close to you. His eyes flicker over me with an emotion I don't want to place. The feeling is mutual, I snarl, if only to kill the strange softness in him. I would rather face his fire, his rage, than any quiet word. He doesn't rise to the bait. I doubt that. Where's my leash, then? Do I get a new one? No leash, no collar. He angles his chin at my manacles. Nothing but those now. What he's getting at, I cannot begin to fathom. But I've long stopped trying to understand Maven Calor and the twists of his labyrinthine brain. So I let him keep talking. He always tells me what I need, in the end. Your interrogation was very fruitful. So much to learn about you, about the terrorists calling themselves the Scarlet Guard. My breath catches in my throat. What did they find? What did I miss? I try to remember the most important pieces of my knowledge, to figure out which will be the most harmful to my friends. Tuck, the Montfort twins, the new blood abilities? Cruel people, aren't they? He continues. Bent on destroying everything and everyone who is not like them. What are you talking about? The colonel locked me up, yes, and fears me still, but we are allies now. What could that mean to Maven? New bloods, of course. I still don't understand. There's no reason for him to care about Reds with abilities beyond what he must do to get rid of us. First he denied we existed, calling me a trick. Now we are freaks, threats. Things to be feared and eradicated. It's such a shame to know you were treated so badly you felt the need to run from that old man calling himself a colonel. Maven enjoys this, explaining his plan in slivers, waiting for me to piece it together. My head is still foggy, my body weak, and I try my best to figure out what he means. Worse still, that he debated shipping you off to the mountains, discarding you all like garbage. Montfort. But that wasn't what happened. That wasn't what was offered to us. And of course I was very upset to learn the true intentions of the Scarlet Guard. To make a red world, a red dawn, with room for nothing else. No one else. Maven. The word quivers with all the rage I have strength to call. If not for my manacles, I would explode. You can't. Can't what? Tell the truth? Tell my country the Scarlet Guard is luring new bloods to its side only to kill them? To make a genocide of them, of you as well as us? That the infamous rebel Mare Barrow came back to me willingly, and that this was discovered during an interrogation where the truth is impossible to hide? He leans forward, well within striking distance. But he knows I can barely lift a finger. That you are on our side now, because you have seen what the Scarlet Guard truly is? Because you and your new bloods are feared as we are, blessed as we are, silver as we are, in everything but the color of blood? My jaw works, opening and closing my mouth. But I can't find the words to match my horror. All this done without Queen Ilara's whispers. All this with her dead and cold. You're a monster, is all I can say. A monster, all on his own. He draws back, still smiling. Never tell me what I cannot do. And never underestimate what I will do for my kingdom. His hand falls on my wrist, drawing one finger down the manacle of silent stone keeping me prisoner. I tremble out of fear, but so does he. With his eyes on my hand, I'm given time to study him. His casual clothes, black as always, are rumpled, and he does not stand on ceremony. No crown, no badges. An evil boy, but a boy still. One I must figure out how to fight. But how? I'm weak, my lightning is gone, and anything I might say will be twisted beyond my control. I can barely walk, let alone escape unaided. Rescue is all but impossible, a hopeless dream that I can't waste any more time on. I'm stuck here, trapped by a lethal, conniving king. He dogged me over months, haunting me from afar in everything from broadcasts to his deadly notes. I miss you. Until we meet again. He said he was a man of his word. Perhaps, in this alone, he is. With a deep breath, I poke at the only weakness I suspect he might still have. Were you here? Blue eyes snap to mine. It's his turn to look confused. Through this. I glance at the bed, and then far away. It's painful to remember Samson's torture, and I hope it shows. I dreamed you were here. The warmth of him recedes, drawing back to leave the room cold with oncoming winter. His eyelids flutter, dark lashes against white skin. For a second, I remember the Maven I thought he was. I see him again, a dream or a ghost. Every second, he answers. When a gray flush spreads across his cheeks, I know it's the truth. And now I know how to hurt him. The manacles make it too easy to fall asleep, so merely pretending to do so is difficult. Beneath the blanket, I clench a fist, digging my nails into my palm. I count the seconds. I count Maven's breaths. Finally, his chair creaks. He stands. He hesitates. I can almost feel his eyes, their touch burning against my still face. And then he goes, footsteps light against the wood floor, sweeping through my bedroom with the grace and quiet of a cat. The door shuts softly behind him. So easy to sleep. I wait instead. 2 minutes pass, but the Arvan guards don't return. I suppose they think the manacles are enough to keep me here. They are wrong. My legs wobble when they hit the floor, bare feet against cold wood in parquet designs. If there are cameras watching, I don't care. They can't stop me from walking. Or trying to walk. I don't like doing things slowly. Especially now, when every moment counts. Every second could mean another person I love dead. So I shove off the bed, forcing myself to stand on weak, trembling legs. An odd sensation, with silent stone weighing down my wrists and ankles, leeching what little strength my anger gives me. It takes a long moment to bear the pressure. I doubt I'll ever get used to it. But I can get past it. The first step is the easiest. A lunge to the little table where I take my meals. The second is more difficult, now that I know how much effort it takes. I walk like a man drunk or hobbled. For a split second, I envy my father's wheelchair. The shame of such thoughts fuels my next steps, across the length of the room. Panting, I reach the other side, almost collapsing against the wall. The burn in my legs is pure fire, sending a prickle of sweat down my spine. A familiar feeling, like I've just run a mile. The nausea in the pit of my stomach is different, though. Another side effect of the stone. It makes every beat of my heart feel heavier and wrong somehow. It tries to empty me out. My forehead touches the paneled wall, letting the cold soothe. Again, I force out. I turn and stumble across the room. Again. 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 By the time Kitten and Trio deliver my lunch, I'm drenched with sweat and I have to eat lying on the floor. Kitten doesn't seem to care, toying the plate of evenly balanced meat and vegetables toward me. Whatever's going on outside the city walls, it doesn't seem to have any effect on food supply. A bad sign. Trio leaves something else on my bed, but I focus on eating first. I force down every single bite. Getting up is a bit easier. My muscles are already responding, adjusting to the manacles. There's a small blessing in them. The Arvans are living silvers, their ability fluctuating with their own concentration, as changing as crashing waves. Their silence is much harder to adapt to than the constant press of the stone. I rip open the parcel on my bed, discarding the thick, luxurious wrapping. The gown slithers out, falling against my blankets. I take a step back slowly, my body going cold as I'm seized by the familiar urge to jump out the window. For a second I shut my eyes, trying to will the dress away. Not because it's ugly. The dress is shockingly beautiful, a gleam of silk and jewels. But it forces me to realize a terrible truth. Before the dress, I was able to ignore Maven's words, his plan, and what he means to do. Now it stares me in the face, a mocking piece of artistry. The fabric is red. As the dawn, my mind whispers. But that is wrong too. This is not the color of the Scarlet Guard. Ours is a lurid, bright, angry red, something to be seen and recognized, almost shocking to the eye. This gown is different. Worked in darker shades, crimson and scarlet, beaded with chips of gemstones, woven with intricate embroidery. It shimmers in the darkest way, catching the light overhead like a pool of red oil. Like a pool of red blood. The dress will make me, and what I am, impossible to forget. I laugh bitterly to myself. It's almost funny. My days as Maven's betrothed were spent hiding, pretending to be silver. At least now I won't have to be painted into one of them. A very, very small mercy in the light of all else. So, I am going before his court, and the world, the color of my blood bare for all to see. I wonder if the kingdom will realize I am nothing more than a lure hiding a steel-sharp hook. He doesn't come back until the next morning. When he enters, he frowns at the dress, balled up in the corner. I couldn't stand to look at it. I can't really look at him either, so I keep at my exercises, currently a very stunted, slow version of sit-ups. I feel like a clumsy toddler, my arms heavier than usual, but I force through it. He takes a few steps closer, and I clench a fist, willing myself to send a spark in his direction. Nothing happens, just as nothing happened the last dozen times I tried to use my electricity. Good to know they got the balance right, he muses, settling into his seat at the table. Today he looks polished, with his badges bright and shining on his chest. He must have come from outside. There's snow in his hair, and he removes his leather gloves with his teeth. Oh yes, these bracelets are just lovely, I bite back at him, waving one heavy hand in his direction. The manacles are loose enough to spin, but tight enough that I could never pull them off, even if I dislocated a thumb. I considered it, until I realized it would be pointless. I'll give Evangeline your compliments. Of course she made them, I scoff. She must be so pleased to know she is the literal creator of my cage. Surprised she has the time, though. She must be spending every second making crowns and tiaras to wear. Dresses too. I bet you cut yourself every time you have to hold her hand. A muscle in his cheek ticks. Maven has no feelings for Evangeline, something I've always known. Something I can easily exploit. Have you set a date? I ask, sitting up. Blue eyes flash to mine. What? I doubt a royal wedding is something you can do on short notice. I assume you know exactly when you're marrying Samos. Oh, that. He shrugs, brushing it off with a wave. Planning the wedding is her business. I hold his gaze. If it were her business, she'd have been queen months ago. When he doesn't reply, I push harder. You don't want to marry her. Instead of crumbling, his facade strengthens. He even chuckles, projecting an image of abject disinterest. That's not why Silvers get married, as well you know. I try a different tactic, playing on the pieces of him I used to know. The pieces I hope are still real. Well, I don't blame you for stalling. It isn't stalling to postpone a wedding in wartime. She's not who you would have chosen. As if there's choice in the matter. Not to mention the fact that she was Cal's before she was yours. The mention of his brother stills his lazy protesting. I can almost see the muscles tighten beneath his skin, and one hand flicks the bracelet at his wrist. Every gentle ting of the metal rings as loud as a warning bell. One spark from it and he will burn. But fire doesn't scare me anymore. Based on your progress, it should take another day or so for you to learn how to walk properly with those. His words are measured, forced, calculated. He probably rehearsed them before he came in here. And then you'll finally be of some use to me. As I do every day, I glance around the room, looking for cameras. I still don't see them, but they must be there. Do you spend all day spying on me, or does a security officer give you a summary? Some kind of written report? Maven lets the remark glance off. Tomorrow you will stand up and say exactly what I tell you to. Or what? I force myself to my feet without any of the grace or agility I used to claim. He watches every inch. I let him. I'm already your prisoner. You can kill me whenever you like. And quite frankly, I'd prefer that to luring new bloods into your net to die. I'm not going to kill you, Mare. Even though he's still sitting, I feel like he towers over me. And I don't want to kill them either. I understand what the words mean, but not when they come from Maven's mouth. It makes no sense. No sense at all. Why? You'll never fight for us, I know that. But you're kinda there strong, stronger than many silvers could ever be. Imagine what we will do with an army of them, combined with an army of mine. When they hear your voice, they'll come. How they are treated once they arrive depends on your behavior, of course. And your compliance. Finally, he stands. He's grown in the past few months. Taller and leaner, taking after his mother, as he does in most things. So I have two choices, and you get to pick which one I follow. Either you bring me new bloods, and they join with us, or I continue finding them on my own, and killing them. My slap lands weakly, barely moving his jaw at all. My other hand smacks against his chest, just as inconsequential. He almost rolls his eyes at the effort. He might even enjoy it. I feel my face turn bright red, flushing both in anger and helpless sorrow. How can you be like this? I curse, wishing I could tear him apart. If not for the manacles, my lightning would be everywhere. Instead, words pour out of me. Words I can barely think about before they rage from me. How can you still be like this? She's dead. I killed her. You are free from her. You shouldn't be her son anymore, Audot. His hand grips my chin hard, shocking me into silence. The force of it makes me bend, lean backward, almost lose balance. I wish I would. I wish I could fall out of his hands, hit the floor, and splinter into 1,000 pieces. Back at the notch, in the warmth of the cot I shared with Cal, deep in the night, I thought of moments like this. Being alone with Maven again. Getting the chance to see what he truly was beneath the mask I remembered and the person his mother forced him to be. In that strange place between sleep and waking, his eyes followed me. Always the same color, but somehow changing. His eyes, her eyes I knew and eyes I could never know. They looked the same now, burning with a cold fire, threatening to consume me. Knowing it's what he wants to see, I let the tears of frustration overwhelm me and fall. He tracks their paths with hunger. Then he shoves me away. I stagger to a knee. I am what she made me, he whispers, leaving me behind. Before the door shuts behind him, I notice guards on either side. Clover and Egg this time. So the Arvans are not far away, even if I somehow manage to free myself. I sink slowly to the floor and sit back on my heels. I put one hand over my face, hiding the fact that my eyes are suddenly dry. As much as I wished Ilara's death would change him, I knew it would not. I'm not that stupid. I cannot trust anything where Maven is concerned. The smallest of his ceremonial badges bites in my other hand, hidden by my curling fingers. Even silent stone cannot take away a thief's instincts. The badge's metal pin digs into skin. I'm tempted to let it break through, to bleed crimson and scarlet, to remind myself and anyone watching what I am, and what I am capable of. Under the guise of straightening up, I slip the badge under my mattress. Along with the rest of my plunder, hairpins, broken fork tines, shards of shattered glass and porcelain plates. My arsenal, humble as it is, will have to do. I glare at the dress in the corner, as if the dress is somehow at fault for this. Tomorrow, he said. I return to my sit-ups. 6. Mare. The cards are carefully typed, outlining what I must say. I can't even look at them, and leave them lying on my bedside table. I very much doubt I'll get the benefit of maids to make me up into whatever Maven imagines presenting to the court. It looks like an arduous task, buttoning and zipping myself into the scarlet gown. It has a high collar, trailing hem, and long sleeves to hide not just Maven's brand on my collarbone but the manacles still attached to my wrists and ankles. No matter how many times I escape this elegant pageantry, I seem doomed to play a role in it. The dress will be too big when I finally get it on, loose around the arms and waist. I'm thinner here, no matter how much I force myself to eat. Based on what I can glean from my reflection in the window, my hair and skin have also suffered under the weight of silence. My face is yellowed and sunken, sickly looking, while red rims my eyes. And my dark brown hair, still tinged by the slow creep of gray at the ends, is rattier than ever, tangled to the root. I braid it back hastily, working the knotted strands. No amount of silk can change what I look like beneath Maven's costume. But it's no matter. I'll never wear it, if all goes to plan. The next step in my preparation makes my heart pound. I do my best to look calm, for the cameras in my bedroom at least. They cannot know what I'm about to do, not if it's going to work. And even if I manage to fool my guards, there's another rather large obstacle. This could kill me. Maven did not put cameras in my bathroom. Not to protect my privacy, but to placate his own jealousy. I know enough of him to realize he won't let another person see my body. The added weight of silent stone, the slabs set into walls, is confirmation. Maven made sure guards would never have a reason to escort me in here. My heart beats sluggishly in my chest, but I push through it. I have to. The shower hisses and steams, scalding hot as soon as I turn it on to full blast. If not for the bathroom stone, I would have spent many days enjoying the singular comfort of a hot wash. I must work quickly, or let myself be smothered. Back at the Notch we were lucky to bathe in cold rivers, while on Tuck the showers were timed and lukewarm. I laugh at the thought of what passed for bathing at home. A tub filled from the kitchen faucet, warm in the summer, cold in the winter, with stolen soap to clean with. I still don't envy my mother's job of helping my father wash. With any luck, lots of luck, I'll see them again soon. I push the shower head, angling it away from the basin and onto the floor of the bathroom. The water pelts against white tile, drenching it. The spray hits my bare feet, and the heat shivers my skin, gentle and inviting as a warm blanket. As water seeps out beneath the bathroom door, I work quickly. First I put the long shard of glass on the counter, well within arm's length. Then I reach for the true weapon. Whitefire Palace is a marvel in every inch, and my bathroom is no exception. It's lit by a modest chandelier, if there is such a thing, worked in silver, with curling arms like tree branches giving bud to a dozen light bulbs. I have to stand on the sink, precariously balanced, to get at it. A few forceful but focused tugs pull the dangling fixture forward, its wiring peeling through the ceiling. Once I have enough slack, I crouch, the still-lit chandelier in hand. I brace it on the sink to wait. The pounding starts a few minutes later. Whoever is watching my room has noticed the water spilling out from underneath my bathroom door. 10 seconds later, 2 sets of feet troop into my bedroom. Which Arvins, I'm not sure, but it doesn't really matter. Barrow. A man's voice calls, accompanied by a fist knocking on the bathroom door. They waste no time when I don't respond, and neither do I. Egg pushes the door in, his white face almost blending into the tiled walls as he steps inside, sloshing through. Clover does not follow, but stands with one foot in the bathroom, the other in my bedchamber. It doesn't matter. Both her feet are in the puddle of steaming water. Barrow. Egg says, slack-jawed at the sight of me. It doesn't take much to let the chandelier drop, but the action feels heavy all the same. It smashes against the wet tile. When the electricity hits the water, a surge pulses through the room, shorting out not just the other bathroom lights, but the lights in my bedroom. Probably this entire wing of the palace. Both Arvins jump and twitch as the sparks dance through their flesh. They crumple quickly, muscles seizing. I vault over the water in their bodies, almost gasping as the weight of the bathroom's silent stone melts away. The manacles still weigh on my limbs, and I waste no time searching the Arvins, careful to keep out of the water. I turn out their pockets as quickly as I can, searching for the key that haunts my waking moments. Shaking, I feel a curl of metal beneath Egg's collar, lying flush to his breastbone. With trembling hands, I yank it free and set to loosening my manacles one by one. As they drop away, the silence lifts, bit by bit. I gasp down air, trying to force lightning into myself. It's coming back. It must. But I still feel numb. Egg's body is at my mercy, warm and alive beneath my hands. I could cut his throat in clovers, slice their jugulars with any one of the jagged bits of glass I keep well hidden. I should do it, I tell myself. But I've already wasted too much time. I leave them living. As expected, the Arvans are trained enough in their duties to have locked my bedroom door behind them. No matter. A hairpin is just as good as a key. I popped the lock in a second. It's been a few days since I stepped outside my prison, and then I was leashed to Evangeline, guarded on all sides. Now the hallway is empty. Dead light bulbs march down the hall overhead, taunting in their emptiness. My electrical sense is weak, barely a spark across the darkness. It has to come back. This won't work if it doesn't come back. I fight a swell of panic. What if it's gone for good? What if Maven took my lightning from me? I sprint as fast as I can, holding on to what I know of Whitefire. Evangeline took me left, to the ballrooms and the great halls and the throne room. Those places will be crawling with guards and officers, not to mention the nobility of Norda, dangerous on their own. So I go right. Cameras follow, of course. I spot them at every corner. I wonder if they short it out too, or if I'm entertainment for a few officers. They might be making bets on how far I get. The doomed endeavor of a doomed girl. A service stair takes me down a landing, and I almost knock over a servant in my haste. My heart leaps at the sight of him. A boy, my age, maybe, his face already flushing as he holds onto his tea tray. Flushing red. It's a trick. I shout at him. What they're going to make me do, it's a trick. At the top of the stairs, and the bottom, a pair of doors bang open in succession. Cornered again. A bad habit I've developed. Mare, the boy says, my name trembling on his lips. I frighten him. Find a way, tell the Scarlet Guard. Tell whoever you can. It's another lie. Someone seizes me around my middle, pulling me backward, up and away. I keep my focus on the serving boy. The uniformed officers ascending from below shove him away, pressing him up against the wall without thought. His tray clatters to the floor, spilling tea. It's all a lie. I manage to get out before a hand clamps over my mouth. I try to spark, reaching for lightning that I still barely feel. Nothing happens, so I bite down hard enough to taste blood. The security officer drops his hand, swearing, while another comes up in front of me, deftly grabbing my kicking legs. I spit blood in her face. When she backhands me, the action full of deadly grace, I recognize her. Good to see you, Sonia, I hiss. I try to kick her in the stomach, but she dodges with boredom. Please, I beg in my mind, as if the electricity can hear me. Nothing responds, and I choke back a sob. I'm too weak. It's been too long. Sonia is a silk, too swift and agile to be bothered with the resistance of a weak girl. I glance at her uniform. Black piped with silver, with the blue and red of House Irol on her shoulders. Judging by the badges on her chest and the pins on her collar, she's a ranking officer of security now. Congratulations on the promotion, I growl in frustration, lashing out because it's all I can do. Done with training so soon? She tightens her grip on my feet, her hands like pincers. Too bad you never finished protocol. Still carrying my legs, she rubs her face on her shoulder, trying to wipe away the silver blood on her cheek. You could use some manners. It's only been a few months since I last saw her. Standing with her grandmother Era and Evangeline, dressed in mourning black for the king. She was one of many who watched me in the bowl of bones, who wanted to see me die. Her house is famed for their skill not just in body, but in mind. Spies all, trained to discover secrets. I doubt she believed Maven when he told everyone I was a trick, a Scarlet Guard creation sent to infiltrate the palace. And I doubt she'll believe what's about to happen. I saw your grandmother, I tell her. A daring card to play. Her flawless composure does not change, but I feel her grip on my legs weaken, if only a little. Then she dips her chin. Continue, she's trying to say. In Koro's prison. Starved, weakened by silent stone. Like I am now. I helped free her. Another might call me a liar. But Sonia remains quiet, her eyes anywhere but me. To anyone else, she looks disinterested. I don't know how long she spent in there, but she put up more of a fight than anyone else. I remember her now, flashing across my memories. An old woman with the vicious strength of her namesake, the panther. She even saved my life, plucking a razor-sharp wheel out of the air before it could take my head. Telemus got her in the end, though. Right before he killed my brother. Her gaze falls to the floor, brow furrowed slightly. Every inch of her tightens. For a second I think she might cry, but the threatening tears never spill. How? I barely hear her. Through the neck. Quickly at dot. Her next slap is well aimed, but without much strength behind it. A show, like everything else in this hellish place. Keep your filthy lies to yourself, Barrow, she hisses, ending our conversation. I end up in a heap on my bedroom floor, both cheeks stinging, with the crushing weight of 4 Arvin guards washing over me. Egg and Clover look a bit rumpled, but healers have already seen to their injuries, whatever they were. Pity I didn't kill them. Shocked to see me? I drawl at them, chuckling at the horrific joke. In response, Kitten forces me into the scarlet gown, making me strip in front of them all. She takes her time in the humiliation. The dress smarts as it pulls across my brand. M for Maven, M for Monster, M for Murder. I can still taste the security officer's blood when Kitten shoves the speech cards into my chest. The full strength of the Silver Court has been summoned to the throne room. The high houses press together in their usual riot. Every color is an assault, a firework of gems and brocade. I join the chaos, adding blood red to the collection. The doors to the throne room seal shut behind me, caging me in with the worst of them. The houses part to let me pass, forming a long corridor from the entrance to the throne. They whisper as I go, noting every imperfection and every rumor. I catch snippets. Of course they all know about my little adventure this morning. The Arvin guards, 2 in front, 2 behind, are confirmation enough of my continued status as prisoner. So Maven's newest lie is not for them this time. I try to puzzle out his motives, the turns of his labyrinthine manipulations. He must have weighed the costs of what to tell them and decided bringing his closest nobles in on such a delicious secret was worth the risk. They won't mind his lies if he isn't lying to them. As before, he sits on his throne of grey stone slabs, both hands clawed to the armrests. Sentinels have his back, lining the wall behind him, while Evangeline takes his left, standing proud. She glitters, a lethal star, with a cape and slashed gown of intricate silver scales. Her brother, Telemus, matches in a new suit of armor, close as a guardian for both his sister and the king. Another bitterly familiar face holds Maven's right. He does not wear armor. He does not need armor. His mind is weapon and shield enough. Samson Mirandus grins at me, a vision in dark blue and white lace, colors I hate above all others. Even silver. I am a butcher, he warned me before my interrogation. He was not lying. I will never fully recover from the way he carved me up, a pig on a hook, bled dry. Maven notes my appearance, pleased with it. The same Skonos healer attempted to do something with my hair, pulling it back into a neat tail while swiping a bit of makeup across my frazzled features. She didn't take long, but I wish she'd lingered. Her touch was cool and soothing, fixing up whatever bruises I earned in my doomed escape. I feel no fear as I approach, walking before the eyes of dozens of silvers. There are far worse things to be afraid of. Like the cameras ahead, for example. They aren't trained on me yet, but they will be soon. I can hardly stomach the thought. Maven stops us short with a single gesture, holding up his palm. The Arvins know what it means and peel away, leaving me to walk the last few yards by myself. That's when the cameras switch on. To show me walking alone, unguarded, unleashed, a free red standing with silvers. The image will be broadcast everywhere, to everyone I love, and anyone I could ever hope to protect. This simple action might be enough to doom dozens of newbloods, and strike a heavy blow against the Scarlet Guard. Come forward, Mare. That is Maven's voice. Not Maven, but Maven. The boy I thought I knew. Gentle, tender. He keeps that voice stored away, ready to be drawn and used against me like a sword. It strikes me to my core, as he knows it will. In spite of myself, I feel the familiar longing for a boy who does not exist. My footsteps echo on the marble. In protocol, the late Lady Blonos tried to teach me how to hold my face at court. Her ideal expression was cold, emotionless, beyond unfeeling. I am none of those things, and I fight the urge to slip behind such a mask. Instead, I try to school my features into something that will both satisfy Maven and somehow let the country know this is not my choice at all. A hard line to walk. Still grinning, Samson takes a step sideways, leaving space next to the throne. I shiver at the intention, but do as I must. I take Maven's right side. What a picture this must be. Evangeline in silver, me in red, with the king in black between. 7. Cameron. The so-called lightning alert echoes through the main floor of Irabel, up and down the scaffold landings, back and forth between passages. Runners go out, seeking those of us deemed important enough to get updates on Mare. Usually I'm not a priority. No one drags me down to be debriefed with the rest of her club. The kids find me later on, at work, and hand me a paper detailing whatever snippets the guard spies gathered on precious Barrow's cell time. Useless stuff. What she ate, her guard rotation, that kind of thing. But today the runner, a little girl with slick, straight black hair and russet skin, tugs on my arm. Lightning alert, Miss Cole. Come with me, she says, adamant and cloying. I want to snap that my priority is to get the heat working in my barracks, not find out how many times Mare used the bathroom today, but her sweet face stops the impulse. Farley must have sent the cutest bleeding kid in the base. Damn her. All right, I'll go, I huff, tossing my tools back into their case. When she takes my hand, I'm reminded of Maury. He's shorter than I am, and back when we were kids working the assembly line, he used to hold my hand when the noisy machines frightened him. But this little girl shows no signs of fear. She pulls me through curling passages, proud of herself for knowing which way to go. I frown at the red scrap tied around her wrist. She's too young to be oath to rebels, let alone living in their tactical headquarters. But then, I was sent to work when I was 5, sorting scrap from the junk piles. She's twice that age. I open my mouth to ask what brought her here, but think better of it. Her parents, obviously, either by their life's choices or their life's ending. I wonder where they might be. Just like I wonder about mine. Passages 4 and 5 and sub 7 need wire stripping. Barracks A needs heat. I repeat the always growing list of tasks to dull the sudden pain. My own parents fade from my thoughts as I push away their faces. Daddy driving a transport truck, his hand sure as ever on the wheel. Mama in the factory alongside me, quicker than I'll ever be. She was sick when we left, her hair thinning while her dark skin seemed to gray. I almost choke on the memory. Both of them are out of my reach. But Maury isn't. Maury I can get to. Passages 4 and 5 and sub 7 need wire stripping. Barracks A needs heat. Maury Cole needs to be saved. We reach the passage to central control the same time Killorn does. His own runner trails behind, sprinting to keep up with the lanky boy tearing around the corner. Killorn must have been topside, out in the frozen air of oncoming winter. His cheeks bloom red from the cold. As he walks, he pulls off a knit hat, appending uneven tawny locks. Cam. He nods at me, stopping where our paths cross. He vibrates with fear, eyes vividly green in the fluorescent lights of the passage. Any ideas? I shrug. I know less than anyone where Mare is concerned. I don't even know why they bother to keep me in the loop. Probably to make me feel included. Everyone knows I don't want to be here, but I have nowhere else to go. Not back to Newtown, not to the choke. I'm stuck. None, I reply. Killorn glances back at his runner, offering a smile. Thanks, he says, kindly dismissive. The kid takes a hint, turning away with relief. I do the same to mine, gesturing with a bob of my head and a grateful smile. She takes off in the other direction, disappearing around a bend. Starting them young, I can't help but whisper under my breath. Not as young as we were, Killorn replies. I frown. True. In the past month or so, I've learned enough about Killorn to know I can trust him as much anyone down here. Our lives are similar. He started apprenticing at a young age, and, like me, he had the luxury of a job to keep him from conscription. Until the rules changed on us both, and we ended up pulled into the Lightning Girl's orbit. Killorn would argue that his presence here is by choice, but I know better. He was Mare's best friend, and he followed her into the Scarlet Guard. Now blind stubbornness, not to mention his fugitive status, keeps him here. But we weren't indoctrinated into something, Killorn, I continue, hesitating to take the next few steps. The control room guards wait a few yards away, silent in their duties at the door. They're watching us both. I don't like the feeling. Killorn offers a strange, sad twitch of a smile. His eyes lower to my tattooed neck, where I am permanently marked with my profession in place. The black ink stands out, even against my dark skin. Yes, we were, Cam, he says quietly. Come on. He slips an arm around my shoulders, moving us both forward. The guards stand aside, letting us pass through the door. This time, the control room is more crowded than I've ever seen. Every technician sits in rapt attention, their focus on the several screens at the front of the room. Each displays the same thing, the burning crown, the emblem of Norda, its flames of red, black, and silver. Usually the symbol bookends official broadcasts, and I assume I'm about to be subjected to the latest message from King Maven's regime. I'm not the only one to think so. We might see her, Killorn breathes, his voice tempered by equal parts longing and fear. On screen, the image jumps a little. Frozen, paused. What are we waiting for? More like who, I reply, casting a look about the room. As far as I can see, Cal is here already, stoically folded at the back of the room, keeping his distance from everyone. He feels me watching, but doesn't do much more than nod. To my dismay, Killorn waves him over. After a second of hesitation, Cal complies, moving gently through the room as it crowds full. For whatever reason, this lightning alert has drawn many to control, all of them as on edge as Killorn. Most of them I don't recognize, but a few new bloods join the mix. I spot Rash and Tahir at their usual position, seated with their radio equipment, while Nanny and Ada stick close together. Like Cal, they occupy the back wall, reluctant to draw any attention to themselves. As the prince gets closer, red officers all but jump out of his way. He pretends to ignore it. Cal and Killorn trade weak smiles. Their usual rivalry is long gone, but replaced by trepidation. Wish the colonel would move his ass a little faster, a voice says on my right. I turn to see Farley sidle up to us, doing her best to remain inconspicuous despite her belly. It's mostly hidden by her large jacket, but it's hard to keep secrets in a place like this. She's close to 4 months and doesn't care who knows. Even now, she balances a plate of fried potatoes in one hand, a fork in the other. Cameron, boys, she adds, nodding at us in turn. I do the same, as does Killorn. She gives Cal a mock salute with her fork, and he barely grunts a response. His jaw clenches so tightly his teeth might shatter. Thought the colonel slept in here, I reply, fixing my gaze on the screen. Typical. The one time we need him around. Any other day, I would wonder if his absence was a ploy. Maybe to let us know who's in charge. As if any of us could forget. Even next to Cal, a silver prince and general, or a host of new bloods with a terrifying array of abilities, he somehow manages to hold all the cards. Because here, in the Scarlet Guard, in this world, information is more important than anything, and he's the only one who knows enough to keep control of us all. I can respect that. Parts of a machine don't need to know what the other pieces are doing. But I'm not just a gear. Not anymore. The colonel enters, flanked by Mare's brothers. Still no sign of her parents, who remain stowed away somewhere, alongside her sister with the dark red hair. I thought I saw her once, a smart, quick thing darting through the mess hall, but I never got close enough to ask. I've heard rumors, of course. Whispers from the other technicians and soldiers. A security officer crushed the girl's foot, forcing Mare to beg at the summer palace. Or something like that. I have a feeling that asking Killorn for the real story would be inconsiderate. The control center turns to watch for the colonel, eager for him to start whatever we're here to see. So we react together, stifling gasps or surprised expressions when another silver follows the colonel into the already crowded room. Every time I see him, I want to hate him. He was the reason Mare forced me to join her, forced me to return to my prison, forced me to kill, forced others to die so this insignificant dry twig of a man could live. But those choices weren't his. He was a prisoner as much as I was, doomed to the cells of Koros and the slow, crushing death of Silent Stone. It's not his fault the lightning girl loves him, and he must bear the curse that love brings with it. Julian Jacos does not shrink against the back wall with the new bloods, and he doesn't take the spot next to his nephew Cal either. Instead, he keeps close to the colonel, allowing the crowd to part so that he might see this broadcast as best he can. I focus on his shoulders as he settles into place. His posture reeks of silver decadence. Straight-backed, perfect. Even in the hand-me-down uniform, faded by use, with gray in his hair and the pallid, cold look we all take on underground, there's no denying what he is. Others share my sentiments. The soldiers around him touch their holstered guns, keeping one eye on the Silverman. The rumors are more pointed. Where is he concerned? He's Cal's uncle, a dead queen's brother, Mare's old tutor. Woven into our ranks like a thread of steel among wool. Embedded, but dangerous and easily pulled free. They say he can control a man with his voice and his eyes. Like the queen could. Like many still can. One more person I will never, ever turn my back on. It's a long list. Let's see it, the colonel barks, cutting off the low murmur born of Julian's presence. The screens respond in kind, jittering into motion. No one speaks, and the sight of King Maven's face cuts through us all. He beckons from that hulking throne, deep in the heart of the silver court, eyes wide and inviting. I know he's a snake, so I can ignore his well-chosen disguise. But I imagine most of the country cannot see through the mask of a young boy called to greatness, dutifully doing what he can for a kingdom on the edge of chaos. He's good-looking. Not broad like Cal, but finely shaped, a sculpture of sweeping cheekbones and glossy black hair. Beautiful, not handsome. I hear someone scratching notes, probably recording everything on screen. Allowing the rest of us to watch unfettered, focused only on what horror Maven is about to perform. He leans forward, one hand extended, as he stands to call someone to him. Come forward, Mare. The cameras turn, revolving smoothly to show Mare standing before the king. I expected rags, but instead she wears finery I could never dream of. Every inch of her is covered in blood-red gemstones and embroidered silk. It all shimmers as she walks down a grand aisle parting the crowd of silvers assembled for whatever this is. No more collar, no more leash. Again I see through the mask. Again I hope the kingdom does too, but how can they? They don't know her like we do. They don't see the shadows in her dark eyes, flickering with every step. Her hollow cheeks. The purse of her lips. The twitching fingers. A tightening jaw. And that's only what I notice. Who knows what Cal or Killorn or her brothers can see in the Lightning Girl? The dress covers her from just below her neck to wrist and ankle. Probably to hide bruises, scars, and the brand she bears from the king. It's not a dress at all, but a costume. I'm not the only one to suck in a breath of fear when she reaches the king. He takes her hand in his, and she hesitates to close her fingers. Only a fraction of a second, but enough to cement what we already know. This is not her choice. Or if it is, the alternative was much, much worse. A current of heat ripples on the air. Killorn does his best to sidle away from Cal without drawing attention, bumping into me. I make room as best I can. No one wants to be too close to the Fire Prince if things go south. Maven does not have to gesture. Mare knows him and his schemes well enough to understand what he wants from her. The camera image pulls back as she moves to the right of his throne. What we see now is a display of ultimate strength. Evangeline Samos, the king's betrothed, a future queen in power and appearance, on one side, with the Lightning Girl on the other. Silver and red. Other nobles, the greatest of the high houses, stand in assembly on the dais. Names and faces I don't know, but I'm sure many here do. Generals, diplomats, warriors, advisors. Every one of them dedicated to our complete annihilation. The king takes his throne again, slowly, eyes locked deep into the camera, and so into us. Before I say anything else, before I begin this speech, he gestures, confident and almost charming, I want to thank the fighting men and women, silver and red, who serve to protect our borders, who are currently defending us from enemies outside this nation, and the enemies within. To the soldiers of Corvium, the loyal warriors resisting the constant and deplorable terrorist attacks of the Scarlet Guard, I salute you, and I am with you. Liar, someone snarls in the room, but they're quickly hushed. On screen, Mare looks like she shares the sentiment. She does her best not to twitch or let her face betray her emotions. It works. Almost. A flush creeps up her neck, partially hidden by her high collar. Not high enough. Maven would have to put a bag over her head to hide her feelings. In recent days, after much deliberation with my council and the courts of Norda, Mare Barrow of the Stilts was sentenced for her crimes against this kingdom. She stood accused of murder and terrorism, and we believed her to be the worst of the rats gnawing at our roots. Maven glances up at her, face still and focused. How many times he's practiced this, I don't want to know. Her punishment was to face a lifetime in prison, after first being interrogated by my own cousins of House Mirandus. At the king's bidding, a man in dark blue steps forward. He comes within inches of Mare, close enough to brush a hand against whatever part of her he chose. She freezes in place, snapping every centimeter still to keep from flinching. I am Samson of House Mirandus, and I performed the interrogation of Mare Barrow. Ahead of me, Julian raises a hand to his mouth. The only indication of how affected he is. As a whisper, my ability allows me to bypass the usual lies and twists of speech that most prisoners rely on. So when Mare Barrow told us the truth of the Scarlet Guard and its horrors, I confess I did not believe her. I testify here, on record, that I was wrong to doubt her. What I saw in her memories was painful and chilling. Another round of whispers through the room, another round of hushing. The tension is still palpable, though, as well as the confusion. The colonel straightens, arms crossed. I'm sure they're all thinking on their sins, and what this Samson fool could be rattling on about. On one side, Farley taps her fork against her lip, eyes narrowed. She curses under her breath, but I can't ask why. Mare lifts her chin, looking like she might vomit on the king's boots. I bet she wants to. I went to the Scarlet Guard willingly, she says. They told me my brother had been executed while serving in the legions, for a crime he did not commit. Her voice cracks at the mention of shade. Next to me, Farley's breath quickens and her hand curls over her stomach. They asked if I wanted vengeance for his death. I did. So I swore my allegiance to their cause, and I was placed as a servant inside the royal residence at the Hall of the Sun. I came to the palace as a red spy, but even I did not know I was something else entirely. During the rite of Queen's trial, I discovered I somehow possessed electrical ability. After consultation, the late King Tiberius and Queen Ilara decided to take me in, to quietly study what I was and, hopefully, teach me what my ability could become. They disguised me as a silver to protect me. They rightfully knew that a red with an ability would be considered a freak at best, an abomination at worst, and they hid my identity to keep me safe from the prejudices of both red and silver. My blood status was known to a few, Maven included, as well as CA Prince Tiberius. But the Scarlet Guard discovered what I was. They threatened to expose me publicly, both to ruin the credibility of the king and to put me in danger. I was forced to serve them as a spy, to follow their orders, and to facilitate their infiltration of the king's court. The next outcry from the room is louder, and not easily put down. This is some impressive bullshit, Killorn growls. My ultimate mission was to gain silver allies for the Scarlet Guard. I was instructed to target Prince Tiberius, a cunning warrior and the heir to the throne of Norda. She hesitates, her eyes boring into ours. They shift back and forth, searching. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Cal lower his head. He was easily convinced. Once I figured out how to convince him, I also aided the Scarlet Guard in their plans for the sun shooting, which left 11 dead, and the bombing of the bridge of Archeon. When Prince Tiberius killed his father, King Maven acted swiftly, making the only choice he thought he could. Her voice warbles. Next to her, Maven does his best to look sad at the mention of his murdered father. He was grieving, and we were sentenced to execution in the arena. We escaped with our lives only because of the Scarlet Guard. They took us both to an island stronghold off the Nortan coast. I was held prisoner there, as were Prince Tiberius and, I discovered, the brother I thought I'd lost. Like me, he had an ability, and like me, he was feared by the Scarlet Guard. They intended to kill us, the ones they call Newbloods. When I discovered that others like me existed, and the Scarlet Guard was hunting them down to exterminate them, I managed to escape with my brother and a few others. Prince Tiberius came with us. I know now that he intended to build himself an army to challenge his brother. After a few months, the Scarlet Guard caught up with us all, and they killed the few abilitied Reds we were able to find. My brother was murdered in the conflict, but I escaped alone. For once, the heat in the room isn't coming from Cal. Everyone boils with rage. This isn't Mare. These aren't her words. But still I feel anger as much as the rest. How can she even let this out of her mouth? I'd spit blood before speaking Maven's lies. But what choice does she have? With nowhere else to go, I turned myself in to King Maven and whatever justice he saw to give me. Her resolve breaks piece by piece until tears course down her cheeks. I'm ashamed to say they help her little speech more than anything else. I stand here now a willing prisoner. I am sorry for what I've done, but I am ready to do whatever I can to stop the Scarlet Guard and their terrifying hope for the future. They stand for no one but themselves and the people they can control. They kill everyone else, everyone who stands in their way. Everyone who is different. The last words stick, refusing to come out. On the throne, Maven sits still, but his throat works a little, emitting a noise the camera cannot hear, urging her to finish as he demands. Mare Barrow raises her chin and glares forward. Her eyes seem black with rage. We, the Newbloods, are not fit for their dawn. Shouts and protests erupt through the room, hurling obscenities at Maven, at the Miranda's whisper, even at the Lightning Girl for speaking the words. Vile beast of a king. Would rather kill myself than say. Barely a puppet. Traitor, plain and simple. Not her first time singing their song. Killorn is the first to break, both hands curling into fists. You think she wanted to do this? He says, his voice loud enough to carry, but not harsh. His face reddens with frustration, and Cal puts a hand on his shoulder, standing with him. It silences more than a few, particularly the younger officers. They look embarrassed, apologetic, even shamed by the reprimand of an 18-year-old boy. Quiet, all of you. The colonel rumbles, shutting up the rest. He turns once to glare with his mismatched eyes. The brat is still speaking. Colonel, Cal growls. His tone is a threat plain as day. In reply, the colonel points on screen. At Maven, not Mare. Offer refuge to any fleeing the terror of the Scarlet Guard. And to the Newbloods among you, hiding from what seems to be little more than genocide, my own doors are open. I have instructed the royal palaces of Archeon, Harbor Bay, Delphi, and Somerton, as well as the military forts of Norda, to protect your kind from slaughter. You will have food, shelter, and, if you wish it, training for your abilities. You are my subjects to protect, and I will do it with every resource I have to give. Mare Barrow is not the first of you to join us, and she will not be the last. He has the smug audacity to lay a hand on her arm. So this is how barely more than a boy becomes a king. He's not only ruthless and remorseless, but just plain brilliant. If not for the rage curling in me, I would be impressed. His ploy will cause problems for the guard, of course. Personally, I'm more concerned with the Newbloods still out there. We were recruited to Mare and her rebellion with little choice in the matter. Now there's even less. The guard or the king. Both see us as weapons. Both will get us killed. But only one will keep us in chains. I glance over my shoulder, seeking out Ada. Her eyes are glued to the screen, effortlessly memorizing every tick and inflection to be scrutinized later. Like me, she frowns, thinking about the deeper worry no member of the Scarlet Guard has yet. What will happen to the people like us? To the Scarlet Guard, I say only this, Maven adds, standing up from his throne. Your dawn is little more than darkness, and it will never take this country. We fight to the last. Strength and power. On the dais, and across the rest of the throne room, the chant echoes from every mouth. Including Mare's. Strength and power. The image holds for a second, burning the sight into every brain. Red and silver, the Lightning Girl and King Maven, united against the great evil they've made us out to be. I know it isn't Mare's choice, but it is her fault. Didn't she realize he would use her if he didn't kill her? She didn't think he would do it. Cal said that before, about her interrogation. They are both weak where Maven is concerned, and that weakness continues to plague us all. Back at the Notch, Mare did her best to school me in my ability. I practice here when I can, together with the other newbloods learning their limits. Cal and Julie and Jocko's attempt to help, but I and many others are loath to trust their tutelage. Besides, I've found someone else to help me. I know my ability has grown in strength, if not control. I feel it now, prodding beneath my skin, a blissful emptiness to still the chaos around me. It begs, and I clench a fist against it, keeping the silence back. I can't turn my anger on the people in this room. They aren't the enemy. When the screen cuts to black, signaling the end of the address, a dozen voices sound at once. Cal's palm slams against the desk in front of him, and he turns, muttering to himself. I've seen enough, I think he says before he pushes his way out of the room. Stupid. He knows his own brother. He can dissect Maven's words better than any of us. The Colonel knows it too. Get him back here, he says under his breath, leaning in to speak to Julian. The Silver nods, moving smoothly to retrieve his nephew. Many stop talking to watch him go. Captain Farley, your thoughts? The Colonel says, his sharp voice drawing attention back where it belongs. He crosses his arms and turns to face his daughter. Farley snaps to focus, seemingly unaffected by the speech. She swallows a bite of potato. The natural response would be a broadcast of our own. Refuting Maven's claims, showing the country who we saved. Using us as propaganda. Doing exactly what Maven is doing to Mare. My stomach tightens at the thought of being shoved in front of a camera, forced to sing the praises of the people I barely tolerate and cannot fully trust. Her father nods. I agree. But I don't think that's the right course of action. The Colonel raises the brow of his ruined eye. She takes it as an invitation to continue. It'll just be words. Nothing of use in the end, in the scheme of what's going on. Her fingers tap against her lips, and I can almost see the wheels turning in her head. I think we keep Maven talking, while we keep on doing. Already our infiltration of Corvium is placing strain on the king. See how he singled out the city? It's military? He's bolstering morale. Why do that if they don't need it? At the back of the room, Julian returns, one hand on Cal's shoulder. They're of the same height, though Cal looks about 50 pounds heavier than his uncle. Koro's prison certainly took as much of a toll on Julian as it did the rest of us. We have a good deal of information regarding Corvium, Farley adds. And its importance to Nortan military, not to mention silver morale, makes it the perfect place. For what? I hear myself ask, surprising everyone in the room, myself included. Farley is good enough to address me directly. The first assault. The Scarlet Guard's official declaration of war against the King of Norta. A strangled sort of yelp erupts from Cal, not the kind anyone would expect from a prince and soldier. His face pales, eyes wide with what can only be fear. Corvium is a fortress. A city built with the sole purpose of surviving a war. There are 1,000 silver officers in there, soldiers trained to organize. To fight Lakelanders. To stand behind a trench and mark places on a map, Farley fires back. Tell me I'm wrong, Cal, tell me your kind is prepared to fight inside its own walls. The glare he levels at her would cut through anyone else, but Farley stands firm. If anything, she strengthens in her opposition. It's suicide, for you and for anyone in your way, he tells her. She laughs at the blatant dodge, inciting him further. He controls himself well, a fire prince reluctant to burn. I'm not part of this, he snarls. Good luck assaulting Corvium without whatever intelligence you counted on from me. Farley's emotions are not so hindered by a silver ability. The room will not burn with her, no matter how red her face flushes. Thanks to Shade Barrow, I already have everything I need. The name usually has a sobering effect. To remember Shade is to remember how he died, and what it did to the people he loved. For Mare, it turned her cold, empty, into the person willing to trade herself to keep her friends and family from the same fate. For Farley, it left her alone, singular in her pursuits, focused only on the Scarlet Guard and nothing else. I didn't know either of them for very long before Shade died, but even I lament who they were. The loss changed them both, and not for the better. She forces herself through the pain Shade's memory brings, if only to shove Cal's nose in it. Before we faked his execution, Shade was our key operative in Corvium. He used his ability to feed us as much information as he could give. Don't think for 1 second you are our only card to play in this, Farley says evenly. Then she turns back to the Colonel. I advise a full assault, utilizing New Bloods in conjunction with Red Soldiers and our infiltrators already inside the city. Utilizing New Bloods. The words sting, stab, and burn, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. I guess it's my turn to storm from the room. Cal watches me go, mouth pressed into a grim, firm line. You're not the only one who can be dramatic, I think, as I leave him behind. 8. Mare. I make it easy for the Arvans to remove me from the dais. Egg and Trio take my arms, leaving Kitten and Clover behind. My body goes numb as they escort me out of sight. What have I done? I wonder. What will this do? Somewhere the others watched. Cal, Killorn, Farley, my family. They saw that. The shame almost makes me vomit all over my wretched, magnificent gown. I feel worse than when I read the measures of Maven's father, dooming so many to conscription in payment for the Scarlet Guard's action. But then, everyone knew the measures were not my doing. I was only the messenger. The Arvans push me forward. Not back the way I came, but behind the throne, through a doorway, to rooms I've never seen. The first is clearly another council chamber, with a long table topped in marble, surrounded by more than a dozen plush chairs. One seat is stonework, a cold construction of gray. For Maven. The room is brightly lit, flooded by the setting sun on one side. The windows face west, away from the river, looking over the palace walls and the gently sloping hills covered in snowy forest. Last year Killorn and I cut river ice for spare coins, risking frostbite in favor of honest work. That lasted about a week, until I realized coppers for breaking up ice that would only refreeze was a poor use of our time. How strange, to know that was only a year ago, and a lifetime away. Your pardon, a soft voice says, sounding from the only seat in shadow. I turn to it and watch John unfold himself from his chair, a book in one hand. The Seer. His red eyes glow with some inner light I can't name. I thought he was an ally, a new blood with an ability as strange as mine. He is more powerful than an eye, able to see farther into the future than any silver can. Now he stands before me as an enemy, having betrayed us to Maven. His stare feels like hot needles pricking skin. He is the reason I led my friends to Koro's prison, and the reason my brother is dead. The sight of him chases the icy numbness away, replacing all that emptiness with livid, electric heat. I want nothing more than to beat him across the face with whatever I can. I settle for snarling at him. Good to see Maven doesn't keep all his pets on a leash. John just blinks at me. Good to see you are not so blind as you once were, he replies as I pass him. When we first met him, Cal warned us that people go mad puzzling out riddles of the future. He was absolutely right, and I won't fall into that trap again. I turn away, resisting the urge to dissect his carefully chosen words. Ignore me all you want, Miss Barrow. I'm not your concern, he adds. Only one person here is. I glance over my shoulder, my muscles moving before my brain can react. Of course John speaks before I do, stealing the words from my throat. No, Mare, I don't mean yourself. We leave him behind, continuing on to wherever I am being led. The silence is a torture as much as John, giving me nothing to focus on except his words. He means Maven, I realize. And it's not difficult to guess the implication. And the warning. There are pieces of me, small pieces, still in love with a fiction. A ghost inside a living boy I cannot begin to fathom. The ghost who sat by my bed while I dreamed in pain. The ghost who kept Samson from my mind as long as he could, I know, delaying an inevitable torture. The ghost who loves me, in what poisoned way he can. And I feel that poison working in me. As I suspect, the Arvans don't take me back to my prison of a bedroom. I try to memorize our path, noting doors and passages branching off the many council chambers and salons in this wing of the palace. The royal apartments, every inch more decorated than the last. But I'm more interested in the colors dominating the rooms rather than the furniture itself. Red, black, and royal silver, that's easy to understand. The colors of reigning House Calor. There's navy as well. The shade gives me a sick feeling in my stomach. It stands for Elara. Dead, but still here. We finally stop in a small but well-stocked library. Sunset angles through the heavy curtains, drawn against the light. Dust motes dance in the red beams, ash above a dying fire. I feel like I am inside a heart, surrounded by bloody red. This is Maven's study, I realize. I fight the urge to take the leather seat behind a lacquered desk. To claim something of his as my own. It might make me feel better, but only for a moment. Instead, I observe what I can, looking around with wide, absorbing eyes. Scarlet tapestries worked with black and glinting silver thread hang between portraits and photographs of Calor ancestors. House Mirandus is not so evident here, represented only by a flag of blue and white hanging from the vaulted ceiling. The colors of other queens are there too, some bright, some faded, some forgotten. Except for the golden yellow of House Jocko's. It isn't there at all. Corian, Cal's mother, has been erased from this place. I search the pictures quickly, though I don't really know what I'm searching for. None of the faces look familiar, except for Maven's father. His painting, larger than the rest, glowering over the empty fireplace, is difficult to ignore. Still draped in black, a sign of mourning. He's been dead only a few months. I see Cal in his face, and Maven too. The same straight nose, high cheekbones, and thick, glossy black hair. Family traits, judging by the other pictures of Calor kings. The one labeled Tiberius V is particularly good-looking, almost startlingly so. But then, painters are not paid to make their subjects look ugly. I'm not surprised to see Cal isn't represented. Like his mother, he has been removed. A few spaces are conspicuously empty, and I suppose he used to occupy them. Why wouldn't he? Cal was his father's firstborn, his favorite son. It's no wonder Maven took down his brother's pictures. No doubt he burned them. How's the head? I ask Egg, offering a sly, empty smile. He responds with a glare, and my smile spreads. I'll treasure the memory of him flat on his back, electrocuted into unconsciousness. No more shakes? I press on, fluttering a hand the way his body flopped. Again no response, but his neck colors blue-gray in an angry flush. That's entertainment enough for me. Damn, those skin healers are good. Having fun? Maven enters alone, his presence oddly small in comparison to the figure he cuts on the throne. His sentinels must be close, though, just outside the study. He's not foolish enough to go anywhere without them. With one hand he gestures, sweeping the Arvans from the room. They go swiftly, quiet as mice. I don't have much else for amusement, I say when they disappear. For the 1000th time today, I curse the presence of the manacles. Without them, Maven would be as dead as his mother. Instead, they force me to tolerate him in all his disgusting glory. He grins at me, enjoying the dark joke. Good to see not even I can change you. To that I have no response at all. I can't count the ways Maven has changed me, and destroyed the girl I used to be. As I suspected, he flounces to the desk and sits with a cool, practiced grace. I must apologize for my rudeness, Mare. I think my eyes bug out of my head, because he laughs. Your birthday was more than a month ago, and I didn't get you anything. As with the Arvans, he gestures, motioning for me to take a seat in front of him. Surprised, shaken, still numb from my little performance, I do as he commands. Trust me, I mutter, I'm fine without whatever new horror you plan to gift to me. His smile widens. You'll like this, I promise. Somehow I don't believe that. Grinning, he reaches into a drawer of his desk. Without ceremony, he tosses me a scrap of silk. Black, one half of it embroidered with red and gold flowers. I snatch it up greedily. Jesus' handiwork. I run it between my fingers. It still feels smooth and cool, though I expect something slimy, corrupted, poisoned by Maven's possession. But every twist of thread is a piece of her. Perfect in its fierce beauty, flawless, a reminder of my sister and our family. He watches me turn the silk over and over. We took it off you when we first apprehended you. While you were unconscious. Unconscious. Imprisoned in my own body, tortured by the weight of the sounder. Thank you, I force out stiffly. As if I have any reason to thank him for anything. And I offer you one question. I blink at him, confused. You may ask one question, and I will answer it truthfully. For a second, I don't believe him. I'm a man of my word, when I want to be. He said that once, and stands by it. It really is a gift, if he holds to his promise. The first question rises without thought. Are they alive? Did you really leave them there, and let them get away? It almost slips past my lips before I think better of wasting my question. Of course they got away. If Cal were dead, I would know it. Maven would still be gloating, or someone would have said something. And he is far too concerned with the Scarlet Guard. If the others had been captured after me, he would know more and fear less. Maven tips his head, watching me think as a cat watches a mouse. He's enjoying this. It makes my skin crawl. Why give me this? Why even let me ask? Another question almost wasted. Because I know the answer to this too. Maven is not who I thought he was, but that doesn't mean I don't know parts of him. I can guess what this is, as much as I want to be wrong. It's his version of an explanation. A way to make me understand what he's done and why he continues to do it. He knows what question I will eventually summon the courage to ask. He is a king, but a boy too, alone in a world of his own making. How much of it was her? He doesn't flinch. He knows me too well to be surprised. A more foolish girl would dare to hope, would believe him a puppet to an evil woman, now abandoned, now adrift. Continuing on a course he has no idea how to change. Luckily, I'm not that stupid. I was slow to walk, you know. He isn't looking at me anymore, but at the blue flag above us. Adorned in white pearls and cloudy gems, a rich thing doomed to collect dust in Ilara's memory. The doctors, even father, they told mother I would be fine in my own time. It would happen one day. But one day wasn't fast enough for her. She couldn't be the queen with the crippled, slow son. Not after Corian gave the kingdom a prince like Cal, always smiling and talking and laughing and perfect. She had my nurse discarded, blamed her for my shortcomings, and took it upon herself to make me stand. I don't remember it, but she told me the story so many times. She thought it showed how much she loved me. Dread pools in my stomach, though I don't understand why. Something warns me to get up, to walk from this room and into the waiting arms of my guards. Another lie, I tell myself. Artfully woven, as only he can do. Maven cannot look at me. I taste shame on the air. His perfect eyes made of ice gloss over, but I've long hardened myself to his tears. The first gets stuck in his dark lashes, a wobbling drop of crystal. I was a baby, and she hammered her way into my head. She made my body stand, and walk, and fall. She did it every day, until I cried when she entered a room. Until I learned to do it myself. Out of fear. But that would not do either. A baby crying whenever his mother held him? He shakes his head. Eventually she took the fear away too. His eyes darken. Like so many other things. You ask how much of it was me, he whispers. Some. Enough, But not all. I can't stand this any longer. With unbalanced motions, tipped by the weight of my manacles and the sick clenching of my heart, I clamber from the chair. You can't still blame this on her, Maven, I hiss at him, stepping back. Don't lie to me and say you're doing this because of a dead woman. As fast as his tears came, they disappear. Wiped away, as if they never existed. The crack in his mask seals shut. Good. I have no desire to see the boy beneath. I'm not, he says slowly, sharply. She is gone now. My choices are my own. Of that I am infinitely sure. The throne. His seat in the council chamber. Plain things compared to the diamond glass artistry or velvet his father used to sit. Hewn of blocked stone, simple, without gems or precious metal. And now I understand why. Silent stone. You make all your decisions sitting there. Wouldn't you? With House Mirandus leering so close? He leans back, propping his chin on one hand. I've had enough of the whispers they call guidance. Enough to last a lifetime. Good, I spit at him. Now you have no one else to blame for your evil. One side of his mouth lifts in a weak, patronizing smile. You'd think that. I fight the urge to seize whatever I can and bash his head in with it, erasing his smile from the face of the earth. If only I could kill you and be done with this. How you wound me. He clucks his tongue, amused. And then what? Run back to your Scarlet Guard? To my brother? Samson saw him many times in your thoughts. Dreams. Memories. Still fixated on Cal, even now, when you've won? It's an easy card to play. His grins annoy me, but my smirk vexes him just as much. We know how to needle each other. Strange, then, that you're trying so hard to be like him. It's Maven's turn to stand, his hands landing hard on the desk as he rises up to meet my eye. A corner of his mouth twitches, pulling his face into a bitter sneer. I'm doing what my brother never could. Cal follows orders, but he can't make choices. You know that as well as I do. His eyes flicker, finding an empty spot on the wall. Looking for Cal's face. No matter how wonderful you might think he is, so gallant, brave, and perfect, he would make a worse king than I ever could. I almost agree. I've spent too many months watching Cal walk the line between Scarlet Guard and Silver Prince, refusing to kill but refusing to stop us, never leaning to one side or the other. Even though he's seen horror and injustice, he still won't take a stand. But he is not Maven. He is not 1 inch the evil that Maven is. I've only heard one person describe him as perfect. You, I tell him calmly. It only maddens him further. I think you may have a bit of an obsession where Cal is concerned. Are you going to blame that on your mother too? It was meant to be a joke, but to Maven it is anything but. His gaze wavers, only for an instant. A shocking one. In spite of myself, I feel my eyes widen and my heart drop in my chest. He doesn't know. He truly doesn't know what parts of his mind are his own and what parts were made by her. Maven, I can't help but whisper, terrified by what I may have stumbled upon. He draws one hand through dark hair, pulling at the strands until they stand on end. An odd silence stretches, one that exposes us both. I feel as though I have wandered somewhere I should not be, trespassed into a place I really don't want to go. Leave, he finally says, the word quivering. I don't move, drinking in what I can. For use later, I tell myself. Not because I'm too numb to walk away. Not because I feel one more incredible surge of pity for the Ghost Prince. I said leave. I'm used to Cal's anger heating up a room. Maven's anger freezes, and a chill runs down my spine. The longer you make them wait, the worse they'll be. Evangeline Samos has the best and worst timing. She blazes through in her usual storm of metal and mirrors, her long cape trailing. It picks up the red color of the room, glinting crimson and scarlet, flashing with every step. As I watch her, heart hammering in my chest, the cape splits and reforms before my eyes, each half wrapping around a muscled leg. She smirks, letting me watch, as her court dress becomes an imposing suit of armor. It, too, is lethally beautiful, worthy of any queen. As before, I am not her problem, and she turns her attention from me. She doesn't miss the strange current of tension on the air, or Maven's harried manner. Her eyes narrow. Like me, she takes in the sight. Like me, she will use this to her advantage. Maven, did you hear me? She takes a few bold steps, rounding the desk to stand alongside him. Maven angles his body, ghosting swiftly from one of her hands. The governors are waiting, and my father himself. With a vicious will, Maven grabs a sheet of paper from his desk. Judging by the florid signatures at the bottom, it must be some kind of petition. He glares at Evangeline, holding the paper away from his body as he flicks his wrist, drawing sparks from his bracelet. They light into twin arcs of flame, dancing through the petition like hot knives through butter. It disintegrates into ash, dusting the gleaming floor. Tell your father and his puppets what I think of his proposition. If she's surprised by his actions, she does not show it. Instead, she sniffs, inspects her nails. I watch her sidelong, well aware that she'll attack me if I so much as breathe too loudly. I keep quiet and wide-eyed, wishing I'd noticed the petition before. Wishing I knew what it said. Careful, my dear, Evangeline says, sounding anything but loving. A king without supporters is no king at all. He turns on her, moving quickly enough to catch her off guard. They're close to the same height, and they stand almost eye to eye. Fire and iron. I don't expect her to flinch, not for Maven, the boy, the prince she used to run laps around in our training lessons. Maven is not Cal. But her eyelids flicker, black lashes against silver-white skin, betraying a sliver of fear she wants to hide. Don't assume you know what kind of king I am, Evangeline. I hear his mother in him, and it frightens us both. Then he turns his eyes back on me. The confused boy of a moment ago is gone again, replaced by living stone and a frozen glare. The same goes for you, his expression says. Even though I want nothing more than to run from the room, I stand rooted. He has taken everything from me, but I won't give him my fear or my dignity. I won't run away now. Especially not in front of Evangeline. She looks at me again, eyes flitting over every inch of my appearance. Memorizing what I look like. She must see me beneath the healer's touch, the bruises earned in my escape attempt, the permanent shadows beneath my eyes. When she focuses on my collarbone, it takes me a moment to understand why. Her lips part, just a little, in what can only be surprise. Angry, ashamed, I pull the collar of my dress back up over my brand. But I never look away from her as I do. She will not take my pride either. Guards, Maven finally says, pitching his voice at the door. As the Arvans answer, gloves outstretched to hurry me away, Maven points his chin at Evangeline. You too. She doesn't take well to that, of course. I am not some prisoner to be ordered around. I smile as the Arvans pull me away and out the door. It eases shut, but Evangeline's voice echoes behind us. Good luck, I think. Maven cares even less about you than he does about me. My guards set a quick pace, forcing me to keep up. More easily said than done in the restricting dress, but I manage. The scrap of Jesus silk feels soft against my skin, clenched tightly in a fist. I fight the urge to smell the fabric, to chase any remnant of my sister. I steal a glance back, hoping to glimpse exactly who might be waiting for an audience with our wicked king. Instead, I see only sentinels, black-masked and flame-robed, standing guard at the study door. It wrenches open violently, quivering on jumping hinges before slamming closed with a smack. For a girl raised a noble, Evangeline has a difficult time controlling her temper. I wonder if my old etiquette instructor, Lady Blownose, ever tried to teach her otherwise. The image almost makes me laugh, bringing a rare smile to my lips. It stings, but I don't care. Save your smirks, lightning girl, Evangeline snarls, doubling her speed. Her reaction only goads me on, despite the danger. I laugh outright as I turn back around. Neither of my guards says a word, but they quicken their pace a little. Even they don't want to test an irritable magnetron itching for a scuffle. She catches us anyway, smoothly sidestepping Egg to plant herself in front of me. The guards stop short, holding me with them. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a bit busy, I tell her, gesturing to the guards holding both my arms. There isn't really room for bickering in my schedule. Go bother someone who can fight back. Her smile flashes, sharp and bright as the scales of her armor. Don't sell yourself short. You've got plenty of fight left in you. Then she leans forward, stepping into my space as she did with Maven. An easy way to show she is unafraid. I stand firm, willing myself not to wince, even when she plucks a razored scale from her armor like a petal from a flower. At least I hope so, she says under her breath. With a careful flick of her hand, she cuts the collar of my dress, stripping back a piece of embroidered scarlet. I fight the urge to cover the M brand on my skin, feeling a hot flush of embarrassment creep up my throat. Her eyes linger, tracing the rough lines of Maven's mark. Again she seems surprised. That doesn't look like an accident. Any other wonderful observations you'd like to share? I mutter through gritted teeth. Grinning, she replaces the scale on her bodice. Not with you. It is a reprieve when she pulls back, putting a few precious inches between us. Elaine? Yes, Eve, a voice says. From nowhere. I nearly jump out of my skin when Elaine Haven materializes behind her, seemingly from thin air. A shadow, able to manipulate light, powerful enough to make herself invisible. I wonder how long she's been standing with us. Or if she was in the study, either with Evangeline or before she even walked in. She could have been watching the entire time. For all I know, Elaine could have been my ghost since the moment I got here. Has anyone ever tried to put a bell on you? I snap, if only to hide my own discomfort. Elaine offers a pretty, tight-lipped smile that does not reach her eyes. Once or twice. Like Sonia, Elaine is familiar to me. We spent many days in training together, always at odds. She is another of Evangeline's friends, girls smart enough to ally themselves to a future queen. As a lady of House Haven, her gown and jewelry are deepest black. Not in mourning, but in deference to her house colors. Her hair is as red as I remember, bright copper in contrast to dark, angled eyes and skin that seems blurred, perfected, and flawless. The light around her is carefully manipulated, giving her a heavenly glow. We're finished here, Evangeline says, turning her laser focus on Elaine. For now. She throws back one daggered glance to make her point clear. 9. Mare. Being a doll is an odd thing. I spend more time on the shelf than at play. But when I'm forced to, I dance at Maven's command. He upholds his bargain while I do. After all, he's a man of his word. The first new blood seeks refuge at Ocean Hill, the Harbor Bay Palace, and as Maven promised, he is given full protection from the so-called terror of the Scarlet Guard. A few days later the poor man, Moreton, is escorted to Archeon and introduced to Maven himself. It is well broadcast. Both his identity and his ability are now commonly known in court. To the surprise of many, Moreton is a burner like the scions of House Calor. But unlike Cal and Maven, he has no need for a Flamemaker bracelet, or even a spark. His fire comes from ability and ability alone, same as my lightning. I have to sit and watch, perched on a gilded chair with the rest of Maven's royal entourage. John, the seer, sits with me, red-eyed and quiet. As the first two new bloods to join with the Silver King, we are afforded places of great honor at Maven's side, second to Evangeline and Samson Mirandus. But only Moreton pays us any attention. As he approaches, before the eyes of court and a dozen cameras, his gaze is always on me. He trembles, afraid, but something about my presence keeps him from running away, keeps him walking forward. Obviously he believes what Maven made me say. He believes the Scarlet Guard hunted us all. He even kneels and swears to join Maven's army, to train with silver officers. To fight for his king and his country. Keeping silent and still is the most difficult part. Despite Moreton's lanky limbs, golden skin, and hands calloused by years of servant work, he looks like nothing more than a little rabbit scurrying directly into a trap. One wrong word from me and the trap will spring. More follow. Day after day, week after week. Sometimes one, sometimes a dozen. From every corner of the nation they come, fleeing to the supposed safety of their king. Most because they are afraid, but some because they are foolish enough to want a place here. To leave their lives of oppression behind and become the impossible. I can't blame them. After all, we've been told our entire lives that the Silvers are our masters, our betters, our gods. And now they are merciful enough to let us live in their heaven. Who wouldn't try to join them? Maven plays his part well. He embraces them all as brothers and sisters, smiling broadly, showing no shame or fear in an act that most Silvers find repulsive. The court follows his lead, but I see their sneers and scowls hidden behind jeweled hands. Even though this is part of the charade, a well-aimed blow against the Scarlet Guard, they dislike it. What's more, they fear it. Many of the new bloods have untrained abilities more powerful than their own, or beyond silver comprehension. They watch with wolf eyes and ready claws. For once, I am not the center of attention. It is my only respite, not to mention an advantage. No one cares about the lightning girl without her lightning. I do what I can, which is little, but not inconsequential. I listen. Evangeline is restless despite an iron-faced facade. Her fingers drum the arms of her seat, still only when Elaine is near, whispering or touching her. But then she does not dare to relax. She remains on an edge as sharp as her knives. It's not hard to guess why. Even for a prisoner, I've heard very little talk of a royal wedding. And though she is certainly betrothed to the king, she is still not a queen. It scares her. I see it in her face, in her manner, in her constant parade of glittering outfits, each one more complicated and regal than the last. She wears a crown in all but name, yet the name is what she wants more than anything. Her father wants it too. Volo haunts her side, resplendent in black velvet and silver brocade. Unlike his daughter, he doesn't wear any metal that I can see. Not a chain or even a ring. He doesn't need to wear weaponry to seem dangerous. With his quiet manner and dark robes, he looks more like an executioner than a noble. I don't know how Maven can stand his presence, or the steady, focused hunger in his eyes. He reminds me of Alara. Always watching the throne, always waiting for a chance to take it. Maven notices, and does not care. He gives Volo the respect he requires, but little more. And he leaves Evangeline to Elaine's dazzling company, obviously glad that his future wife has no interest in him. His focus is decidedly elsewhere. Not on me, strangely, but on his cousin Samson. I also have a hard time ignoring the whisper who tortured the deepest parts of me. I am constantly aware of his presence, trying to feel out his whispers if I can, though I hardly have the strength to resist them. Maven doesn't have to worry about that, not with his chair of silent stone. It keeps him safe. It keeps him empty. When I was first trained to be a princess, a laughable thing in itself, I was engaged to the second prince, and I attended very few meetings of court. Balls, yes, feasts many, but nothing like this until my confinement. Now I've almost lost count of how many times I've been forced to sit like Maven's well-trained pet, listening to petitioners, politicians, and new bloods pledging allegiance. Today looks to be more of the same. The governor of the Rift region, a lord of House Laris, finishes a well-rehearsed plea for treasury funds to repair Samos' own mines. Another one of Volo's puppets, his strings clearly visible. Maven defers him easily, with a wave and a promise to review his proposal. Though Maven is a man of his word with me, he is not at court. The governor's shoulders slump in dejection, knowing it will never be read. My back already hurts from the stiff chair, not to mention the rigid posture I have to maintain in my latest court ensemble. Crystal and lace. Red, of course, as always. Maven loves me in red. He says it makes me look alive, even as life is leached from me with every passing day. A full court is not required for the daily hearings, and today the throne room is half empty. The dais is still crowded, though. Those chosen to accompany the king, flanking his left and right, take great pride in their position, not to mention the opportunity to be featured in yet another national broadcast. When the cameras roll, I realize that more new bloods must be coming. I sigh, resigning myself to another day of guilt and shame. My gut twists when the tall doors open. I lower my eyes, not wanting to remember their faces. Most will follow Moreton's damning example and join Maven's war in an attempt to understand their abilities. Next to me, John twitches in his usual way. I focus on his fingers, long and thin, drawing lines against his pant leg. Sweeping back and forth, like a person riffling through pages of a book. He probably is, reading the tentative threads of the future as they form and change. I wonder what he sees. Not that I would ever ask. I will never forgive him for his betrayal. At least he doesn't try to talk to me, not since I passed him in the council chambers. Welcome all, Maven tells the newbloods. His voice is practiced and steady, carrying through the throne room. Not to worry. You're safe now. I promise you all, the Scarlet Guard will never threaten you here. Too bad. I keep my head bowed, hiding my face from the cameras. The rush of blood roars in my ears, hammering in time with my heart. I feel nauseous, I feel sick. Run! I scream in my head, even though no new blood could escape the throne room now. I look anywhere but at Maven and the new bloods, anywhere but at the invisible cage drawing in around them. My eyes land on Evangeline, only to find her staring back at me. She isn't smirking for once. Her face is blank, empty. She has much more practice at this than I do. My nails are ragged, cuticles picked raw during long nights of worry and longer days of this painless torture. The Skonos healer who makes me look healthy always forgets to check my hands. I hope anyone watching the broadcasts does not. Next to me, the king keeps at this horrid display. Well. For new bloods present themselves, each one more nervous than the last. Their abilities are often met with astonished gasps or harried whispers. It feels like a grim mirror to Queen's trial. Instead of performing their abilities for a bridal crown, the new bloods are performing for their lives, to earn what they think is sanctuary at Maven's side. I try not to watch, but find my eyes straying out of pity and fear. The first, a heavy-set woman with biceps to rival Cal's, tentatively walks through a wall. Just straight through, as if the gilded wood and ornate molding were air. At Maven's fascinated encouragement, she then does the same to a sentinel guard. He flinches, the only indication of humanity behind his black mask, but is otherwise unharmed. I have no idea how her ability works at all, and I think of Julian. He's with the Scarlet Guard too, and hopefully watching every one of these broadcasts. If the Colonel allows it, that is. He's not exactly a fan of my silver friends. Two old men follow the woman, white-haired veterans with faraway eyes and broad shoulders. Their abilities are familiar to me. The shorter one with missing teeth is like Ketha, one of the new bloods I recruited months ago. Though she could explode an object or person with thought alone, she did not survive our raid on Koro's prison. She hated her ability. It is bloody and violent. Even though the new blood man only destroys a chair, blinking it to splinters, he doesn't look happy about it either. His friend is soft-spoken, introducing himself as Terrence before telling us he can manipulate sound. Like Farah. Another recruit of mine. She did not come to Koro's. I hope she is still alive. The last is another woman, probably my mother's age, her braided black hair streaked with gray. She is graceful in movement, approaching the king with the quiet, elegant strides of a well-trained servant. Like Ada, like Walsh, like me once. Like so many of us were and still are. When she bows low. Your Majesty, she murmurs, her voice soft and unassuming as a summer breeze. I am Hallie, a servant of House Egri. Maven gestures for her to rise, donning his false smile. She does as commanded. You were a servant of House Egri, he says gently. Then he nods over her shoulder, finding the commanding head of Egri in the small crowd. My thanks, Lady Melina, for bringing her to safety. The tall, bird-faced woman is already curtsying, knowing the words before he speaks them. As an eye, she can see the immediate future, and I assume she saw her servant's ability before her servant even realized what she was. Well, Hallie, Her eyes flicked to mine for a single moment. I hope I hold up under her scrutiny. But she isn't looking for my fear, or what I hide beneath my mask. Her eyes turn far away, seeing through and seeing nothing at the same time. She can control and create electricity, great and small, Hallie says. You have no name for this ability. Then she looks at John. The same look slides over her. He sees fate. As far as its path goes, for as long as a person walks it. You have no name for this ability. Maven narrows his eyes, wondering, and I loathe myself for feeling the same way he does. But she keeps going, staring, and speaking as she turns. She can control metal materials through the manipulation of magnetic fields. Magnetron. Whisper. Shadow. Magnetron. Magnetron. Down she goes through the line of Maven's advisors, pointing and naming their abilities with little difficulty. Maven leans forward, quizzical, head tipped to one side in animal curiosity. He watches closely, barely blinking. Many think him stupid without his mother, not a military genius like his brother, so what is he good for? They forget that strategy is not only for the battlefield. I. She gestures to her former masters, naming them as well before dropping her hand to her side. Her fist clenches and unclenches, waiting for the inevitable disbelief. So your ability is to sense other abilities? Maven finally says, one eyebrow raised. Yes, your majesty. An easy thing to play at. Yes, your majesty, she admits, even softer now. It could be done without much difficulty, especially by someone in her position. She serves a high house, present at court more often than not these days. It would be easy for her to memorize what others can do, but even John? As far as I know, he is lauded as the first new blood to join Maven, but I don't think many know his ability. Maven wouldn't want people to think he relies on someone with red blood to advise his decisions. Keep going. He raises dark eyebrows, goading her on. Perform. She does as he commands, naming Osano's nymphs, Welly Greenwardens, a lone Rambo strongarm. One after another, but they're wearing colors, and she is a servant. She's supposed to know these things. Her ability is a parlor trick at best, a lie and a death sentence at the worst. I know she feels the sword hanging over her head, growing closer with every tick of Maven's jaw. At the back, an Iral silk in red and blue gets to his feet, adjusting his coat as he walks. I only notice because his steps are strange, not as fluid as a silk should be. Odd. And Hallie notices too. She trembles, only for a second. It could be her life or his. She can change her face, she whispers, her finger quivering in the air. You have no name for this ability. The usual whispers of court end without an echo, snuffed out like a candle. Silence falls, broken only by the rising beat of my heart. She can change her face. My body buzzes with adrenaline. Run. I want to yell. Run. And when the sentinels take the Iral Lord by the arms, marching him forward, I beg to myself, please be wrong. Please be wrong. Please be wrong. I am a son of House Iral, the man growls, trying to break the grip of the sentinel soldiers. And Iral would be able to do it, twisting away with a smile. But whoever he or she is does not. My stomach drops to my feet. You take the word of a lying red slave above mine? Samson reacts before Maven can even ask, quick as a swift. He descends the steps of the dais, his electric blue eyes crackling with hunger. I guess he hasn't had many brains to feed on since mine. With a yelp, the Iral son stumbles to his knees, head bowed. Samson slams into his mind. And then his hair bleeds gray, shortens, recedes to a different head with a different face. Nanny, I hear myself gasp. The old woman dares look up, eyes wide and scared and familiar. I remember recruiting her, bringing her to the notch, watching her wrangle the new blood kids and tell stories of her own grandchildren. Wrinkled as a walnut, older than any of us, and always up for a mission. I would run to embrace her if that were remotely possible. Instead, I fall to my knees, my hands latching onto Maven's wrist. I beg like I have only once before, my lungs full of ash and cold air, my head still spinning from the controlled crash of a jet. The dress rips along a seam. It is not meant for kneeling. Not like me. Please, Maven. Don't kill her, I ask him, gulping at air, grasping at whatever I can to save her life. She can be used, she is valuable. Look what she can do. He pushes me away, his palm against my brand. She is a spy in my court. Aren't you? Still I beg, speaking before Nanny's smart mouth can get her well and truly killed. And for once, I hope the cameras are still watching. She has been betrayed, lied to, misled by the Scarlet Guard. It's not her fault. The king does not condescend to stand, not even for a murder at his feet. Because he's afraid to leave his silent stone, to make a decision beyond its circle of empty comfort and safety. The rules of war are clear. Spies are to be dealt with swiftly. When you are sick, who do you blame? I demand. Your body or the disease? He glares down at me and I feel hollow. You blame the cure that didn't work. Maven, I am begging you, I don't remember starting to cry, but of course I am. They are shameful tears, because I weep for myself as well as her. This was the beginning of a rescue. This was for me. Nanny was my chance. My vision blurs, fogging the edge of my sight. Samson raises a hand, eager to dive into what she knows. I wonder how devastating this will be to the Scarlet Guard and how stupid they were to do this. What a risk, what a waste. Rise. Red as the dawn, she mutters, spitting. Then her face changes one last time. To a face we all recognize. Samson falls back a half step, surprised, while Maven gives a strangled sort of cry. Ilara stares back at us from the floor, a living ghost. Her face is mangled, destroyed by lightning. One eye is gone, the other bloodshot with vile silver. Her mouth curls into an inhuman sneer. It triggers terror in the pit of my stomach, though I know she's dead. I know I killed her. It's a clever ploy, buying her enough time to raise a hand to her lips, to swallow. I've seen suicide pills before. Even though I shut my eyes, I know what happens next. It's better than what Samson would have done. And her secrets stay secrets. Forever. 10. Mare. I tear apart every book on my shelf, rip them to shreds. The bindings snap, the pages tear, and I wish they would bleed. I wish I could bleed. She's dead because I'm not. Because I'm still here, bait in a trap, a lure to draw the Scarlet Guard out of their sanctuaries. After a few hours of pointless destruction, I realize I'm wrong. The Scarlet Guard wouldn't do this. Not the Colonel, not Farley, not for me. Cal, you stupid, stupid bastard, I say to no one. Because of course this was his idea. It's what he learned. Victory at any cost. I hope he doesn't continue to pay this impossible price for me. Outside, it's snowing again. I feel none of its cold, only my own. In the morning, I wake up on my bed, still in my dress, though I don't remember getting up from the floor. The ruined books are gone too, meticulously swept from my life. Even the smallest pieces of torn paper. But the shelves aren't empty. A dozen leather-bound books, new and old, occupy the spaces. The urge to ruin them too consumes me, and I stumble to my feet, lunging. The first one I grab is ratty, its cover torn and aged. I think it used to be yellow, or maybe gold. It doesn't really matter to me. I flip it open, one hand grabbing for a sheaf of pages, ready to tear them to bits like the rest. Familiar handwriting freezes me to the spot. My heart leaps in recognition. Property of Julian Jacques. My knees stop working beneath me. I land with a soft thud, bent over the most comforting thing I've seen in weeks. My fingers trace the lines of his name, wishing he would spring from them, wishing I could hear his voice somewhere other than in my head. I flip through the pages, looking for more evidence of him. The words skim by, each one echoing with his warmth. A history of Norda, her formation, and 300 years of silver kings and queens blaze past. Some pieces are underlined or annotated. Each new burst of Julian makes my chest constrict with happiness. In spite of my circumstances, my painful scars, I smile. The other books are the same. All Julian's, pieces of his much larger collections. I paw through them like a girl starved. He favors the histories, but there are sciences too. Even a novel. That one has two names inside. From Julian to Corian. I stare at the letters, the only evidence of Cal's mother in this entire palace. I put that one back with care, my fingers lingering on its unbroken spine. She never read it. Maybe she didn't get the chance. Deep down, I hate that these make me happy. I hate that Maven knows me well enough to know what to give me. Because these are certainly from him. The only kind of apology he can make, the only one I could possibly accept. But I don't. Of course I don't. As quick as it came, my smile fades. I can't let myself feel anything but hatred where the king is concerned. His manipulations aren't as perfect as his mother's, but I feel them still, and I won't let them pull me in. For a second, I debate ripping the books apart like I did the others. Showing Maven what I think of his gift. But I just can't. My fingers linger on the pages, so easy to tear. And then I shelve them carefully, one by one. I will not destroy the books, so I settle for the dress instead, ripping the ruby-encrusted fabric from my body. Someone like Giza probably made this dress. A red servant with keen hands and an artist's eye, perfectly sewing something so beautiful and terrible that only a silver could wear it. The thought should make me sad, but only anger bleeds through me. I have no more tears. Not after yesterday. When the next outfit is delivered by Silent, stone-faced Clover and Kitten, I pull it on without hesitation or complaint. The blouse is flecked with a treasure trove of ruby, garnet, and onyx, with long, trailing sleeves striped in black silk. The pants are a gift too, loose enough to pass for comfortable. The Skonos healer comes next. She focuses her efforts on my eyes, healing both the puffiness and my throbbing headache from last night's frustrated tears. Like Sarah, she is quiet and skilled, her blue-black fingers fluttering along my aches. She works quickly. So do I. Can you speak, or did Queen Elara cut your tongue out too? She knows what I'm talking about. Her gaze wavers, lashes fluttering in quick blinks of surprise. Still, she doesn't speak. She has been trained well. Good decision. Last time I saw Sarah, I was rescuing her from a prison. Seems even losing her tongue wasn't enough punishment. I glance past her, to Clover and Kitten looking on. Like the healer, they concentrate on me. I feel the cold ripple of their ability, pulsing in time with the constant silence of my manacles. There were hundreds of silvers in there. Many from the high houses. Have any friends go missing lately? I don't have many weapons in this place. But I have to try. Keep your mouth shut, Barrow, Clover growls. Just getting her to speak is victory enough for me. I push on. I find it odd that no one seems to mind that the little king is a bloodthirsty tyrant. But then I'm red. I don't understand you people at all. I laugh as Clover shoves me away from the healer, fuming now. That's enough healing for her, she hisses, pulling me from the room. Her green eyes spark with anger, but also confusion. Self-doubt. Little cracks I intend to wheedle my way through. No one else should risk rescuing me. I have to do it myself. Ignore her, Kitten mutters back at her comrade, her voice high and breathy and dripping venom. What an honor it must be for you too. I keep talking as they lead me down long, familiar corridors. Babysitting some red brat. Cleaning up after her meals, tidying her room. Also Maven can have his doll around when he wants. It only makes them angrier and rougher with me. They quicken their pace, forcing me to keep up. Suddenly we turn left instead of right, into another part of the palace I dimly remember. Residence halls, where the royals live. I lived here once too, if only for a little while. My heartbeat quickens as we pass a statue in an alcove. I recognize it. My room, my old bedchamber, is a few doors away. Cal's room too, and Maven's. Not so talkative now, Clover says, her voice sounding far away. Light streams in through the windows, doubly bright from the sun on fresh snow. It does nothing to comfort me. I can handle Maven in the throne room, in his study, when I am on display. But alone, truly alone? Beneath my clothes, his brand smarts and burns. When we stop at a door and push through to the salon inside, I realize my mistake. Relief washes over me. Maven is king now. His living chambers aren't here anymore. But Evangeline's are. She sits in the center of the oddly bare salon, surrounded by twisted pieces of metal. They vary in color and material: iron, bronze, copper. Her hands work diligently, shaping flowers from chrome, curling them into a braided silver and gold band. Another crown for her collection. Another crown she can't wear yet. Two attendants wait on her. A man and a woman, plainly dressed, their clothes striped with the colors of House Samos. With a jolt, I realize they are red. Make her presentable, please, Evangeline says, not bothering to look up. The reds descend, waving me to the single mirror in the room. As I stare into it, I realize Elaine is here as well, lazing on a long couch in a beam of sunlight like a satisfied cat. She meets my gaze without question or fear, only disinterest. You may wait outside, Elaine says when she breaks eye contact, turning back to my Arvan guards. Her red hair catches the light, rippling like liquid fire. Even though I have an excuse for looking horrible, I still feel self-conscious in her presence. Evangeline nods, agreeing, and the Arvans file out. Both cast disgruntled glances in my direction. I greedily drink them in to treasure later. Anyone care to explain? I ask the quiet room, expecting no answer. The other two laugh together, exchanging pointed glances. I take the opportunity to assess the room and the situation. There's another door, probably leading to Evangeline's bedroom, while the windows are locked tight against the cold. Her room looks out on a familiar courtyard, and I realize my cell of a bedroom must face hers. The revelation shivers me. To my surprise, Evangeline drops her work with a clatter. The crown shatters, unable to hold its shape without her ability. It is the queen's duty to receive guests. Well, I'm not a guest and you're not a queen, so? If only your brain were as quick as your mouth, she snaps back. The red woman blinks rapidly, flinching like our words might hurt her. Actually, they might, and I resolve to be less stupid. I bite my lip to keep more foolish thoughts from spilling out, letting the two red servants work. The man attends to my hair, brushing it through and coiling it into a spiral, while she does up my face. No silver paint, but she uses blush, a bit of black to line my eyes, and striking red for my lips. A garish sight. That will do, Elaine says from her back. The Reds are quick to pull away, dropping their hands to their sides and bowing their heads. We can't have her looking too well treated. The princes won't understand it. My eyes widen. Princes. Guests. Who am I being paraded in front of now? Evangeline notices. She huffs aloud, flicking a bronze flower at Elaine. It embeds in the wall above her head, but Elaine doesn't seem to mind. She only sighs dreamily. Mind what you say, Elaine. She'll find out in a few moments, my dear. What's the harm? She gets up from her pillows, extending long limbs that glow with her ability. Evangeline's eyes track her every movement, sharpening when Elaine crosses the room to my side. She joins me at the mirror, looking into my face. You'll behave today, won't you? I wonder how quickly Evangeline would skin me if I slammed my elbow into Elaine's perfect teeth. I'll behave. Good. And then she disappears, wiped from sight but not sensation. I still feel her hand on my shoulder. A warning. I look through where Elaine's body was, back to Evangeline. She gets up from the floor, her dress pooling around her, fluid as mercury. It very well could be. When she strides toward me, I can't help but recoil. But Elaine's hand keeps me from moving, forcing me to stand up straight and allow Evangeline to lean over me. A corner of her mouth lifts. She likes seeing me afraid. When she raises a hand and I flinch, she smiles openly. But instead of striking me, she tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Make no mistake, this is all for my benefit, she says. Not yours, Dot. I have no idea what she's talking about, but I nod along anyway. Evangeline doesn't lead us to the throne room, but to Maven's private council chambers. The sentinels guarding the doors look more imposing than usual. When I enter, I realize they're even manning the windows. An extra precaution after Nanny's infiltration. The last time I passed through, the room was empty save for John. He's still here, quiet in the corner, unassuming next to the half-dozen others around the room. I shiver at the sight of Volo Samas, a quiet spider in black with his son, Telemus, at his side. Of course, Samson Mirandus is here too. He leers at me and I lower my eyes, avoiding his gaze as if I can shield myself from the memory of him crawling into my brain. I expect to see Maven seated alone at the far end of the marble table, but instead, two men flank him closely. Both are draped in heavy furs and soft suede, dressed to withstand Arctic cold even though we are well sheltered from the winter. They have deep, blue-black skin like polished stone. The one on the right has bits of gold and turquoise beaded into the intricate whorls of his braids, while the one on the left settles for long, gleaming locks topped by a crown of blossoms hewn from white quartz. Royalty, clearly. But not ours. Not from Norta. Maven raises a hand, gesturing to Evangeline as she approaches. In the light of a winter sun, she gleams. My betrothed, Lady Evangeline of House Samos, he says. She was integral to the capture of Mare Barrow, the Lightning Girl and the leader of the Scarlet Guard. Evangeline plays her part, bowing before the two. They bow their heads in turn, their motions long and fluid. Our congratulations, Lady Evangeline, the one with the crown says. He even extends a hand, gesturing for her own. She lets him kiss her knuckles, beaming at the attention. When she glares at me, I realize Evangeline means for me to join her. I do so reluctantly. I intrigue the two newcomers, and they watch me in fascination. I refuse to so much as nod my head. This is the Lightning Girl? The other prince says. His teeth flash moon white against night dark skin. This is the one giving you so much trouble? And you let her live? Of course he did, his compatriot crows. He gets to his feet, and I realize he must be almost 7 feet tall. She's marvelous bait. Though I'm surprised her terrorists haven't attempted a real rescue, if she's as important as you say. Maven shrugs. He exudes an air of quiet satisfaction. My court is well defended. Infiltration is all but impossible. I glance at him, meeting his eyes. Liar. He almost smirks at me, like it's a private joke between us. I fight the familiar urge to spit at him. In Piedmont we would march her through the streets of every city, the prince with the quartz crown says. Show our citizens what becomes of people like her. Piedmont. The word rings like a bell in my head. So these are the Piedmont princes. I rack my brain, trying to remember what I know of their country. An ally of Norta, forming part of our southern border. Governed by a collection of princes. All that I know from Julian's lessons. But I know other things too. I remember finding shipments on Tuck, supplies stolen from Piedmont. And Farley herself hinted that the Scarlet Guard was expanding there, intent on spreading their rebellion through Norda's closest ally. Does she speak? The prince continues, looking between Maven and Evangeline. Unfortunately, she replies with a pointed smirk. Both princes laugh at that, as does Maven. The rest of the room follows suit, pandering to their lord and master. Well then, Prince Darius? Prince Alexandrite? Maven sweeps his gaze over each in turn. He proudly plays the part of king, despite the two royals twice his age and size. Somehow he measures up against them. Ilara trained him so well. You wanted to see the prisoner. And you've seen her. Alexandrite, already standing so close, takes my chin in soft hands. I wonder what his ability is. I wonder how afraid of him I should be. Indeed, your majesty. We have a few questions, if you would be so kind as to allow it? Though he frames the words as a request, this is little more than a demand. Your majesty, I've already told you what she knows. Samson speaks up from his chair, leaning across the table so he can gesture to me. Nothing in Mare Barrow's mind escaped my search. I would nod in agreement, but Alexandrite's grip keeps me still. I stare up at him, trying to deduce exactly what he wants from me. His eyes are an abyss, unreadable. I don't know this man and find nothing in him I can use. My skin crawls at his touch and I wish for my lightning, to put a little distance between us. Over his shoulder, Darius shifts so he can see me better. His gold beating catches the winter light, filling his hair with dazzling brightness. King Maven, we would like to hear it from her own lips, Darius says, leaning into Maven. Then he smiles, all ease and charisma. Darius is beautiful and uses his looks well. Prince Bracken's request, you understand. We only need a few minutes. Alexandrite, Darius, Bracken. I commit the names to memory. Ask what you will. Maven's hands grip the edge of his seat. Neither one stops smiling, and nothing has ever looked so false. Right here. After a long moment, Darius relents. He inclines his head in a deferential bow. Very well, your majesty. Then his body blurs, moving so quickly I barely see his movements. He is suddenly right beside me. Swift. Not as fast as my brother, but fast enough to send a shock of adrenaline coursing through me. I still don't know what Alexandrite can do. I can only pray he isn't a whisper, that I won't have to face such torture again. Is the Scarlet Guard operating in Piedmont? Alexandrite asks as he looms over me, his deep eyes boring into mine. Unlike Darius, there is no smile in him. I wait for the telltale sting of another mind crashing into my own. It never comes. The manacles, they won't allow an ability to penetrate my cocoon of silence. My voice cracks. What? I want to hear what you know of the Scarlet Guard's operations in Piedmont. Every interrogation I've been subjected to has been performed by a whisper. It's odd to have someone ask me questions freely, and trust my answers without splitting open my skull. I suppose Samson has already told the princes everything he learned from me, but they don't trust what he said. Smart, then, to see if my story matches up with his. The Scarlet Guard is good at keeping secrets, I reply, my thoughts a blur. Do I lie? Do I throw more fuel to the fire of distrust between Maven and Piedmont? I wasn't allowed much information regarding their operations, Your operations. Alexandrite furrows his brow, forming a deep crease in the center of his forehead. You were their leader. I refuse to believe you can be so useless to us. Useless. 2 months ago I was the Lightning Girl, a storm in human form. But before that I was as he says. Useless to everyone and everything, even my enemies. Back in the stilts I hated it. Now I'm glad. I'm a poor weapon for a silver to wield. I am not their leader, I tell Alexandrite. Behind me, I hear Maven shift, settling back into his seat. I hope he's squirming. I never even met their leaders. He doesn't believe me. But he doesn't believe what he's already been told either. How many of your operatives are in Piedmont? I don't know. Who is funding your endeavors? I don't know. It starts as a prickle in my fingers and toes. A tiny sensation. Not pleasant but not uncomfortable. Like when a limb goes numb. Alexandrite never lets go of my jaw. The manacles, I tell myself. They will protect me from him. They must. Where are Prince Michael and Princess Charlotta? I don't know who those people are. Michael, Charlotta. More names to memorize. The prickling continues, now in my arms and legs. I draw hissing breath through my teeth. His eyes narrow in concentration. I brace myself for an explosion of pain born of whatever ability he will subject me to. Have you had any contact with the Free Republic of Montfort? Still, the prickling is bearable. Only his tight grip on my jaw is truly painful. Yes, I bite out. Then he pulls back, letting my chin go with a sneer. He glances at my wrists, then forcibly raises one sleeve to see my bindings. The buzzing in my arms and legs recedes as he scowls. Your Majesty, I wonder if I might question her without manacles of silent stone. Another demand disguised as a request. This time, Maven denies him. Without my manacles, his ability will be unbound. It must be enormous for it to have penetrated even a little through my cage of silence. I'll be tortured. Again. You may not, Your Highness. She is far too dangerous for that, Maven says with a curt shake of his head. In spite of all my hatred, I feel the smallest bloom of gratitude. And, as you said, she's valuable. I can't have you breaking her. Samson doesn't bother to hide his disgust. Someone should. Is there anything else I can do for your highnesses, or for Prince Bracken? Maven pushes on, speaking over his demonic cousin. He unfolds himself from his chair, using one hand to smooth his dress uniform studded with medals and badges of honor. But he keeps one hand on the seat, clawed around an arm of silent stone. It is his anchor and his shield. Darius bows low enough for both princes, smiling again. I did hear rumors of a feast. For once, Maven replies with a sharp grin in my direction, the rumors are true, but Lady Blonos never taught me the protocol for entertaining royalty of an ally nation. I've seen feasts before, balls, a queen's trial I inadvertently ruined, but never anything like this. Perhaps because Maven's father was not so concerned with appearance, but Maven is his mother's son in flesh and bone. To look powerful is to be powerful, she said once. Today he takes that lesson to heart. His advisors, his Piedmont guests, and I are seated at a long table where we can overlook all the rest. I've never set foot in this ballroom before. It dwarfs the throne room, the galleries, and the feasting chambers of the rest of Whitefire. It fits the entire assembled court, all the lords and ladies and their extended families, with ease. The chamber is 3 stories tall, towering windows of crystal and colored glass, each one depicting the colors of the high houses. The result is a dozen rainbows arcing over a marble floor veined with black granite, each beam of light a prism shifting through the diamond facets of chandeliers worked into trees, birds, sunbeams, constellations, storms, infernos, typhoons, and a dozen other symbols of silver strength. I would spend the entire meal staring at the ceiling if not for my precarious position. At least I'm not next to Maven this time. The princes have to suffer him tonight. But John is on my left and Evangeline on my right. I keep my elbows tucked sharply to my sides, not wanting to accidentally touch either of them. Evangeline might stab me, and John might share another nauseating premonition. Luckily, the food is good. I force myself to eat, and I keep away from the liquor. Red servants circulate, and no glass is ever empty. After 10 minutes of trying to catch someone's eye, I abandon the pursuit. The servants are smart, and not willing to risk their lives for a glance at me. I fix my eyes ahead, counting the tables, counting the high houses. All are here, plus House Calor, represented by Maven alone. He has no cousins or other family that I know of, though I assume they must exist. Like the servants, they're probably smart enough to avoid his jealous wrath and tremulous grip on the throne. House Irol seems smaller, dulled despite their vibrant blue and red outfits. There are nowhere near as many of them, and I wonder how many Irols were sent to Koro's prison. Or maybe they fled court. Sonia is still here, though, her posture elegant and practiced but strangely tense. She's traded her officer's uniform for a sparkling gown and sits beside an older man, resplendent in a collar of rubies and sapphires. Probably the new lord of her house since his predecessor, the Panther, was murdered by a man sitting only a few feet away. I wonder if Sonia told them what I said about her grandmother in Telemus. I wonder if they care. I jolt when Sonia looks up sharply, catching my eye. Next to me, John sighs long and low. He picks up his glass of scarlet wine with one hand and shunts his dinner knife away with the other. Mare, could you do me a small favor? He says calmly. Even his voice disgusts me. Sneering, I turn to look at him with all the venom I can muster. Excuse me? Something cracks, and pain sears along my cheekbone, cutting skin, burning flesh. I jerk from the sensation, falling sideways, shying away like a spooked animal. My shoulder collides with John, and he pitches forward, spilling wine and water over the fine tablecloth. Blood too. There's a lot of blood. I feel it, warm and wet, but I don't look down to see the color. My eyes are on Evangeline, standing from the table, one arm outstretched. A bullet shudders on the air in front of her, held in place. I assume it matches the one that cut my cheek and could have done much worse. Her fist clenches and the bullet rockets backward to where it came from, chased on by splinters of cold steel as they explode from her dress. I watch in horror as blue and red figures weave through the metallic storm, dodging, dipping, darting in and out of every blow. They even catch pieces of her metal projectiles and hurl them back, beginning the cycle again in a violent, glittering dance. Evangeline is not the only one to attack. Sentinels pitch forward, surging over the high table, forming a wall before us. Their movements are perfect, made through years of relentless training. But their ranks have gaps. And some throw their masks away, discarding their flame-like robes. They turn on one another. The high houses do the same. I've never felt so exposed, so helpless, and that's saying quite a bit. In front of me, God's duel. My eyes widen, trying to see it all. Trying to make sense of this. I've never imagined anything like it. An arena battle in the middle of a ballroom. Jewels instead of armor. Irel and Haven and Laris in their shocking yellow seem to form one side of whatever this is. They back one another, aid one another. Laris windweavers toss Irel silks from one side of the room to the other with sharp gusts, wielding them like living arrows while the Irels fire pistols and throw knives with deadly precision. The Havens have disappeared entirely, but a few sentinels in front of us drop, felled by invisible attacks. And the rest don't know what to do. Some Isamas, Mirandas, most of the guards and sentinels rally to the high table, rushing to defend Maven, who I can't see. But most fall back, surprised, betrayed, not willing to wade into such a mess and risk their own necks. They defend and do nothing else. They watch to see the direction of the tide. My heart leaps in my chest. This is my chance. In the chaos, no one will notice me. The manacles have not taken away my thief's instincts or talents. I push off the floor, finding my feet, not bothering to wonder about Maven or anyone. I focus only on what's in front of me. The closest door. I don't know where it goes, but it will get me away from here, and that's enough. As I move, I grab a knife off the table and set it to work, trying to pick the locks of my manacles. Someone flees ahead of me, leaving a trail of scarlet blood. He limps but moves fast, ducking through a door. John, I realize. Making his escape. He sees the future. Surely he can see the best way out of here. I wonder if I'll be able to keep up. I get my answer after a grand total of 3 steps, when a sentinel seizes me from behind. He pins my arms to my sides, holding tight. I groan like an annoyed child, exasperated beyond frustration, as my hand drops the knife. No, Samson says as he steps into my path. The sentinel won't even let me flinch. We can't have this. Now I can see what this is. Not a rescue. Not for me. A coup, an assassination attempt. They've come for Maven. Irel, Haven, and Laris cannot win this battle. They're outnumbered, but they know that. They prepared for it. The Irels are schemers and spies. Their plan is well executed. Already they're making an escape through the shattered windows. I watch, dumbfounded, as they throw themselves out into the sky, catching gales of wind that fling them out and away. Not all of them make it. Norna's swifts catch a few, as does Prince Darius, despite a long knife protruding from his shoulder. I assume the Havens are long gone too, though 1 or 2 flicker back into my vision, each one bleeding, dying, assaulted by a Miranda's Whisper's onslaught. Darius himself puts out one blurring arm and catches someone by the neck. When he squeezes, a Haven blinks into existence. The sentinels who turned, all Laris and Irel, don't make it either. They kneel, angry but unafraid, burning with determination. Without their masks, they don't look so terrifying. A gurgling sound draws our attention. The sentinel turns, allowing me to see the center of what was once the feasting table. A crowd clusters where Maven's seat was, some on guard, some kneeling. Through their legs, I see him. Silver blood bubbles from his neck, gushing through the fingers of the nearest sentinel, who is trying to keep pressure on a bullet wound. Maven's eyes roll and his mouth moves. He can't speak. He can't even scream. A wet, gasping sort of noise is all he can make. I'm glad the sentinel holds me still. Or else I might run to him. Something in me wants to run to him. Whether to finish the job or comfort him as he dies, I don't know. I desire both in equal measure. I want to look into his eyes and see him leave me forever. But I just can't move, and he just won't die. The Skono's skin healer, my skin healer, skids to his side, sliding on her knees. I think her name is Ren. An apt name. She is small and darting as her namesake. She snaps her fingers. Take it out, I have him. She shouts. Out, now. Telemus Samos crouches, abandoning his guarding vigil. He twitches his fingers and a bullet pulls free of Maven's neck, bringing with it a fresh fountain of silver. Maven tries to scream, gargling his own blood. Brow furrowed, the skin healer works, holding both hands over his wound. She bends as if to put her weight on him. From this angle, I can't see the skin beneath, but the blood stops gushing. The wound that should have killed him heals. Muscle and vein and flesh knit back together, good as new. No scar but the memory. After a long, gasping moment, Maven hurtles to his feet, and fire explodes from both hands, sending his entourage reeling backward. The table before him flips, blasted back by the strength and rage of his flame. It lands in a resounding heap, spitting puddles of blue-burning alcohol. The rest ignites, fed by Maven's anger. And, I think, terror. Only Volo has the spine to approach him in such a state. Your Majesty, should we evacuate you today? With wicked eyes, Maven turns. Above him, the light bulbs in the chandeliers burst, spitting flame instead of sparks. I have no reason to run. All this in a few moments. The ballroom is in shambles, full of shattered glass, upended tables, and a few very mangled bodies. Prince Alexandrid is among them, slumped dead in his seat of honor with a bullet hole between his eyes. I don't mourn his loss. His ability was pain. Naturally, they interrogate me first. I should be used to it by now. Exhausted, emotionally spent, I slump to the cold stone floor when Samson lets me go. My breathing comes hard, like I've just run a race. I will my heartbeat to normalize, to stop panting, to hold on to some shred of dignity and sense. I cringe as the Arvans lock my manacles back into place, then they pass the key away. The manacles are a relief and a burden both. A shield in a cage. We've retreated to the Grand Council chambers this time, the circular room where I saw Walsh die to protect the Scarlet Guard. More room here, more space to try the dozen captured assassins. The Sentinels have learned their lesson, and they keep firm grips on the prisoners, not allowing any movement. Maven leers down from his council seat, flanked on either side by Volo and Darius. The latter fumes, torn between livid rage and sorrow. His fellow prince is dead, killed in what I now know was an assassination attempt on Maven. An attempt that, sadly, failed. She knew nothing of this. Neither the House Rebellion nor John's betrayal, Samson tells the room. The terrible chamber seems small, with most of the seats empty and the doors firmly locked. Only Maven's closest advisors remain, looking on, gears turning in their heads. In his seat, Maven sneers. Almost being murdered doesn't seem to rattle him. No, this was not the Scarlet Guard's doing. They don't work like this, dot. You don't know that, Darius snaps, forgetting all his manners and smiles. You don't know anything about them, no matter what you might say. If the Scarlet Guard has allied with. Corrupted, Evangeline snaps from her place behind Maven's left shoulder. She doesn't have a council seat or a title of her own and has to stand, despite the many empty chairs. Gods do not ally with insects, but they can be infected by them. Pretty words from a pretty girl, Darius says, dismissing her outright. She fumes. What of the rest? At Maven's gesture, the next interrogation begins in earnest. A Haven shadow, grasped tightly by Trio himself to keep the woman from fleeing. Without her ability, she seems dim, an echo of her beautiful house. Her red hair is darker, duller, without its usual scarlet gleam. When Samson puts a hand to her temple, she shrieks. Her thoughts are of her sister, Samson says without any feeling. Except maybe boredom. Elaine, dot. I saw her only hours ago, gliding around Evangeline's salon. She gave no indication that she knew of an impending assassination. But no good schemer would. Maven knows it too. He glares at Evangeline, seething. I'm told Lady Elaine escaped with the majority of her house, fleeing the capital, he says. Do you have any idea where they might have gone, my dearest? She keeps her eyes forward, walking a quickly thinning line. Even with her father and brother so close, I don't think anyone could save her from Maven's wrath if he felt inclined to unleash it. No, why would I? She says airily, examining her claw-like nails. Because she was your brother's betrothed and your whore, the king replies, matter of fact. If she's ashamed or even apologetic, Evangeline does not show it. Oh, that. She even scoffs, taking the accusation in stride. How could she learn much of anything from me? You conspire so well to keep me from councils and politics. If anything, she did you a favor in keeping me pleasantly occupied. Their bickering reminds me of another king and another queen, Maven's parents, fighting after the Scarlet Guard attacked a party at the Hall of the Sun. Each ripping at the other, leaving deep wounds to be exploited later. Then submit to interrogation, Evangeline, and we'll see, he fires back, pointing with one jeweled hand. No daughter of mine will ever do such a thing, Volo rumbles, though it hardly seems a threat. Merely a fact. She had no part in this, and she defended you with her own life. Without Evangeline's and my son's quick action, well, even to say it is treason. The old patriarch pulls a frown, wrinkling his white skin, as if the thought is so disgusting. As if he wouldn't celebrate if Maven died. Long live the king. In the center of the floor, the Haven woman snarls, trying to shove off Trio. He holds firm, keeping her on her knees. Yes, long live the king. She says, blaring at us. Tiberius the 7th. Long live the king. Cal. Maven stands, slamming his fists against the arms of his seat. I expect the room to burn, but no fire springs to life. It can't. Not while he sits on silent stone. His eyes are the only thing aflame. And then, slowly, with a manic grin, he begins to laugh. All this, for him? He says, smirking. My brother murdered the king, our father, helped murder my mother, and now he tries to murder me. Samson, if you would continue, he inclines his head in his cousin's direction, I have no mercy or remorse for traitors. Especially stupid ones. The rest turn to watch the interrogation continue, to listen to the Haven woman as she spouts secrets of her faction, their goals, their plans. To replace Maven with his brother. To make Cal king as he was born to be. To return things to the way they were. Through it all, I stare at the boy on the throne. He maintains his mask. Jaw clenched, lips pressed into a thin, unforgiving line. Still fingers, straight back. But his gaze wavers. Something in his eyes has gone far away. And at his collar, the slightest gray flush rises, painting his neck and the tips of his ears. He's terrified. For a second, it makes me happy. Then I remember monsters are most dangerous when they're afraid. 11. Cameron. Even though it would have turned me into an icicle, I wanted to stay behind in trial. Not out of fear, but to prove a point. I'm not some weapon to be used, not like Barrow allowed herself to be. No one gets to tell me where to go or what to do. I'm done with that. I've lived my entire life that way. And every instinct in me tells me to stay away from the guards' operation in Corvium, a fortress city that swallows every soldier and spits out their bones. Except that my brother, Mare, is only a few miles away now, still firmly stuck in a trench. Even with my ability, I'll need help to get to him. And if I want anything from this stupid guard, I'm going to have to start giving them something in return. Farley made that clear enough. I like her more now after she apologized for the utilizing comment. She says what she means. She doesn't mope, though she has every right. Not like Cal, who broods around every corner, refusing to help and then relenting when he feels like it. The fallen prince is exhausting. I don't know how Mare could stand him or his inability to choose a damn side, especially when there's only one side he can possibly pick. Even now he blusters, wavering between wanting to protect the silvers of Corvium and wanting to tear the city apart. You need to control the walls, he mutters, standing before Farley and the colonel. We're operating from our headquarters in Rocasta, a less defended supply city a few miles away from our objective. If you control the walls, you can turn the city inside out or take the walls down entirely. Render Corvium useless. To everyone. I sit idly by in the sparse room, listening to the back and forth from my place next to Ada. Farley's idea. We're two of the more visible new bloods, well known to both kinds of Reds. Including us in these meetings sends a strong message to the rest of the unit. Ada watches with wide eyes, memorizing every word and gesture. Usually Nanny would sit with us, but Nanny is gone. She was a small woman, but she leaves a very large hole. And I know whose fault that is. My eyes burn into Cal's back. I feel the itch of my ability, and fight the urge to bring him to his knees. He'll kill us for Mare, and he won't kill his own for the rest of the world. It was Nanny's choice to infiltrate Archeon on her own, but everyone knows it wasn't her idea. Farley is just as angry as I am. She can barely look at Cal, even when speaking to him. The question now is how to effectively dispatch our own. We can't focus everyone on the walls, important as they are, but by my count, 10,000 Red soldiers occupy Corvium at any given time. I almost laugh at Ada's humbleness. By my count. Her count is perfect, and everyone knows it. Military protocol dictates one officer to every 10, giving us at least 1,000 silvers inside the city, not accounting for command units and administration. Neutralizing them should be our objective. Cal crosses his arms, unconvinced even by Ada's perfect, inarguable intelligence. I'm not so sure. Our goal is to destroy Corvium, to strike Maven's army at its heart. That can be done without, he stumbles, without a massacre on both sides. As if he cares what happens to our side. As if he cares if any one of us dies. How do you plan to destroy a city with 1,000 silvers looking on? I wonder aloud, knowing I won't get much of an answer. Will the prince ask them to sit quietly and watch? Of course we fight those who resist, the colonel breaks in. He stares at Cal, daring him to argue. And they will resist. We know this. Do we? Cal's tone is quietly smug. Members of Maven's own court tried to kill him last week. If there's division in the high houses, then there's division in the armed forces. Attacking them outright will only serve as a unifier, in Corvium at least. My scoff echoes around the room. So, what, we wait? Let Maven lick his wounds and regroup? Give him time to catch his breath? Give him time to hang himself, Cal snaps back. He matches my scowl. Give him time to make even more mistakes. Now he's on thin ice with Piedmont, his only ally, and 3 high houses are in open rebellion. One of them all but controls the air fleet, another a vast intelligence network. Not to mention he still has us and the Lakelanders to worry about. He's scared, he's scrambling. I wouldn't want to be on his throne right now. Is that true? Farley asks, her voice casual. But the words move through the room like knives. They sting him. Anyone can see that. His royal teachings are enough to keep his face still, but his eyes betray him. They flash in the fluorescent light. Don't lie to us and say you're unconcerned with the other news out of Archeon. The reason Laris and Irel and Haven tried to kill your brother. He stares. They attempted a coup because Maven is a tyrant who abuses his power and murders his own. I slam my fist against the arm of my chair. He's not going to dance his way around this one. They revolted because they want to make you king. I shout. To my surprise, he flinches. Maybe he's expecting more than just words. But I keep my ability in check, hard as it may be. Long live Tiberius VII. That's what the assassin said to Maven. Our operatives in Whitefire were clear. He expels a long, frustrated sigh. He seems aged by this conversation. Brow furrowed, jaw tight. Muscles stand out at his neck and his hands curl into fists. He's a machine about to break or explode. It's not unexpected, he mutters, as if it makes anything better. There was bound to be a succession crisis eventually. But there's no feasible way anyone can put me back on the throne. Farley tips her head. And if they could? Silently, I cheer her on. She won't let him off as easily as Mare used to. If they offered the crown, your so-called birthright, in exchange for an end to all this, would you take it? The fallen prince of House Calor straightens to look her dead in the eye. No. He's not as good a liar as Mare is. As much as I hate to admit it, he has a point about waiting. I almost cough up the tea Farley poured me. Quickly I set the chipped cup back down on her ramshackle table. You're not seriously saying that. How can you trust him? Farley paces back and forth, crossing her tiny room in only a few long steps. One hand massages her back as she moves, working out another of her aches. Her hair is longer every day, and she keeps it braided back from her face at odd lengths. I would offer her my seat, but she doesn't like to sit much these days. She has to keep moving, for her own comfort and her own nervous energy. Of course I don't trust him, she replies, kicking weakly at one of the paint-peeling walls. Her frustration runs as high as her emotions. But I can trust things about him. I can trust him to act a certain way where certain people are concerned. You mean Mare? Obviously. Mare and his brother. His affection for one plays nicely off his hatred for the other. It might be our only way to keep him around. I say let him go, let him rile up a few more silvers and be another thorn in Maven's side. We don't need him here. She almost laughs, a bitter sound nowadays. Yes, I'll just tell command that we kicked out our most well-known and legitimate operative. That will go over very well. He's not even really with us, dot. Well, Mare's not really with Maven, but people don't seem to understand that either, do they? Even though she's right, I have to scowl. As long as we have Cal, people take notice. No matter how badly we botched that first attempt at Archeon, we still ended up with a silver prince on our side. A bleeding useless prince. Annoying, frustrating, a veritable pain in the ass, but not useless. Oh yeah? What's he done for us lately besides get Nanny killed? Nanny wasn't forced to go to Archeon, Cameron. She made a choice and she died. That's how it works sometimes. Nurturing as she sounds, Farley isn't much older than me. 22, maybe, at most. I think her maternal instincts are kicking in early. Besides the fact that he wins us points with less hostile silvers, Montfort has an interest in him. Montfort. The mysterious Free Republic. The twins, Rash and Tahir, paint the place as a haven of liberty and equality, where Reds, Silvers, and Ardens, what they call New Bloods, live in peace together. An impossible place to believe in. But even so, I have to believe in their money, their supplies, their support. Most of our resources come from them in some way. What do they want? I swirl the tea in my cup, letting the heat wash over my face. It's not as cold here as in Irabel, but winter still creeps through the Rocasta safe house. A poster boy? Something like that. There's been lots of chatter with command. I don't have clearance for most of it. They wanted Mare, but she's a bit preoccupied. Mention of Mare Barrow doesn't affect Farley as much as the memory of Shade, but a flicker of pain washes over her face anyway. She tries to hide it, of course. Farley does her best to appear impenetrable, and usually she is. So there's really no chance of rescuing her, I whisper. When she shakes her head, I feel a surprising pang of sadness in my own chest. Infuriating as Mare might be, I still want her back. We need her. And over the long months, I've realized I need her too. She knows what it is to be different and in search of someone like you, to fear and be feared in the same measure. Even if she was a condescending twit most of the time. Farley stops pacing to pour herself another cup of tea. It steams, filling the room with a hot, herbal scent. She takes it in hand but doesn't drink, crossing instead to the foggy window set high in her wall. It bleeds daylight. I don't see how we can with what we have. Infiltration of Corvium is easy compared to Archeon. It would take a full-scale assault, the kind we can't muster. Especially now, after Nanny and an assassination attempt. Security at Maven's Court will be at its highest worse than a prison. Unless. Cal tells us to wait. To let the Silvers in Corvium turn on each other. To let Maven make his mistakes before we do anything else. And it will help Mare too. Farley nods. The weak, divided court of a paranoid king will be easier for her to escape. She sighs, staring at her untouched tea. She's the only one who can save herself now. The conversation is easy to twist. As much as I want Mare back, I want someone else more. How many miles are we from the choke? This again? This always. I push back from the table to get up. I feel like I should be standing. I'm just as tall as Farley, but she always seems like she's looking down at me. I'm young, untrained. I don't know much about the world outside my slum. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and follow orders. I'm not asking for your help or the guards. I just need a map and maybe a gun. I'll do the bleeding rest myself. She doesn't blink. Cameron, your brother is embedded in a legion. It's not like pulling out a tooth. My fist clenches at my side. You think I came all the way here to sit around and watch Cal spin his wheels? It's an old argument by now. She easily shuts me down. Well, I certainly don't think you came all the way here to get killed, she replies calmly. Her broad shoulders rise just a little, in challenge. Which is precisely what will happen, no matter how strong or deadly your ability is. And even if you take a dozen Silvers with you, I'm not going to let you die for nothing. Is that clear? My brother is not nothing, I grumble. She's right, but I don't want to admit it. Instead, I avoid her eyes and turn to the wall. My fingers pick at the peeling paint, ripping away pieces in annoyance. A childish thing, but it makes me feel a bit better. You're not my captain. You don't get to tell me what to do with my life. That's true. I'm just a friend who feels inclined to point something out. I hear her shift, her footsteps heavy on the creaking floor. But her touch is light, a brush of her hand on my shoulder. She's robotic in the movement, not really knowing how to comfort another person. Bleakly, I wonder how she and warm, smiling Shade Barrow ever shared a conversation, let alone a bed. I remember what you told Mare. When we first found you. On the jet, you said that her search for new bloods, to save them, was wrong. A continuation of the blood divide. Favoring one kind of red over another. And you were right. This is not the same. I just want to save my brother. How do you think the rest of us got here? She scoffs. To save a friend, a sibling, a parent. To save ourselves. We all came here for selfish reasons, Cameron. But we can't be distracted by them. We have to think of the cause. The greater good. And you can do so much more here, with us. We can't lose you. 2. We can't lose you too. The last word hangs in the air, unspoken. I hear it anyway. You're wrong. I didn't come here by choice. I was taken. Mayor Barrow forced me to follow, and you all went along with it. Cameron, that's a card you have played too many times. You chose to stay a long time ago. You chose to help. And what would you choose now, Farley? I glare at her. She may be my friend, but that doesn't mean I have to back down. Excuse me? Would you choose the greater good? Or would you choose shade? When she doesn't respond, her eyes sliding out of focus, I have my answer. I realize I don't want to see her cry and turn my back, making for the door. I have to train, I say to no one. I doubt she's still listening. Training is harder in the Rocasta safe house. We don't have anywhere near enough space, not to mention most of the operatives I know were left in Irabel. Killorn, for example. Eager as he is, he's nowhere near ready for all-out battle, and he doesn't have an ability to lean on. He was left behind. But my trainer was not. After all, she's silver, and the colonel wasn't about to let her out of his sight. Sarah Skonos waits in the basement of our reinforced warehouse, in a room dedicated to new blood exercises. It's dinner time, so the other new bloods in this particular sanctuary are upstairs eating with the rest. We have the space to ourselves, not that we need much space at all. She sits cross-legged, palms flat on a concrete floor that matches the concrete walls. Her notepad is there too, ready to be used if need be. Her eyes track my entrance, the only greeting I'll get. As of yet, we have not found another skin healer to join us, and she remains mute. Even though I'm used to it, the sight of her sunken cheeks and missing tongue makes me cringe. As usual, she pretends not to notice and gestures to the space in front of her. I sit as she instructs, and fight the familiar urge to run or attack. She's silver. She's everything I've been raised to fear, hate, and obey. But I can't find it in myself to despise Sarah Skonos the way I do Julian or Cal. It's not that I pity her. I understand her. I understand the frustration of knowing what is right and being ignored or punished because of it. I can't count how many times I received half rations for looking at a silver overseer incorrectly. For talking out of turn. She did the same, except her words were against a reigning queen. And so her words were taken away forever. Even though she can't speak, Sarah has a way of communicating what she wants. She taps me on the knee, forcing me to meet her cloudy gray eyes. Then she dips her face and puts a hand over her heart. I follow the motions, knowing what she wants. I match her breathing, steady, deep breaths in even succession. A calming mechanism that helps drown out all the thoughts swirling around my head. It clears my mind, allowing me to feel what I usually ignore. My ability hums beneath my skin, constant as always, but now I let myself notice it. Not to use it, but to acknowledge its existence. My silence is still new to me, and I have to get to know it like any other skill. After long minutes of breathing, she taps me again, making me look up. This time she points at herself. Sarah, I'm really not in the right mood, I start to tell her, but she draws one hand through the air in a chopping motion. Shut up, plain as day. I mean it. I could hurt you. She scoffs deep in her throat, one of the only true vocalizations she can make. It almost sounds like laughter. Then she taps her lips, smirking darkly. She's been hurt far worse. Fine, I warned you, I sigh. I wiggle a little, settling deeper into my position. Then I furrow my brow, letting the ability swim around me, deepening, expanding. Until it touches her. And silence descends. Her eyes widen when it hits. A twinge at first. At least I hope it's just a twinge. I'm only practicing, and I don't intend to pummel her into submission. I think of Mare, able to call up storms, while Cal can make infernos, but both find it difficult to have a simple conversation without exploding. Control takes more practice than brute force. My ability deepens, and she holds up one finger to denote the level of discomfort. I try to keep the silence in place, constant but steady. It's like holding back a tide. I don't know what it feels like to be silenced. The silence stone didn't work on me in Koro's prison, but it stifled, drained, and slowly killed all the people around me. I can do the same. After about a minute, she puts up a second finger. Sarah. With her other hand she gestures for me to continue. I remember our session yesterday. She was on the floor at 5, though I knew I could push harder. But incapacitating our only skin healer is neither smart nor something I want to do. A flush paints her cheeks, but the door to the basement swings open before she can hold up another finger. My concentration and my silence break, drawing a relieved gasp from her. Both of us whirl to face our disruptor. While she breaks into a rare smile, I scowl. Jocos, I mutter in his direction. We're training, in case you haven't noticed. One side of his mouth twitches, begging to pull into a sneer of his own, but Julian refrains. Like the rest of us, he looks better here in Rocasta. Supplies are easier to come by. Our clothes are higher quality, quilted and lined against the cold. The food is heartier, the room's warmer. Julian's color has returned, and his gray-flecked hair looks glossier. He's silver. He was born to thrive. Oh, how foolish of me. I thought you were down here sitting on cold concrete for the fun of it, he replies. Clearly no love lost between us. Sarah glares at him, a weak reproach, but it softens him anyway. My apologies, Cameron, he adds quickly. I just wanted to tell Sarah something. Sarah quirks an eyebrow, a question. When I get up to go, she stops me and, with a dip of her head, asks Julian to continue. He always obeys where she is concerned. There's been an exodus from court. Maven expelled dozens of nobles, mostly his father's old advisors and those who might still harbor loyalties to Cal. I didn't believe the intelligence report at first. I've never seen anything like it before. Julian and Sarah hold each other's gaze, both pondering what this means. I don't care at all about a few silver lords and ladies, old friends of Julian and Sarah's. And Mare? I wonder aloud. She's still there, still a prisoner. And any further fractures we may have expected from the rebelling houses, he sighs, shaking his head. Maven is already at war, and now he prepares for a storm. I shift on the floor, moving my weight into a more comfortable position. He's right. Cold concrete isn't pleasant. Good thing I'm used to it. We already knew rescuing her was impossible. What else does this do for us? Well, it's good and it's bad. More enemies for Maven give us more opportunity to work beyond his reach. But he's closing ranks, retreating further into his enclave of protection. We'll never get to him personally. Next to me, Sarah hums low in her throat. She can't say what we're all thinking, so I do. Or to Mare. Julian nods with sobering eyes. How is your training coming along? He changes topics with whiplash speed, and I stutter out a reply. As good as it can. We don't have many teachers here. Because you refuse to train with my nephew. The others can, I say, not bothering to keep the bite from my voice. But I can't promise I won't kill him, so it's better I don't tempt myself. Sarah tsks, but Julian brushes her off with a wave of his hand. It's fine, really. You may think I don't understand, that I can't understand your point of view, and you're right. But I'm certainly doing my best to try, Cameron. He takes a daring step toward us, still cross-legged on the floor. I don't like it one bit and scramble to my feet, letting my defensive instincts take over. If I'm going to be this close to Julian Jocos, I want to be ready. There's no need to be afraid of me, I promise you. Silver promises mean nothing. I don't have to snap. The words are harsh enough. To my surprise, Julian smiles. But the expression is hollow, empty. Oh, don't I know that, he mutters, more to himself and Sarah. Hold on to your anger. Sarah might not agree, but it will help you more than anything else, if you can learn to harness it. As much as I don't want advice from such a man, I can't help but tuck it away. He trained Mare. I'd be stupid to deny he can help my ability grow. And anger is something I have in spades. Any other news? I ask. Farley and the Colonel seem to be stalling, or your nephew is stalling them. Yes, it seems he is. Odd. Thought he was always up for a fight. Julian offers that strange smile again. Cal was raised to war the same way you were raised to machines. But you don't want to go back to the factory, do you? An answer, any answer, sticks in my throat. I was a slave, I was forced, it was all I knew. Don't get smart with me, Julian grinds out instead, searing between my clenched teeth. He only shrugs. I'm trying to understand your perspective. Do a bit to understand his. On another day, I might storm from the room, angry, defensive. Find solace in a broken fuse, a stripped wire. I sit back down instead, taking my place next to Sarah. Julian Jocos will not send me scurrying away like a scolded child. I've dealt with overseers far worse than him. I watched babies die without seeing the sun. Without breathing fresh air. Slaves to your kind. Have you? When you have, then you can lecture me on perspective, Lord Jocos. I turn from him. Let me know when the prince finally picks a side. And if he picks the right one. Then I nod at Sarah. Ready to go again? 12. Mare. Months ago, when the Silvers fled the Hall of the Sun, frightened by a Scarlet Guard attack on their precious ball, it was a united act. We left together, as one, heading down river in succession to regroup in the capital. This is not the same. Maven's dismissals come in packs. I'm not privy to them, but I notice as the numbers dwindle. A few older advisors missing. The royal treasurer, some generals, members of various councils. Relieved of their posts, the rumors say. But I know better. They were close to Cal, close to his father. Maven is smart not to trust them, and ruthless in their removal. He doesn't kill them or make them disappear. He's not stupid enough to trigger another house war. But it's a decisive move, to say the least. Sweeping away obstacles like pieces from a chessboard. The results are feasts that look like mouths of missing teeth. Gaps appear, more with every passing day. Most of those asked to leave are older, men and women with ancient allegiances, who remember more and trust their new king less. Some start to call it the court of children. Many lords and ladies are gone, sent away by the king, but their sons and daughters are left behind. A request. A warning. A threat. Hostages. Not even House Mirandus escapes his growing paranoia. Only House Samos remains in their entirety, not one of them falling prey to his tempestuous dismissals. Those still here are devout in their loyalty. Or at least they make it look like it. That's probably why he summons me more now. Why I see so much of him. I'm the only one with loyalties he can trust. The only one he really knows. He reads reports over our breakfast, I skimming back and forth with blistering speed. It's useless to try to see what they are. He's careful to keep them to his side of the table, turned over when finished, and well out of my reach. Instead of reading the reports, I have to read him. He doesn't bother to surround himself with silent stone, not here in his private dining room. Even the sentinels wait outside, posted at every door and on the other side of the tall windows. I see them, but they can't hear us, as is Maven's design. His uniform jacket is unbuttoned, his hair unkempt, and he doesn't put on his crown this early in the morning. I think this is his little sanctuary, a place where he can trick himself into feeling safe. He almost looks like the boy I imagined. A second prince, content with his place, unburdened by a crown that was never his. Over the rim of my water glass, I watch every tick and flash across his face. Narrowed eyes, a tightening jaw. Bad news. The dark circles have returned, and while he eats enough for 2 people, tearing through the plates in front of us, he seems thin by the days. I wonder if he has nightmares of the assassination attempt. Nightmares of his mother, dead by my hand. His father, dead by his action. His brother, in exile but a constant threat. Funny, Maven called himself Cal's shadow, but Cal is the shadow now, haunting every corner of Maven's fragile kingdom. There are reports of the exiled prince everywhere, so prevalent that even I hear about them. They place him in Harbor Bay, Delphi, Rocasta, there's even shaky intelligence hinting that he escaped across the border into the Lakelands. I honestly don't know which, if any, of these rumors are true. He could be in Montfort for all I know. Gone to the safety of a faraway land. Even though this is Maven's palace, Maven's world, I see Cal in it. The immaculate uniforms, drilling soldiers, flaming candles, gilded walls of portraits and house colors. An empty salon reminds me of dance lessons. If I glance at Maven from the corner of my eye, I can pretend. They're half-brothers after all. They share similar features. The dark hair, the elegant lines of a royal face. But Maven is paler, sharper, a skeleton in comparison, body and soul. He is hollowed out. You stare so much I wonder if you can read reflections in my eyes, Maven suddenly muses aloud. He flips the page in front of him, hiding what it holds, as he looks up. His attempt to startle me fails. Instead, I continue spreading an embarrassing amount of butter onto my toast. If only I could see something in them, I reply, meaning all things. You're an empty boy. He doesn't flinch. And you're useless. I roll my eyes and idly tap my manacles against the breakfast table. Metal and stone rap against wood like knocking on a door. Our talks are so fun. If you prefer your room, he warns. Another empty threat he makes every day. We both know this is better than the alternative. At least now I can pretend I'm doing something of use, and he can pretend he isn't entirely alone in this cage he built for himself. For both of us. It's hard to sleep here, even with the manacles, which means I have a lot of time to think. And plan. Julian's books are not only a comfort, but a tool. He's still teaching me, even though we're who knows how many miles apart. In his well-preserved texts, there are new lessons to be learned and utilized. The first and most important is divide and conquer. Maven's already done it to me. Now I must return the favor. Are you even trying to hunt for John? Maven is actually startled at my question, the first mention of the new blood who used the assassination attempt to escape. As far as I know, he hasn't been captured. Part of me is bitter. John escaped where I couldn't. But at the same time, I'm glad. John is a weapon I want far away from Maven Calor. After a split-second recovery, Maven returns to eating. He shoves a piece of bacon in his mouth, throwing etiquette to the wind. You and I both know that's not a man who is easily found. But you are looking. He had knowledge of an attack on his king and did nothing, Maven states, matter of fact. That's tantamount to murder itself. For all we know, he conspired with houses Irel, Haven, and Laris too. I doubt it. If he'd helped them, they would have succeeded. Pity. He dutifully ignores the jab, continuing to read and eat. I tip my head, letting my dark hair spill across one shoulder. The gray ends are spreading, leaching upward despite my healer's best efforts. Even House Skonos cannot heal what is already dead. John saved my life. Blue eyes meet mine, holding firm. Seconds before the attack, he got my attention. He made me turn my head. Or else, I run a finger along my cheekbone. Where the bullet only grazed my cheek, instead of leaving my skull a ruin. The wound healed, but not forgotten. I must have a part to play in whatever future he sees. Maven focuses on my face. Not my eyes, but the place where a bullet would have obliterated my skull. For some reason, you're a difficult person to let die. For him, for the pageantry, I force a small, bitter laugh. What's so funny? How many times have you tried to kill me? Just the once. And the sounder was what? My fingers tremble at the memory. The pain of the device is still fresh in my mind. Just part of a game? Another report flutters in the sunlight, landing face down. He licks his fingers before raising the next. All business. All for show. The sounder wasn't designed to kill you, Mare. Just incapacitate you, if need be. A strange look crosses his face. Almost smug, but not exactly. I didn't even make that thing. Clearly. You're not one for ideas. Ilara, then? Actually, it was Cal. Oh. Before I can stop myself, I look down, away from him, needing a moment of my own. The sting of betrayal pricks at my insides, if only for a second. It's no use being angry now. I can't believe he didn't tell you. Maven presses on. He's usually very proud of himself. A brilliant thing too. But I don't care for it. I had the device destroyed. His eyes are on my face. Hungry for a reaction. I keep my expression from changing, despite the sudden skip in my heartbeat. The sounder is gone. Another small gift, another message from the ghost. It can easily be rebuilt, though, if you decide to stop cooperating. Cal was kind enough to leave the device plans behind when he ran off with your band of red rats. Escaped, I mumble. Move on. Don't let him throw you off. Feigning disinterest, I push the rest of my food around my plate. I do my best to look hurt, as Maven wants me to be, but not let myself feel it. I have to stick to the plan. Twist the conversation as I want to twist it. You forced him away. Also, you could take his place, and be exactly like him. Like me, Maven forces a laugh to hide how annoyed he is. You have no idea what he would have been like, with the crown on his head, but... I cross my arms, settling back in my chair. This is playing out exactly as I wanted to. I know he would have married Evangeline Samos, continued fighting a useless war, and kept ignoring a country full of angry, oppressed people. Does that sound at all familiar? He may be a snake in human form, but even Maven doesn't have a retort for that. He slaps down the report in front of him. Too quickly. It faces up, just for a second, before he turns it over. I glimpse only a few words. Corvium. Casualties. Maven sees me see them, and he hisses out a sigh of annoyance. As if that will help you, he says quietly. You're not going anywhere, so why bother? I suppose that's true. My life probably won't last much longer. He tips his head. Concern furrows his brow, as I hope it will. As I need it to. What makes you say that? I glare up at the ceiling, studying the elaborate molding and the chandelier above us. It flickers with tiny electric bulbs. If only I could feel them. You know Evangeline won't let me live. Once she's queen, I'm done for. My voice trembles, and I push all my fear into the words. I hope it works. He has to believe me. It's what she's wanted since the day I fell into her life. He blinks at me. You don't think I'll protect you from her? I don't think you can. My fingers pick at my gown. Not as beautiful as the ones made for court, but just as overwrought. You and I both know how easy it is for a queen to be killed. The air ripples with heat as he continues to stare, daring me to meet his gaze. My natural instinct is to glare back, but I lean away, refusing to look at him. It will only incense him further. Maven loves an audience. The moment stretches, and I feel bare before him, prey in the path of a predator. That's all I am here. Caged, restrained, leashed. All I have left is my voice, and the pieces of Maven I hope I know. She won't touch you. And what about the Lakelanders? I snap my head back up. Tears of anger spring to my eyes, born of frustration, not fear. When they rip apart your already splintering kingdom? What happens when they win this endless war and burn your world to embers? I scoff to myself, heaving a shuddering breath. The tears fall freely now. They must. I have to sell this with every inch of myself. I guess then we'll end up in the bowl of bones together, executed side by side. By the way he pales, the little color he is draining from his face, I know he's thought the same thing. It plagues him endlessly, a bleeding wound. So I twist the knife. You're on the edge of civil war. Even I know that. What's the point in pretending there's a scenario where I make it out of this alive? Either Evangeline kills me or the war does. I told you already, I won't let that happen. The snarl I throw his way doesn't need to be faked. In what life can I trust anything out of your mouth ever again? When he stands, the cold fear pooling in my stomach isn't fake either. As he rounds the table, crossing to me in lean, elegant strides, I lock every muscle, tensing up so I don't shake. But I quiver anyway. I brace myself for a blow as he takes my face in disturbingly soft hands, both thumbs tight under my jaw, inches away from digging into my jugular. His kiss burns worse than his brand. The sensation of his lips on mine is the worst kind of violation. But for him, for what I need, I keep my hands fisted in my lap. My nails dig into my flesh instead of his. He needs to believe as his brother believed. He needs to choose me, the way I tried to make Cal choose me before. Still, I can't find it in me to open my mouth, and my jaw remains locked shut. He breaks the kiss first, and I hope he can't feel my skin crawl beneath his fingers. Instead, his eyes search mine, looking for the lie I keep well hidden. I lost every other person I ever loved. And whose fault is that? Somehow, he trembles worse than I do. He steps back, letting me go, and his fingers scratch at one another. I'm shocked because I recognize the action. I do it too. When the pain in my head is so horrible I need another kind to draw me away. He stops when he notices me staring, clasping both hands to his sides as tightly as he can. She broke a lot of my habits, he admits. Never broke that one. Some things always come back. She. Ilara. I see her handiwork right in front of me. The boy she shaped into a king through a torture she called love. He sits back down, slowly. I keep staring, knowing it unsettles him. I put him off balance, and still I don't understand exactly why. Every other person I ever loved. I don't know why I'm included in that statement. But I know it's the reason I'm still breathing. Careful, I edge the conversation back to Cal. Your brother is alive. Unfortunately so. And you don't love him? He doesn't bother to look up, but his eyes waver on the next report, fixed on a single spot. Not because he's surprised, or even sad. He looks more confused than anything, a little boy trying to solve a puzzle with too many missing pieces. No, he says finally, lying. I don't believe you, I tell him. I even shake my head. Because I remember them as they were. Brothers, friends, raised together against the rest of the world. Even Maven can't shut himself off from something like that. Even Ilara can't break that kind of bond. No matter how many times Maven tried to kill Cal, he can't deny what they were once. Believe what you want, Mare, he replies. As before, he puts on an air of disinterest, violently trying to convince me this means nothing to him. I know for a fact that I don't love my brother. Don't lie. I have siblings too. It's a complicated thing, especially between me and my sister. She's always been more talented, better at everything, kinder, smarter. Everyone prefers her to me. I mumble my old fears, spinning them into a web for Maven. Take it from a person who knows. Losing one of them, losing a brother, my breath hitches, and my mind flies. Keep going. Use the pain. It hurts like nothing else. Shade. Right? Keep his name out of your mouth, I snap, forgetting for a moment what I'm trying to do. The wound is too fresh, too raw. He takes it in stride. My mother said you used to dream about him, he says. I flinch at the memory, and the thought of her inside my brain. I can still feel her, clawing at the walls of my skull. But I suppose those weren't dreams at all. It was really him. Did she do that with everyone? I reply. Was nothing safe from her? Even your dreams? He doesn't respond. I push harder. Did you ever dream of me? Again I cut him without realizing it. He drops his gaze, looking down to the empty plate in front of him. He raises a hand to grab at his water glass, but thinks better of it. His fingers tremble for a second before he shoves them away, out of sight. I wouldn't know, he finally says. I don't dream. I scoff. That's impossible. Even for a person like you. Something dark, something sad, twitches across his face. His jaw tightens and his throat bobs, trying to swallow words he shouldn't speak. They burst from him anyway. His hands reappear, tapping weakly on the table. I used to have nightmares. She took that part away when I was a boy. Like Samson said, my mother was a surgeon with minds. She cut out whatever didn't suit. In recent weeks, a ferocious, fiery anger has replaced the cold hollowness I used to feel. But as Maven speaks, the ice returns. It bleeds through me, a poison, an infection. I don't want to hear what he has to say. His excuses and explanations are nothing to me. He is a monster still, a monster always. And yet I can't stop myself from listening. Because I could be a monster too. If given the wrong chance. If someone broke me, like he is broken. My brother. My father. I know I loved them once. I remember it. His hands clench around a butter knife, and he glares at the dull edge. I wonder if he wants to use it on himself or his dead mother. But I don't feel it. That love isn't there anymore. For any of them. For most things. Then why keep me here? If you don't feel anything, why not just kill me and be done with this? She has a hard time erasing certain kinds of feeling, he admits, meeting my eye. She tried to do it with father, to make him forget his love for Corian. It only made things worse. Besides, he mumbles, she always said it was better to be heartbroken. The pain makes you stronger. Love makes you weak. And she's right. I learned that before I even knew you. Another name lingers in the air, unspoken. Thomas. A boy at the war front. Another red lost to a useless war. My first real friend, Maven told me once. I realize now the spaces between those words. The things unsaid. He loved that boy as he claims to love me. Thomas, Maven echoes. His grip on the knife tightens. I felt then his brow furrows, deep creases forming between his eyes. He puts his other hand to his temple, massaging an ache I can't understand. She wasn't there. She never met him. She didn't know. He wasn't even a soldier. It was an accident. You said you tried to save him. That your guards stopped you. An explosion at headquarters. The report said it was Lakelander infiltration. Somewhere, a clock ticks as the minutes slide by. His silence stretches as he decides what to say, how far to let the mask slip. But it's already gone. He's bare as he can only be with me. We were alone. I lost control. I see it in my mind's eye, filling in what he can't will himself to tell me. An ammunitions depot maybe. Or even a gas line. Both need only flame to kill. I didn't burn. He did. Maven. Even my mother could not cut that memory away. Even she couldn't make me forget, no matter how I begged her to. I wanted her to take that pain from me, and she tried so many times. Instead, it always got worse. I know how he's going to answer my question, but I ask all the same. Please let me go? I won't. Then you're going to let me die too. Like him. The room crackles with heat, sending sweat down my spine. He stands so quickly, he knocks back his chair, letting it crash to the floor. One fist collides with the tabletop before raking sideways, throwing plates, glasses, and reports to the floor. The papers float for a moment, suspended in air before drifting down to the shattered pile of crystal and porcelain. I won't, he growls under his breath, so low I almost don't hear him as he stalks from the room. The Arvans enter and seize me beneath my arms, pulling me away from the table of papers, all of them slipping from reach. I'm surprised to learn that Maven's usually meticulous schedule of hearings and court gatherings is suspended for the rest of the day. I guess our conversation had a stronger effect than I expected. His absence confines me to my room, to Julian's books. I force myself to read, if only to block out any memories of the morning. Maven is a talented liar, and I don't trust a single word he speaks. Even if he was telling the truth. Even if he is a product of his mother's meddling, a thorn flower forced to grow a certain way. That doesn't change things. I can't forget everything he's done to me and so many others. When I first met him, I was seduced by his pain. He was the boy in shadow, a forgotten son. I saw myself in him. Second always to Giza, the bright star in my parents' world. I know now that was by design. He caught me back then, ensnaring me in a prince's trap. Now I'm in a king's cage. But so is he. My chains are silent stone. His is the crown. The country of Norda was forged from smaller kingdoms and lordships, ranging in size from the Samos kingdom of the Rift to the city-state Delphi. Caesar Calor, a silver lord of Archeon and a talented tactician, united fractured Norta against the looming threat of joint invasion by Piedmont and the Lakelands. Once he crowned himself king, he married his daughter Juliana to Garaion Savannah, the ruling high prince of Piedmont. This act cemented a lasting alliance between House Calor and the princes of Piedmont. Many children of Calor and Piedmont royalty upheld the marriage alliance for the following centuries. King Caesar brought an age of prosperity to Norta, and as such, Nortan calendars consider the beginning of his reign the demarcation of the new era, or NE. It takes me 3 tries to get through the paragraph. Julian's histories are much denser than what I had to learn in school. My thoughts keep drifting. Black hair, blue eyes. Tears Maven refuses to show, even to me. Is it another performance? What do I do if it is? What do I do if it isn't? My heart breaks for him, my heart hardens against him. I push on to avoid such thoughts. In contrast, relations between newly founded Norta and the extensive Lakelands deteriorated. Following a series of border wars with Prairie in the 2nd century NE, the Lakelands lost vital agricultural territory in the Minoan region as well as control of the Great River, also known as the Miss. Taxation following the war, as well as the threat of famine and Red Rebellion, forced expansion along the Nortan border. Skirmishes sparked on either side. To prevent further bloodshed, King Tiberius III of Norta and King Oncad Signet of the Lakelands met in a historic summit at the crossing of Maiden Falls. Negotiations fell apart quickly, and in 200 NE, both kingdoms declared war, each blaming the other for the breakdown in their diplomatic relations. I can't help but laugh. Nothing ever changes. Known as the Lakelander War in Norta, and the aggression in the Lakelands, the conflict is still ongoing at the time of writing. Total silver death tolls number approximately 500,000, most in the first decade of war. Accurate records for Red soldiers are not kept, but estimates put the total death toll in excess of 50 million, with casualties more than twice that number. Both Lakelander and Nortan casualties are equal in proportion to their native Red populations. It takes longer than I care to admit, but I scratch out the math in my head. Almost 100 times more. If this book belonged to anyone other than Julian, I would throw it away in rage. A century of war and wasteful bloodshed. How can anyone change something like that? For once I find myself counting on Maven's ability to twist and scheme. Perhaps he can see a way, forge a path, that no one before him has imagined. 13. Mare. A week passes until I leave my room again. Even though they're a gift from Maven, a reminder of his strange obsession with me, I'm glad for Julian's books. They're my only company. A piece of a friend in this place. I keep them close, alongside Jesus' silk scrap. Pages pass with the days. I work back through the histories, traveling through words that become less and less believable. 300 years of Calor kings, centuries of silver warlords, this is a world I recognize. But the farther I go, the murkier things become. Written records of the so-called Reformation period are scarce, though most scholars agree that the period began sometime around 1500 Old Era, or OE, by the modern Nortan calendar. Most records dating before the Reformation, immediately following, during, or prior to the calamities that befell the continent, were almost entirely destroyed, were lost, or are impossible to read at present. Those recovered are closely studied and guarded within the royal archives in Delphi, as well as similar facilities in neighboring kingdoms. The calamities themselves have been studied at length, using field investigation paired with pre-Silverian myth to postulate events. At the time of writing, many believe that a combination of ultimate human war, geologic shift, climate change, and other natural catastrophes resulted in the near extinction of the human race. The earliest discovered, translatable records date from approximately 950 OE, but the exact year cannot be verified. One document, the Trial of Bar Rambler, is an incomplete account of the attempted court trial of an accused thief in reconstructed Delphi. Bar was accused of stealing his neighbor's wagon. During the course of the trial, Bar reportedly broke his chains of binding as if made of twigs and escaped despite a full guard. It is believed to be the first record of a silver displaying his ability. To this day, House Rambos claims to trace its strong-arm bloodline from him. However, this claim is refuted by another court record, the trial of Hillman, Triant, Davids, wherein 3 men of Delphi were tried for the subsequent murder of Bar Rambler, who was reported to have no children. The 3 men were acquitted and later praised by the citizens of Delphi for their work in destroying the Rambler Abomination, Delphi Records and Writings, Volume 1. The treatment of Bar Rambler was not an isolated incident. Many early writings and documents detail fear and persecution of a rising population of abilitied humans with silver-colored blood. Most banded together for protection, forming communities outside red-dominated cities. The Reformation period ended with the rise of silver societies, some living in conjunction with red cities, though most eventually overtook their red-blooded counterparts. Silvers persecuted by reds. I want to laugh at the thought. How stupid. How impossible. I've lived every day of my life knowing they are gods and we are insects. I cannot even begin to fathom a world where the reverse was true. These are Julian's books. He saw enough merit here to study them. Still, I feel too unsettled to continue, and I keep my reading to later years. The New Era, the Calor Kings. Names and places I know and a civilization I understand. One day my delivered clothes are plainer than ever. Comfortable, made for utility rather than style. My first indication of something amiss. I almost look like a security officer, with stretchy pants, a black jacket sparsely embellished with pinprick whorls of ruby beading, and shockingly sensible boots. Polished but worn leather, no heel, just the right amount of pinch, and enough room for my ankle manacles. The ones at the wrist are hidden as usual, covered by gloves. Fur-lined. For the cold. My heart leaps. I've never been so excited about gloves. Am I going outside? I ask Kitten breathlessly, forgetting how good she is at ignoring me. She doesn't disappoint, staring straight ahead as she leads me from my luxurious cell. Clover is always easier to read. The twitch of her lips and narrowed green eyes are affirmation enough. Not to mention that they, too, are both wearing thick coats as well as gloves, albeit the rubber ones to protect their hands from electricity I no longer possess. Outside. I haven't tasted much more than a breeze from an open window since that day on the steps of the palace. I thought Maven was going to take my head off, so obviously my mind was elsewhere. Now I wish I could remember the cold air of November, the sharp wind bringing winter with it. In my haste, I almost outpaced the Arvans. They're quick to yank me in line and make me match their steps. It's a maddening descent, downstairs, and corridors I know by heart. Familiar pressure ripples against me, and I glance over my shoulder. Egg and Trio join our ranks, bringing up the rear of my Arvan guard. They move in unison with Kitten and Clover, steps matching, as we make our way to the entrance hall in Caesar's Square. Quick as my excitement came, it bleeds away. Fear gnaws at my insides. I try to manipulate Maven into making costly mistakes, to make him doubt, to burn the last bridges he has left. But maybe I failed. Maybe he's going to burn me instead. I focus on the click of my boots on marble. Something solid to anchor my fear. My fists curl in my gloves, begging for a spark to tide me over. It never comes. The palace seems strangely empty, even more so than usual. Doors are shut fast, while servants flutter through the rooms that aren't closed yet, quick and quiet as mice. They flutter white sheets over furniture and artwork, covering them up in strange shrouds. Few guards, fewer nobles. The ones I pass are young and wide-eyed. I know their houses, their colors, and I can see naked fear on their faces. All are dressed like me, for the cold, for function. For movement. Where is everyone going? I ask no one, because no one is going to answer. Clover harshly yanks on my ponytail, forcing me to look straight ahead. It doesn't hurt, but the action is jarring. She never handles me this way, not unless I give her a good reason. I spin through the possibilities. Is this an evacuation? Has the Scarlet Guard attempted another assault on Archeon? Or have the rebelling houses returned to finish what they started? No, it can't be either. This is too calm. We're not running from anything. As we cross the hall, I take a deep breath, looking around. Marble beneath me, chandeliers above me, tall glimmering mirrors and gilded paintings of Calor ancestors marching up the walls on either side. Red and black banners, silver and gold and crystal. I feel like it's all going to crash down and crush me. Fear creeps down my spine when the doors ahead swing open, metal and glass easing on giant hinges. The first breath of cold wind hits me head-on, making my eyes water. The winter sun shines bright on the gleaming square, blinding me for a second. I blink rapidly, trying to make my eyes adjust. I can't afford to miss a second of this. The outside world comes into focus steadily. Snow lies deep on the rooftops of the palace and the surrounding structures of Caesar's Square. Soldiers line either side of the steps leading down from the palace, immaculate in their neat rows. The Arvans lead me through the double row of soldiers, past their guns and uniforms and unblinking eyes. I turn to look over my shoulder as I walk, stealing a glance at the opulent pale hulk of Whitefire Palace. Silhouettes prowl the roof. Officers in black uniforms, soldiers in clouded gray. Even from here, their rifles are clearly visible, silhouetted against a cold blue sky. And those are just the guards I can see. There must be more patrolling the walls, manning the gates, concealed and ready to defend this wretched place. Hundreds, probably, kept for their loyalty and lethal ability. We cross the square alone, for no one, for nothing. What is this? I note the buildings we pass. The royal court, a circular building with smooth marble walls, spiraled columns, and a crystal dome, has gone unused since Maven's coronation. It is a symbol of power, a massive hall large enough to seat the assembled high houses and their retainers, as well as important members of the silver citizenry. I've never been inside. I hope I never am. The judiciary courts, where silver law is made and enacted with brutal efficiency, branch out from the domed structure. Next to their arches and crystal trappings, the treasury hall looks dull. Slab walls, more marble, and I have to wonder how many quarries this place sucked dry, no windows, sitting like a block of stone among sculptures. The wealth of Norta is somewhere in there, more defended than the king, locked in vaults drilled deep into the bedrock below us. This way, Clover growls, pulling me toward the treasury. Why? I ask. Again, no one answers. My heartbeat quickens, hammering against my rib cage, and I struggle to keep my breathing even. Each cold gasp feels like the tick of a clock, steadily counting down the moments before I'm swallowed up. The doors are thick, thicker than the ones I remember from Koro's prison. They open wide as a yawning mouth, flanked by guards in liveried purple. The treasury has no grand entrance hall, in sharp contrast to every other silver structure I've ever seen. It's just a long white corridor, curving and sloping downward in a steady spiral. Guards stand at attention every 10 yards or so, flush against pure white stone. Where the vaults might be, or where I'm going, I can't say. After exactly 600 steps, we stop in front of a guard. Without a word he steps forward and to the side, putting his fingers to the wall behind him. He pushes and the marble glides backward a foot, revealing the silhouette of a door. It slides easily at his touch, widening to create a 3-foot gap in the stone. The soldier doesn't strain at all. Strong arm, I note. The stone is thick and heavy. My fear triples, and I swallow hard, feeling my hands start to sweat in my gloves. Maven is finally putting me in a real cell. Kitten and Clover shove me, trying to take me off guard, but I plant my feet, locking every joint against them. No! I shout, driving a shoulder back into one of them. Kitten grunts but doesn't stop, continuing to push while Clover takes me around the middle, lifting me clean off the floor. You can't put me down here. I don't know what card to play, what mask to put on. Do I cry? Do I beg? Do I act like the rebel queen they think I am? Which one will save me? Fear overrules my senses. I gasp like a girl drowning. Please, I can't. I kick at open air, trying to topple Clover, but she's stronger than I expect. Egg takes my legs, cleanly ignoring my heel as it cracks into his jaw. They carry me like a piece of furniture, without thought or attention. Twisting, I manage to catch sight of the treasury guard as the door slides back into place. He hums to himself, nonchalant. Another day on the job for him. I force myself to look forward, at whatever fate awaits me in these white depths. This vault is empty, its walkway corkscrews like the corridor, albeit in tighter circles. Nothing marks the walls. No distinguishing features, no seams, not even guards. Just lights overhead and stone all around. Please. My voice echoes in the silence, alone with the sound of my racing heartbeat. I stare up at the ceiling, willing this all to be a dream. When they drop me, I gasp, the wind knocked from my lungs. Still, I roll to my feet as quickly as I can. As I stand, fists clenched, teeth bared, I'm ready to fight and willing to lose. I won't be abandoned here without taking someone's teeth. The Arvans stand back, side by side, unamused. Uninterested. Their focus is beyond me, behind me. I whirl to find myself staring, not at another blank wall, but at a winding platform. Newly built, joining with other corridors or vaults or secret passages. It overlooks tracks. Before my brain can attempt to connect the dots, before even the briefest whisper of excitement can ripple in my mind, Maven speaks, and smashes my hope to pieces. Don't get ahead of yourself. His voice echoes from my left, farther down the platform. He stands there, waiting, a guard of sentinels around him, along with Evangeline and Telemus. All of them wear coats like mine, with ample fur to keep them warm. Both Samus children are resplendent in black sable. Maven steps toward me, grinning with the confidence of a wolf. The Scarlet Guard aren't the only ones capable of building trains. The undertrain rattled and sparked and rusted all over, a tin heap threatening to split apart at its welds. Still, I prefer it to this glamorous slug. Your friends gave me the idea, of course, Maven says from his plush seat across from me. He lazes, proud of himself. I see none of his psychic wounds today. They're carefully hidden, either pushed aside or forgotten for the moment. I fight the urge to curl up in my own seat, and I keep both feet firmly planted on the floor. If something goes wrong, I have to be ready to run. As in the palace, I note every inch of Maven's train, looking for any kind of advantage. I find none. No windows, and sentinels and Arvan guards are planted at either end of the long compartment. It's furnished like a salon, with paintings, upholstered chairs and couches, even crystal lights tinkling with the motion of the train. But as with everything silver, I see the cracks. The paint has barely dried. I can smell it. The train is brand new, untested. At the other end of the compartment, Evangeline's eyes dart back and forth, betraying her attempt to seem calm. The train rattles her. I bet she can feel every piece of it moving at high speed. It's a hard sensation to get used to. I never could, always sensing the pulse of machines like the Undertrain or the Blackrun jet. I used to feel the electric blood, I guess she can feel the metal veins. Her brother sits beside her, glowering at me. He shifts once or twice, nudging her shoulder. Her pained expression relents every time, calmed by his presence. I guess if the new train explodes, they're strong enough to survive the shrapnel. They managed to escape so quickly from the bowl of bones, riding the ancient rails all the way to Nersea before even I could get there. I figured it wouldn't be so bad to have a little escape route of my own, Maven continues, drumming his fingers on his knee. You never know what new concoction my brother may dream up in his attempt to overthrow me. Best to be prepared. And what are you escaping from right now? I mumble, trying to keep my voice low. He only shrugs and laughs. Don't act so glum, Mare. I'm doing us both a favor. Grinning, he sinks back in his seat. He kicks his feet up, putting them onto the seat beside me. I wrinkle my nose at the action, angling away. One can only tolerate the prison of Whitefire Palace for so long. Prison. I bite back a retort, forcing myself to humor him. You have no idea what a prison is, Maven. Without windows or any kind of bearing, I have no way to know where we may be headed or how far this infernal machine can travel. It certainly feels as fast as the Undertrain, if not faster. I doubt we're heading south, to Nersea, a ruined city now abandoned even by the Scarlet Guard. Maven made such a show of destroying the tunnels after the infiltration of Archeon. He lets me think, watching as I puzzle out the picture around us. He knows I don't have enough pieces to make it whole. Still, he lets me try, and doesn't offer any more explanation. The minutes tick by, and I turn my focus to Telemus. My hate for him has only grown over the last few months. He killed my brother. He took shade from this world. He would do the same to everyone I love if given the chance. For once, he's without his scaled armor. It makes him seem smaller, weaker, more vulnerable. I fantasize about cutting his throat and staining Maven's freshly painted walls with silver blood. Something interest you? Telemus snarls, meeting my gaze. Let her stare, Evangeline says. She leans back in her seat and tips her head, never breaking eye contact. She can't do much more than that. We'll see, I growl back. In my lap, my fingers twitch. Maven clucks his tongue, chiding. Ladies, dot. Before Evangeline can retort, her focus shifts and she looks away, at the walls, at the floor, at the ceiling. Telemus matches her action. They sense something I can't. And then the train around us starts to slow, its gears and mechanisms screeching against iron tracks. Nearly there, then, Maven says, easing to his feet. He offers me a hand. For a moment, I entertain the idea of biting his fingers off. Instead, I put my hand in his, ignoring the crawling sensation under my skin. When I stand, his thumb grazes the raised edge of my manacle beneath my glove. A firm reminder of his hold over me. I can't stand it and pull away, folding my arms over my chest to create a barrier between us. Something darkens in his bright eyes, and he puts up a shield of his own. Maven's train stops so smoothly I barely feel it. The Arvans do though, and snap to my side, surrounding me with exhausting familiarity. At least I'm not chained up or leashed. Sentinels flank Maven as the Arvans flank me, their flaming robes and black masks foreboding as always. They let Maven set the pace, and he crosses the length of the compartment. Evangeline and Telemus follow, forcing me and my guards to take up the back of the strange procession. We follow them through the door, into a vestibule connecting one compartment to the next. Another door, another long stretch of opulent furnishings, this time in a dining room. Still no windows. Still no hint as to where we might be. At the next vestibule, a door opens, not ahead, but to the right. The sentinels duck through first, disappearing, then Maven goes, then the rest. We exit onto another platform, illuminated by harsh lights overhead. It's shockingly clean, another new construction, no doubt, but the air feels damp. Despite the meticulous order of the empty platform, something drips somewhere, echoing around us. I look left and right along the tracks. They fade into blackness on either side. This isn't the end of the line. I shudder to think how much progress Maven has made in only a few months' time. Up we go, ascending a set of stairs. I resign myself to a long climb, remembering how deep the vault entrance was. So I'm surprised when the stairs level off quickly at another door. This one is reinforced steel, a foreboding omen of what might be beyond. A sentinel grasps the bar lock and turns it with a grunt. The groan of a massive mechanism answers. Evangeline and Telemus don't lift a finger to help. Like me, they watch with thinly veiled fascination. I don't think they know much more than I do. Strange, for a house so closely tied to the king. Daylight streams through as the steel swings back, revealing gray and blue beyond. Dead trees, their branches splayed like veins, reach into a clear winter sky. As we step out from the train bunker, I take a deep breath. Pine, the sharp cleanness of cold air. We're standing in a clearing surrounded by evergreens and naked oaks. The earth beneath me is frozen, hard-packed dirt beneath a few inches of snow. It chills my toes already. I dig in my heels, earning one more second of open forest. The Arvans push me along, making me skid. I don't fight so much as methodically slow them down, all the while whipping my head back and forth. I try to get my bearings. Judging by the sun, now beginning its western descent, north is directly ahead of me. For military transports, polished to unnatural shine, idle in the path before us. Their engines hum, waiting, the heat of them sending plumes of steam into the air. It's easy to figure which belongs to Maven. The burning crown, red, black, and royal silver, is stamped on the sides of the grandest one. It stands almost 2 feet off the ground, with massive wheels and what must be a reinforced body. Bulletproof, fireproof, deathproof. Everything to protect the boy king. He climbs inside without hesitation, his cape trailing behind. To my relief, the Arvans don't make me follow, and I'm bodily shoved into another transport. Mine is unmarked. As I duck in, straining for one last glimpse of the open sky, I notice Evangeline and Telemus approach their own transport. Black and silver, its metal body covered in spikes. Evangeline probably decorated it herself. We lurch forward as Egg shuts the door behind him, locking me into the transport with 4 Arvan guards. There is a soldier behind the wheel and a sentinel in the seat next to him. I resign myself to another journey, crammed in with the Arvans. At least the transport has windows. I watch, not wanting to blink, as we speed through an achingly familiar forest. When we reach the river, and the widely paved road running next to it, a longing burns through my chest. That is the capital river. My river. We're driving north, on the Royal Road. They could throw me from the transport right now, leave me in the dust with nothing, and I could find my way home. Tears spring to my eyes at the thought. What I would do, to myself or anyone else, for the chance to go back home. But no one is there. No one I care about. They're gone, protected, far away. Home is no longer the place we're from. Home is safe with them. I hope. I jump as other transports join our convoy. Military grade, their bodies marked by the black sword of the army. I count almost a dozen in sight, and more stretching into the distance behind us. Many have silver soldiers visible, either leaning off the side or perched on top in special seats and harnesses. All of them are on alert, ready to act. The Arvans don't look surprised by the new additions. They knew they were coming. The Royal Road winds through towns on the riverbank. Red towns. We're too far south for us to pass through the stilts yet, but that doesn't dampen my excitement. Brick mills come into view first, jutting out into the shallows of the river. We speed right for them, entering the outskirts of a thriving mill town. As much as I want to see more, I hope we don't stop. I hope Maven passes right through this place without disruption. I mostly get my wish. The convoy slows but never stops, rolling through the heart of the town in all its glittering menace. Crowds line the street, waving us on. They cheer for the king, shouting his name, straining to see and be seen. Red merchants to mill workers, the old and young, hundreds of them pressing forward to get a better look. I expect to see security officers pushing them on, forcing such a raucous welcome. I lean back against my seat, willing myself not to be seen. They're already forced to watch me sit by Maven's side. I don't want to add more fuel to that manipulative fire. To my relief, no one puts me on display. I merely sit and stare at my hands in my lap, hoping for the town to pass by as quickly as possible. In the palace, seeing what I see of Maven, knowing what I do about him, it's easy to forget he has most of the country in his pocket. His grand efforts to turn the tide of opinion against the Scarlet Guard and his enemies seem to be working. These people believe what he says, or perhaps have no opportunity to fight. I don't know which one is worse. When the town recedes behind us, the cheers still echo in my head. All this for Maven, for the next step in whatever plan he has put in motion. We must be beyond Newtown, that much is clear. There's no pollution in sight. There aren't any estates either. I remember passing River Row on my first journey south, back when I was pretending to be Marina. We sailed downriver from the Hall of the Sun all the way to Archeon, passing villages, towns, and the luxurious stretch of bank where many high houses kept their family mansions. I try to remember the maps Julian used to show me. Instead, I only give myself a headache. The sun dips lower as the convoy turns off after the third shearing town, moving in practiced formation onto a connecting roadway. Heading west. I try to swallow the dip of sadness rising inside. North pulls at me, beckoning even though I cannot follow. The places I know stretch farther and farther away. I try to keep the compass in my head. West is the Iron Road. The way to the West Lakes, the Lakelands, the Choke. West is war and ruin. Egg and Trio don't let me move much, so I have to crane my neck to see. I bite my lip as we pass through a set of gates, trying to spot a sign or a symbol. There isn't anything, just bars of wrought iron beneath shockingly green vines of flowering ivy. Well out of season. The estate is palatial, at the far end of a road lined by immaculate hedges. We spit out into a wide square of stone, with the estate house occupying one side. Our convoy circles in front of it, stopping with the transports splayed out in an arced row. No crowds here, but guards are already waiting outside. The Arvans move quickly and I'm ushered from the transport. I glare up a charming red brick and white trim, rows of polished windows hung with blooming flower boxes, fluted columns, florid balconies, and the largest tree I've ever seen bursting from the middle of the mansion. Its branches arc over the pointed roof, growing in conjunction with the structure. Not a twig or leaf out place, perfectly sculpted like a piece of living art. Magnolia, I think, judging by the white flowers and the perfume smell. For a moment, I forget it's winter. Welcome, Your Majesty. The voice isn't one I recognize. Another girl, my age but tall, lean, pale as the snow that should be here, steps down from one of the many transports that join ours. Her attention is on Maven, now clambering out of his own transport, and she glides by me to curtsy in front of him. I know her at a glance. Heron Welly. She competed in Queen's Trial long ago, drawing mighty trees out of earth while her house cheered her on. Like so many, she hoped to become a royal bride, chosen to marry Cal. Now she stands at Maven's command, eyes downcast, waiting for his order. She pulls her green and gold coat tighter around herself, a defense against the cold and Maven's stare. Hers is one of the few houses I knew before I was forced into the silver world. Her father governs the region I was born in. I used to watch a ship pass by on the river, and wave at its green flags with other stupid children. Maven takes his time, needlessly donning his gloves for the short walk between his transport and the mansion. As he moves, the simple crown nestled in his black curls captures the waning sunlight, winking red and gold. Charming place, Heron, he says, making idle small talk. It sounds sinister coming from him. A threat. Thank you, Your Majesty. All is well in order for your arrival, Ut. As I'm maneuvered closer, Heron spares a single glance for me. Her only acknowledgement of my existence. She has bird-like features, but on her angular figure they look elegant, refined, and sharply beautiful. I expect her eyes to be green, like everything else about her family and ability. Instead, they are a vibrant deep blue, set off by porcelain skin and auburn hair. The rest of the transports empty their passengers. More colors, more houses, more guards and soldiers. I spot Samson among them, looking foolish in leather and fur dyed blue. The color and the cold make him paler than ever, a blonde icicle of bloodlust. The others give him a wide berth as he prowls to Maven's side. I count a few dozen courtiers at a glance. Enough to make me wonder if even Governor Welly's mansion can hold us all. Maven acknowledges Samson with a nod of his head before he sets off at a brisk pace, trotting toward the ornate stairs leading up from the square. Heron follows at his heels, as do the sentinels in their usual flock. Everyone else follows, pulled along by an invisible tether. A man who can only be the governor rushes from oak and gold doors, bowing as he walks. He seems bland in comparison to his home, unremarkable with his weak chin, dirty blonde hair, and a body neither fat nor thin. His clothes make up for it, and then some. He wears boots, buttersoft leather pants, and a jacket worked in ornate brocade, set with flashing emeralds at the collar and hems. They are nothing compared to the ancient medallion around his neck. It bounces against his chest as he walks, a jeweled emblem of the tree guarding his home. Your Majesty, I can't tell you how pleased we are to host you, he blusters, bowing one last time. Maven purses his lips into a thin smile, amused by the display. It's such an honor to be the first destination on your coronation tour. Disgust curls in my stomach. I'm seized by the image of me parading through the country, a few steps behind Maven, always at his beck and call. On screen, in front of cameras, it feels degrading, but in person? Before crowds of people like the ones in the town? I may not survive it. Somehow I think I would prefer the prison of Whitefire. Maven clasps hands with the governor, his smile spreading into something that could pass for genuine. He's good at the act, I'll give him that. Of course, Cyrus, I could think of no better place to start. Heron speaks so highly of you, he adds, waving her to his side. She steps quickly, eyes flashing to her father. A look of relief passes between them. Like everything Maven does, her presence is a careful manipulation and a message. Shall we? Maven gestures to the mansion. He sets off, making the rest of us keep up. The governor hurries to flank Maven, still trying to at least look like he has some manner of control here. Inside, droves of red servants line the walls in their best uniforms, their shoes polished and eyes on the floor. None look at me, and I keep to myself, musing instead on the governor's mansion. I expected Green Warden artistry and I am not disappointed. Flowers of every kind dominate the foyer, blooming from crystal vases, painted on the walls, molded on the ceiling, worked in glass in the chandeliers or in stone mosaic on the floor. The smell should be overwhelming. Instead, it's intoxicating, calming with every breath. I inhale deeply, allowing myself this one small pleasure. More of House Welly wait to greet the king, falling over themselves to bow or curtsy or compliment Maven on everything from his laws to his shoes. As he suffers them all, Evangeline joins us, having already discarded her furs with some poor servant. I tense as she pauses next to me. All the greenery reflects in her clothing, giving her a sickly hue. With a jolt, I realize her father isn't here. He usually hovers between her and Maven at events like this, quick to step in when her temper threatens to boil over. But he isn't here now. Evangeline says nothing, content to stare at Maven's back. I watch her watch him. Her fist clenches when the governor leans to whisper in Maven's ear. Then he beckons to one of the Silvers waiting, a tall, thin woman with jet black hair, swooping cheekbones, and cool, ochre skin. If she's part of House Welly, she doesn't look it. Not a scrap of green on her. Instead, her clothes are gray-blue. The woman bows her head stiffly, careful to keep her eyes on Maven's face. His demeanor changes, his smile widening for an instant. He mutters something back, his head bobbing in excitement. I catch a single word. Now, he says. The governor and the woman oblige. They walk away together, sentinels in tow. I glance at the Arvins, wondering if we're meant to go too, but they don't move. Evangeline doesn't either. And for whatever reason, her shoulders droop and her body relaxes. Some weight has fallen away. Stop staring at me, she snaps, knocking me from my observations. I drop my head, letting her win this small, insignificant exchange. And I continue to wonder. What does she know? What does she see that I don't? As the Arvins lead me away to whatever myself for the evening may be, my heart sinks in my chest. I left Julian's books in Whitefire. Nothing will comfort me tonight. 14. Mare. Before my capture, I spent months crisscrossing the country, evading Maven's hunters and recruiting new bloods. I slept on a dirt floor, ate what we could steal, spent all my waking hours either feeling too much or too little, trying my best to stay ahead of all our demons. I didn't handle the pressure well. I shut down and shut out my friends, my family, everyone close to me. Anyone who wanted to help or understand. Of course I regret it. Of course I wish I could go back to the Notch, to Cal and Killorn and Farley and Shade. I would do things differently. I would be different. Sadly, no silver or new blood can change the past. My mistakes cannot be undone, forgotten, or ignored. But I can make amends. I can do something now. I've seen Norta, but as an outlaw. From the shadows. The view from Maven's side, as part of his extensive entourage, is like the difference between night and day. I shiver beneath my coat, hands clasped together for warmth. Between the crushing power of the Arvans and my manacles, I'm more susceptible to the temperature. Despite my hatred for him, I find myself inching closer to Maven, if only to take advantage of his constant heat. On his other side, Evangeline does the opposite, keeping her distance. She focuses more on Governor Welly than the king, and mutters to him occasionally, her voice low enough not to disturb Maven's speech. I'm humbled by your welcome, as well as your support for a young and untested king. Maven's voice echoes, magnified by microphones and speakers. He doesn't read from any paper and somehow seems to make eye contact with every person crowding the city square below the balcony. Like everything about the king, even the location is a manipulation. We stand above hundreds, looking down, elevated beyond the reach of mere humans. The assembled people of Arborus, Governor Welly's own capital within his domain, stare up, faces raised in a way that makes my skin itch. The Reds jostle for a better look. They're easy to pick out, standing in bunches, covered in mismatched layers, their faces flushed red with cold, while the silver citizenry sit in furs. Black uniformed security officers dot the crowd, vigilant as the sentinels posted on the balcony and neighboring rooftops. It is my hope that this coronation tour allows me not only a deeper understanding of my kingdom, but a deeper understanding of you. Your struggles. Your hopes. Your fears. Because I am certainly afraid. A murmur goes through the crowd below, as well as the assembled party on the balcony. Even Evangeline glances sidelong at Maven, eyes narrowed over the flawless white collar of her fur wrap. We are a kingdom on the brink, threatening to shatter under the weight of war and terrorism. It is my solemn duty to prevent this from happening, and save us from the horrors of whatever anarchy the Scarlet Guard wishes to instill. So many are dead, in Archeon, in Corvium, in Somerton. My own mother and father among them. My own brother corrupted by the insurrectionist forces. But even so, I am not alone. I have you. I have Norta. He sighs slowly, a muscle ticking in his cheek. And we will stand together against the enemies seeking to destroy our way of life, red and silver. I pledge my life to eradicating the Scarlet Guard, in any way possible. The cheers below sound like metal on metal to me, screeching, a horrific noise. I keep my face still, expression carefully neutral. It serves me as well as any shield. Every day his speech becomes firmer, his words carefully chosen and wielded like knives. Not once does he say the word rebel or revolution. The Scarlet Guard are always terrorists. Always murderers. Always enemies to our way of life, whatever that may be. And unlike his parents, he is masterfully careful to not insult Reds. The tour moves through silver estates and red cities alike. Somehow he seems at home in both, never flinching from the worst his kingdom has to offer. We even visit one of the factory slums, the kind of place I will never forget. I try not to cringe as we pass through the teetering dormitory buildings or when we step out into the polluted air. Maven alone seems unfazed, smiling for the workers and their tattooed necks. He doesn't cover his mouth like Evangeline or retch at the smell like so many others, myself included. He's better at this than I ever expected. He knows, as his parents could not or refuse to understand, that seducing Reds to his silver cause is perhaps his best chance of victory. In another red city, on the steps of a silver mansion, he lays the next brick in a deadly road. 1,000 poor farmers look on, not daring to believe, not daring to hope. Even I don't know what he's doing. My father's measures were enacted after a deadly attack that left many government officials dead. It was his attempt to punish the Scarlet Guard for their evil, and, to my shame, it only punished you instead. Before the eyes of so many, he dips his face. It is a stirring sight. A silver king bowing in front of the red masses. I have to remind myself that this is Maven. This is a trick. As of today, I decree the measures lifted and abolished. They were the mistakes of a well-meaning king, but mistakes all the same. He glances at me, just for a moment, but the moment is enough for me to know that he cares about my reaction. The measures. Conscription age lowered to 15. Restrictive curfew. Lethal punishment for any crime. All to turn the red population of Norta against the Scarlet Guard. All gone in an instant, in one beat of a king's black heart. I should feel happy. I should feel proud. He's doing this because of me. Some part of him thinks this will please me. Some part thinks it will keep me safe. But watching the Reds, my own people, cheer for their oppressor only fills me with dread. I look down to find that my hands are shaking. What is he doing? What is he planning? To find out, I must fly as close to the flame as I dare. He ends his appearances by walking through the crowd, shaking hands with as many Reds as he does Silvers. He cuts through them with ease, sentinels flanking him in diamond formation. Samson Mirandus always has his back, and I wonder how many feel the brush of his mind against their own. He's a better deterrent to a would-be assassin than anything else. Evangeline and I trail behind, both of us with guards. As always, I refuse to smile, to look, to touch anyone. It's safer for them this way. The transports wait for us, their engines worked to an idle purr. Above, the overcast sky darkens and I smell snow. While our guards close ranks, tightening formation to allow the king to enter his transport, I quicken my pace as best I can. My heart races and my breath puffs white on the cold air. Maven, I say aloud. Despite the cheering crowd behind us, he hears me and pauses on the step of his transport. He turns with fluid grace, long cape whirling out to show blood-red lining. Unlike the rest of us, he doesn't need to wear fur to keep warm. I draw my coat tighter, if only to give my nervous hands something more to do. Did you really mean that? At his own transport, Samson stares, eyes boring into mine. He can't read my mind, not while I wear the manacles, but that doesn't make him useless. I rely on my real confusion to create the mask I want to wear. I have no illusions where Maven is concerned. I know his twisted heart, and that it feels something for me. Something he wants to get rid of, but can never part with. When he waves me to his transport, beckoning for me to join him, I expect to hear Evangeline scoff or protest. She does neither, sweeping away to her own transport. In the cold, she doesn't glitter so brightly. She seems almost human. The Arvans do not follow, though they try. Maven stops them with a look. His transport is different from any other I've been in. The driver and front guard are separated from the passengers by a glass window, sealing us in together. The walls and windows are thick, bulletproof. The sentinels don't slide in either, instead climbing directly onto the transport skeleton, taking up defensive positions at every corner. It's unsettling to know there's a sentinel with a gun sitting directly above me. But not as unsettling as the king sitting across from me, staring, waiting. He eyes my hands, watching me rub my frozen fingers together. Are you cold? He murmurs. Quickly I tuck my hands under my legs to warm them up. The transport accelerates forward. Are you really going to do it? End the measures? You think I would lie? I can't help but laugh darkly. In the back of my mind, I wish for a knife. I wonder if he could incinerate me before I slit his throat. You? Never. He smirks and shrugs, shifting to get more comfortable on the plush seats. I meant what I said. The measures were a mistake. Enacting them did more harm than good. To Reds? Or to you? To both, of course. Although I would thank my father if I could. I expect righting his wrongs will win me support among your people. The cold detachment in his voice is discomforting, to say the least. I know now it comes from memories of his father. Poisoned things, drained of any love or happiness. I'm afraid your Scarlet Guard won't have many sympathizers left by the time this is done. I'm going to end them without another useless war. You think giving people crumbs is going to placate them? I growl, gesturing to the windows with my chin. Farms, barren for the winter, stretch out to the hills. Oh, lovely, the king has given me back 2 years of my child's life. Doesn't matter that they're still going to be taken away eventually. His smirk only widens. You think that? I do. That's how this kingdom is. That's how it's always been. We'll see. Leaning farther, he puts a foot up on the seat next to me. He even removes his crown, spins it between his hands. Bronze and iron flames glint in the low light, reflecting my face in his. Slowly, I edge away, crowding myself into the corner. I suppose I taught you a hard lesson, he says. You missed so much last time, and now you trust nothing. You're always watching, looking for information you're never going to use. Have you figured out where we're going yet? Or why? I take a breath. I feel like I'm back in Julian's classroom, being tested on a map. The stakes feel much higher here. We're on the Iron Road now, heading northwest. To Corvium. He has the gall to wink. Close. We're not, I blink quickly, trying to think. My brain buzzes through all the pieces I've jealously collected over the days. Shards of news, bits of gossip. Rocasta? Are you going after Cal? Maven settles back farther, amused. So small-minded. Why would I waste time chasing rumors of my exiled brother? I have a war to end and a rebellion to prevent. A war to end? You said yourself, the Lakelands will overthrow us if given the chance. I'm not going to let that happen. Especially with Piedmont focused elsewhere, on their own multitude of troubles. I have to handle these matters myself. Despite the warmth of the transport, due in large part to the Fire King sitting in front of me, I feel a finger of ice trail down my spine. I used to dream of the choke. The place where my father lost his leg, where my brothers almost lost their lives. Where so many Reds die. A waste of ash and blood. You're not a warrior, Maven. You're not a general or a soldier. How can you possibly hope to defeat them when others couldn't? When father couldn't? When Cal couldn't? He snaps. Each word sounds like the crack of bone. You're right, I'm not like them. War is not what I was made for. Made. He says it with such ease. Maven Calor is not his own self. He told me as much. He is a construct, a creation of his mother's additions and subtractions. A mechanical, a machine, soulless and lost. What a horror, to know that someone like this holds our fates in the palm of his quivering hand. It will be no loss, not truly, he drones on to distract us both. Our military economy will simply turn its attention to the Scarlet Guard. And then whoever we decide to fear next. Whatever avenue is best for population control. If not for the manacles, my rage would certainly turn the transport into a heap of electrified scrap. Instead, I jump forward, lunging, hands stretched out to grab him by the collar. My fingers worm beneath the lapels of his jacket and I seize fabric in both fists. Without thinking, I shove, pushing, smashing him back into his seat. He flinches, a hand's breadth from my face, breathing hard. He's just as surprised as I am. No easy thing. I immediately go numb with shock, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. He stares up at me, eye to eye, lashes dark and long. I'm so close to him I can see his pupils dilate. I wish I could disappear. I wish I were on the other side of the world. Slowly, steadily, his hands find mine. They tighten on my wrists, feeling manacle and bone. Then he pries my fists from his chest. I let him move me, too terrified for anything else. My skin crawls at his touch, even beneath gloves. I attacked him. Maven. The king. One word, one tap on the window, and a sentinel will rip out my spine. Or he could kill me himself. Burn me alive. Sit back down, he whispers, every word sharp. Giving me one single chance. Like a scrambling cat, I do as he says, retreating to my corner. He recovers faster than I do and shakes his head with the ghost of a smile. Quickly he smooths his jacket and brushes back a lock of rumpled hair. You're a smart girl, Mare. Don't tell me you never connected those particular dots. My breath comes hard, as if there's a stone sitting on my chest. I feel heat rise in my cheeks, both out of anger and shame. They want our coast. Our electricity. We want their farmlands, resources. I stumble over the words I was taught in a ramshackle schoolhouse. The look on Maven's face only becomes more amused. In Julian's books, the kings disagreed. Two men arguing over a chessboard like spoiled children. They're the reason for all this. For 100 years of war. I thought Julian taught you to read between the lines. To see the words left unsaid. He shakes his head, despairing of me. I suppose even he could not undo your years of poor education. Another well-used tactic, I might add. That I knew. That I've always known, and lamented. Reds are kept stupid, kept ignorant. It makes us weaker than we already are. My own parents can't even read. I blink away hot tears of frustration. You knew all this, I tell myself, trying to calm down. The war is a ruse, a cover to keep Reds under control. One conflict may end, but another will always begin. It twists my insides to realize how rigged the game has been, for everyone, for so very long. Stupid people are easier to control. Why do you think my mother kept my father around for so long? He was a drunk, a heartbroken imbecile, blind to so much, content to keep things as they were. Easy to control, easy to use. A person to manipulate and blame. Furious, I swipe at my face, trying to hide any evidence of my emotions. Maven watches anyway, his expression softening a little. As if that helps anything. So what are two Silver Kingdoms going to do once they stop throwing Reds at each other? I hiss. Start marching us off cliffs at random? pull names out of a lottery? He rests a hand on his chin. I can't believe Cal never told you any of this. Although he wasn't really jumping at the opportunity to change things, not even for you. Probably didn't think you could handle it, or, well, perhaps he didn't think you would understand it. My fist slams against the bulletproof glass of the window. It smarts instantly, and I bury myself in the pain, using it to keep any thoughts of Cal at bay. I can't let myself fall into that drowning spiral, even if it's true. Even though Cal was once willing to uphold these horrors. Don't, I snap at him. Don't. I'm not a fool, little lightning girl. His snarl matches my own. If you're going to play in my head, I'm going to play in yours. It's what we're good at. I was cold before, but now the heat of his anger threatens to consume me. Feeling sick, I press my cheek against the cool glass of the window and shut my eyes. Don't compare me to you. We're not the same. People like us, he scoffs. We lie to everyone. Especially ourselves. I want to punch the window again. Instead, I tuck my fists tight under my arms, trying to make myself smaller. Maybe I'll just shrink away and disappear. With every breath, I regret getting into his transport more and more. You'll never get the Lakelands to agree, I say. I hear him laugh deep in his throat. Funny. They already have. My eyes fly open in shock. He nods, looking pleased with himself. Governor Welly facilitated a meeting with one of their top ministers. He has contacts in the north and is easily persuaded. Probably because you hold his daughter hostage. Probably, he agrees. So that's what this tour is. A solidifying of power, the creation of a new alliance. A twisting of arms and bending of wills by whatever means necessary. I knew it was for something other than spectacle, but this I could not fathom. I think of Farley, the colonel, their Lakelander soldiers pledged to the Scarlet Guard. What will a truce do to them? Don't look so glum. I'm ending a war millions died for, and bringing peace to a country that no longer knows the meaning of the word. You should be proud of me. You should be thanking me. Don't, he puts his hands up in defense as I spit at him. You really need to figure out another way to express your anger, he grumbles, wiping at his uniform. Take off my manacles and I'll show you one. He barks out a laugh. Yes, of course, Miss Barrow. Outside, the sky darkens and the world fades to gray. I put a palm to the glass, willing myself to fall through. Nothing happens. I'm still here. I must say, I am surprised, he adds. We have far more in common with the Lakelands than you think. My jaw tightens and I speak through gritted teeth. You both use Reds as slaves and cannon fodder. He sits up so quickly I flinch. We both want to end the Scarlet Guard. It's almost comical. Every step I take explodes in my face. I tried to save Killorn from conscription and named my sister instead. I became a maid to help my family and within hours became a prisoner. I believed Maven's words and Maven's false heart. I trusted Cal to choose me. I raided a prison to free people and ended up clutching Shade's corpse. I sacrificed myself to save the people I love. I gave Maven a weapon. And now, try as I might to thwart his reign from the inside, I think I've done something much worse. What will a united Lakelands and Norta look like? Despite what Maven said, we head to Rocasta anyway, barreling on after more coronation stops throughout the West Lakes region. We won't stay. Either there isn't a stately home suitable enough for Maven's court, or he simply doesn't want to be there. I can see why. Rocasta is a military city. Not a fortress like Corvium, but built to support the army all the same. An ugly thing, formed for function. The city sits several miles off the banks of Lake Tarayan, and the iron road runs through its heart. It bisects Rocasta like a blade, separating the wealthier silver sector of the city from the red. With no walls to speak of, the city creeps up on me. The shadows of houses and buildings appear out of the white blindness of a blizzard. Silver storms work to keep our road clear, battling the weather to keep the king on schedule. They stand on top of our transports, directing the snow and ice around us with even motions. Without them, the weather would be much worse, a hammer of brutal winter. Still, snow blasts against the windows of my transport, obscuring the world outside. There are no more windweavers from the talented House Laris. They're either dead or gone, having fled with the other rebelling houses, and the silvers remaining can only do so much. From what little I can see, Rocasta carries on despite the storm. Red workers move to and fro, clutching at lanterns, their lights bobbing through the haze like fish in murky water. They're used to this kind of weather so close to the lakes. I settle down into my long coat, glad for the warmth, even if the coat is a blood-red monstrosity. I glance at the Arvans, still clad in their usual white. Are you scared? I chatter to the empty air. I don't wait for their non-existent response, all of them quietly focused on ignoring my voice. We could lose you in a storm like this. I sigh to myself, crossing my arms. Wishful thinking. Maven's transport rolls ahead of mine, spotted with sentinel guards. Like my coat, they stand out sharply in the snowstorm, their flaming robes a beacon to the rest of us. I'm surprised they don't take off their masks despite the low visibility. They must revel in looking inhuman and frightening monsters to defend another monster. Our convoy turns off the iron road somewhere near the center of the city, speeding down a wide avenue crisscrossed with twinkling lights. Opulent townhouses and walled city manors rise up from the street, their windows warm and inviting. Up ahead, a clock tower fades in and out of visibility, occasionally obscured by drifting gusts of snow. It tolls 3 o'clock as we approach, gonging peals of sound that seem to reverberate inside my rib cage. Dark shadows plunge along the street, deepening with every passing second as the storm gets stronger. We're in the silver sector, evidenced by the lack of trash and bedraggled reds roaming the alleys. Enemy territory. As if I'm not already as deeply behind enemy lines as possible. At court, there were rumors about Rocasta, and Cal in particular. A few soldiers had received a tip that he was in the city, or some old man had thought he'd seen him and wanted rations in exchange for the information. But the same could be said of so many places. He'd be stupid to come here, to a city still firmly under Maven's control. Especially with Corvium so close by. If he's smart, he is far away, well hidden, helping the Scarlet Guard as best he can. Strange to think that House Laris, House Irel, and House Haven rebelled in his honor, for an exiled prince who will never claim the throne. What a waste. The administrative building beneath the clock tower is ornate compared to the rest of Rocasta, more akin to the columns and crystal of Whitefire Palace. Our convoy glides to a halt before it, spitting us out into the snow. I hustle up the steps as quickly as I can, drawing up the infuriating red collar against the cold. Inside, I expect warmth and a waiting audience to hang on Maven's every calculated word. Instead, we find chaos. This was once a grand meeting hall, the walls are lined with plush benches and seating, now pushed aside. Most have been stacked on top of one another, cleared to make room on the main floor. I'm seized by the scent of blood. A strange thing for a hall full of silvers. But then I see, it is not so much a hall as a hospital. All the wounded are officers, laid out on cots in neat rows. I count 36 at a glance. Their liveried uniforms and neat medals mark them as military of varying ranks, with insignia from any number of high houses. Skin healers attend as fast as they can, but only 2 are on duty, marked by the red and silver crosses on their shoulders. They sprint back and forth, seeing to injuries in order of seriousness. One jumps up from a moaning man to kneel over a woman coughing up silver blood, her chin metal bright with the liquid. Sentinel Skonos, Maven says gravely. Help who you can. One of his masked guards reacts with a stilted bow, breaking rank with the rest of the king's defenders. More of us file in, crowding an already crowded room. A few members of court abandon propriety to search the soldiers, looking for family. Others are simply horrified. Their kind aren't meant to bleed. Not like this. Ahead of me, Maven looks back and forth, hands on his hips. If I didn't know him better, I would think him affected, angry or sad. But this is about to be another performance. Even though these are silver officers, I feel a pang of pity for them. The hospital hall is proof my Arvans are not made of stone. To my surprise, Kitten is the one to break first, her eyes watering with tears as she looks around. She fixes her gaze on the far end of the hall. White shrouds cover bodies. Corpses. 12 dead. At my feet, a young man hisses out a breath. He keeps a hand pressed to his chest, putting pressure on what must be an internal wound. I lock eyes with him, noting his uniform and his face. Older than me, classically handsome beneath streaks of silver blood. Black and gold house colors. House Provost, a Telki. It doesn't take him long to recognize me. His brows raise a little in realization, and he struggles for another breath. Beneath my gaze, he shakes. He's afraid of me. What happened? I ask him. In the din of the hall, my voice is barely more than a whisper. I don't know why he responds. Maybe he thinks I'll kill him if he doesn't. Maybe he wants someone to know what's really going on. Corvium, he murmurs back. The Provost's officer wheezes, fighting to push out the words. Scarlet Guard. It's a massacre. Fear shivers in my voice. For who? He hesitates, and I wait. Finally he draws a ragged breath. Both. 15. Cameron. I didn't know what could possibly spur the exiled prince to action until King Maven began his bleeding coronation tour. Clearly a ruse, definitely another plot. And it was headed straight for us. Everyone suspected an attack. And we had to strike first. Cal was right about one thing. Taking the walls of Corvium was our best plan of action. So he did it 2 days ago. Working in conjunction with the colonel and rebels already inside the fortress city, Cal led a strike force of Scarlet Guard and New Blood soldiers. The blizzard was their cover, and the shock of an assault served them well. Cal knew better than to ask me to join. I waited back in Rocasta with Farley. Both of us paced by the radio, eager for news. I fell asleep, but she shook me awake before dawn, grinning. We held the walls. Corvium never saw it coming. The city boiled in chaos. And we could no longer stay behind. Not even me. Admittedly, I wanted to go. Not to fight, but to see what victory actually looked like. And of course to get one step closer to the choke, my brother, and some semblance of purpose. So here I am, shrouded in the tree line with the rest of Farley's unit, looking out at black walls and blacker smoke. Corvium burns from within. I can't see much, but I know the reports. Thousands of red soldiers, some spurred on by the guard, turned on their officers as soon as Cal and the colonel attacked. The city was already a powder keg. Fitting that a fire prince lit the fuse and let it explode. Even now, a day later, the fighting continues as we take the city, street by street. The occasional burst of gunfire breaks the relative silence, making me flinch. I look away, trying to see farther than human reach. The sky here is dark already, the sun obscured by a cloudy gray sky. To the northwest, in the choke, the clouds are black, heavy with ash and death. Mare is out there, somewhere. Even though Maven released the underage conscripts, his unit hasn't moved, according to our last intelligence reports. They're the farthest away, deep in a trench. And the Scarlet Guard happens to be currently occupying the place his unit would return to. I try to block out the image of my twin huddled against the cold, his uniform too big, his eyes dark and sunken. But the thought is burned into my brain. I turn away, back to Corvium, to the task at hand. I need to keep my focus here. The sooner we take the city, the sooner we can get the conscripts moving. And then what? I ask myself. Send him home? To another hellhole? I have no answers for the voice in my head. I can barely stomach the idea of sending Mare back to the factories of Newtown, even if it means sending him back to our parents. They're my next goal, after I get my brother back. One impossible dream after another. 2 silvers just threw a red soldier from a tower. Ada squints into a pair of binoculars. Next to her, Farley remains still, arms calmly folded across her chest. Ada continues to scan the walls, reading signals. In the gray light, her golden skin takes on a sallow hue. I hope she isn't getting sick. They're solidifying their position, retreating and regrouping into the central sector, behind the second ring wall. I calculate 50 at least, she murmurs. 50. I try to swallow my fear. I tell myself there's no reason to be afraid. There's an army between us and them. And no one is stupid enough to try to force me anywhere I don't want to go. Not now, not with months of training behind me. Casualties? 100 of the silver garrison dead. Most of the injured escaped with the rest into the wilderness. Probably to Rocasta. And there were less than 1,000 in the city. Many had defected to the rebelling houses before Cal's assault. What about Cal's newest report? Farley asks Ada. The silvers deserting? I included that in my calculations. She almost sounds annoyed. Almost. Ada has a calmer disposition than any of us. 78 are in holding now, under Cal's protection. I put my hands on my hips, setting my weight. There's a difference between defection and surrender. They don't want to join us, they just don't want to end up dead. They know Cal will show mercy. Would you rather he kill them all? Set everyone against us? Farley snaps back, turning to me. After a second, she waves a hand dismissively. There's over 500 of them still out there, ready to come back and slaughter us all. Ada ignores our jabbering and keeps her vigil. Up until she joined the Scarlet Guard, she was a housemaid to a silver governor. She's used to much worse than us. I see Julian and Sarah above the prayer gate, she says. I feel a squeeze of comfort. When Cal radioed in, he didn't mention any casualties on his team, but nothing is ever certain. I'm glad Sarah is all right. I squint toward the forbidding prayer gate, looking for the black-angled entry on the east end of the Corvium walls. On top of the parapets, a red flag waves back and forth, barely a glimmer of color against the overcast sky. Ada translates. They're signaling for us. Safe passage. She glances at Farley, waiting for her order. With the colonel in the city, she's the ranking officer here, and her word is good as law. Though she gives no indication of it, I realize she must be weighing her options. We have to cross open ground to get to the gates. It could easily be a trap. Do you see the colonel? Good. She doesn't trust us, Silver. Not with our lives. No, Ada breathes. She scans the walls again, her bright eyes taking in every block of stone. I watch her motions as Farley waits, still and stern. Cal is with them. Fine, Farley says suddenly, her eyes lividly blue and resolute. Let's move out. I follow her begrudgingly. As much as I may hate to admit it, Cal isn't the type to double-cross us. Not fatally, at least. He's not his brother. I meet Ada's eyes over Farley's shoulder. The other new blood inclines her head a little as we walk. I shove clenched fists into my pockets. If I look like a sullen teenager, I don't care. That's what I am, a scared, sullen teenager who can kill with a look. Fear eats me up. Fear of the city, and fear of myself. I haven't used my ability outside training in months, not since the magnetron bastards pulled our jet out of the sky. But I remember what it feels like to use silence as a weapon. In Koro's prison, I killed people with it. Horrible people. Silver's keeping others like me trapped to slowly die. And the memory still makes me sick. I felt their hearts stop. I felt their deaths like they were happening to me. Such power, it frightens me. It makes me wonder what I could become. I think of Mare, the way she ricocheted between violent rage and numb detachment. Is that the price of abilities like ours? Do we have to choose, become empty, or become monsters? We set out in silence, all of us hyper-aware of our precarious position. We stand out sharply in the fresh snow, picking along in one another's footprints. The new bloods in Farley's unit are particularly on edge. One of Mare's own, Lori, leads us with the awareness of a bloodhound, her head whipping back and forth. Her senses are incredibly heightened, so if there's any imminent attack, she'll see it, hear it, or smell it coming. After the raid on Koro's prison, after Mare was taken, she started dyeing her hair blood red. It looks like a wound against the snow and iron sky. I level my gaze on her shoulder blades, ready to run if she so much as hesitates. Even pregnant, Farley manages to look commanding. She pulls the rifle from her back, holds it in both hands. But she isn't as alert as the others. Again her eyes slide in and out of focus. I feel a familiar pang of sadness for her. Did you come here with shade? I ask her quietly. She snaps her head in my direction. Why do you say that? For a spy, you're pretty easy to read sometimes. Her fingers drum along the barrel of her gun. Like I said, shade is still our main source of information on Corvium. I ran his operation here. That's all. Sure, Farley. We continue on in silence. Our breath mists on the air and the cold sets in, taking my toes first. In Newtown we had winter, but never like this. Something to do with the pollution. And the heat from the factories kept us sweating at work, even in the depths of winter. Farley is a Lakelander by birth, better suited to the weather. She doesn't seem to notice the snow or the prickling cold. Her mind is still obviously somewhere else. With someone else. I guess it's a good thing I didn't go after my brother, I mutter to the silence. Both for myself and for her. Something else to think about. I'm glad he isn't here. She glances at me sidelong. Her eyes narrow with suspicion. Is Cameron Cole admitting she was wrong about something? I can do that much. I'm not Mare. Another person might think that rude to say. Farley grins instead. Shade was stubborn too. Family trait. I expect his name to act as an anchor, dragging her down. Instead, it keeps her moving, one foot in front of the other. One word after the next. I met him a few miles from here. I was supposed to be recruiting whistle operatives from the Nortan black market. Use organizations already in place to better facilitate the Scarlet Guard. The whistle and the stilts gave me a lead on some soldiers up here who might be willing to coordinate. Shade was one of them. She nods, thoughtful. He was assigned to Corvium with the support troops. An officer's aide. A good position for him, even better for us. He fed the Scarlet Guard miles of information, all funneled through me. Until it became clear he couldn't stay any longer. He was being transferred to another legion. Someone knew he had an ability, and they were going to execute him for it. I've never heard this story. I doubt few have. Farley is not exactly forthcoming with her personal history. Why she's telling me now, I can't say. But I can see she needs to. I let her talk, giving her what she wants. And then when his sister. I've never seen him so terrified. We watched Queen's trial together. Watched her fall, watched her lightning. He thought the Silvers were going to kill her. You know the rest of that, I assume. She bites a lip, looking down the length of her rifle. It was his idea. We already had to get him out of the army to protect him. So he faked his execution report. Helped with the paperwork himself. Then he was gone. Silvers don't care enough to follow through on dead Reds. Of course, his family minded. That part stuck him for a while. But he still did it. I try to be understanding, but I can't imagine putting my own family through something like that, not for anything. He had to. And it served as a good motivation. Mare joined up after she found out. One Barrow for another. So that part of her speech wasn't a lie. I think about what Mare was forced to say, glaring down a camera like it was a firing squad. They asked if I wanted vengeance for his death. No wonder she has personality issues. No one tells the girl the truth about anything. It'll be a long road back for her, Farley murmurs. For everyone. And now she's on that infernal tour with the king, Farley rattles on. She spools up like a machine, her voice gaining momentum and strength with every passing second. Shade's ghost disappears. It will make things easier. Still horribly difficult, of course, but the knot is loosened. Is there a plan in place? She's getting closer by the day. Arborus, the Iron Road. She was in Rocasta yesterday. The silence around us shifts. If the rest of our unit weren't listening before, they certainly are now. I look back to lock my gaze on Ada. Her liquid amber eyes widen, and I can almost see the cogs turning in her flawless mind. Farley presses on. The king visited the wounded soldiers evacuated from the first wave of attack. I didn't know until we were halfway here. If I had, maybe, she breathes. Well, it's too late for that now. The king practically travels with an army, I tell her. She's guarded night and day. There was nothing you could have done, not with just us. Still her cheeks flush, and not from the cold. Her fingers keep tapping idly on the stock of her gun. Probably not, she replies. Probably not. Softer, to convince herself. Corvium casts a shadow over us, and the temperature drops in the gloomy shade. I pull up the neck of my collar farther, trying to burrow into its warmth. The black-walled monstrosity seems to howl at us. There. The prayer gate. Farley points to an open mouth of iron fangs and golden teeth. Blocks of silent stone line the arch, but I can't feel them. They don't affect me. To my relief, red soldiers man the gate, marked by rust-colored uniforms and worn boots. We move forward, off the snowy road and into the jaws of Corvium. Farley looks up at the prayer gate as we pass through, her eyes wide, blue, and trembling. Under her breath, I hear her whisper something to herself. As you enter, you pray to leave. As you leave, you pray never to return. Even though no one is listening, I pray too. Cal bends over a desk, knuckles pressed against the flat of the wood. His armor piles in a heap in the corner, plates of black leather discarded to show the muscled hulk of the young man beneath. Sweat plasters black hair to his forehead and paints glistening lines of exertion down his neck. Not from heat, though his ability warms the room better than any fire. No, this is fear. Shame. I wonder how many Silvers he was forced to kill. Not enough, part of me whispers. Still, the sight of him, the horrors of the siege plainly written on his face, gives even me enough reason to pause. I know this is not easy. It can't be. He stares at nothing, bronze eyes boring holes. He doesn't move when I enter the room, trailing behind Farley. She goes to the colonel, sitting across from him, one hand on his temple, the other smoothing a map or schematic of some kind. Probably Corvium, judging by the octagonal shape and expanding rings that must be walls. I feel Ada at my back, hesitant to join us. I have to give her a nudge. She's better at this than anyone, her exquisite brain a gift to the Scarlet Guard. But a maid's training is hard to break. Go on, I murmur, putting a hand on her wrist. Her skin isn't as dark as mine, but in the shadows we all start to blend together. She gives me a tiny nod and an even tinier smile. Which ring are they in? Central? Core Tower, the colonel replies. He raps the corresponding place on the map. Well fortified, even at the subterranean levels. Learned that the hard way. Ada sighs. Yes, the core is built for something like this. A final stand, well armed and provisioned. Sealed twice over. And stuffed to the brim with 50 trained silvers. With the bottleneck, there might as well be 5 times that number in there. Like spiders in a hole, I mutter. The colonel scoffs. Maybe they'll start to eat each other. Cal's wince does not go unnoticed. Not while a common enemy hammers at the door. Nothing unites silvers so much as someone to hate. He doesn't look up from the desk, keeping his eyes fixed on the wood. The meaning is clear. Especially now that everyone knows the king is near. His face darkens, a storm cloud. They can wait. With a low growl, Farley finishes the thought for him. And we can't. If ordered, the legions of the choke can hard march back here in a day's time. Less if motivated. Ada wavers over the last word. She doesn't need to elaborate. I can already see my brother, technically freed by Maven's new laws, being driven on by silver officers, forced to run through the snow. Only to throw himself against his own. Surely the Reds would join us, I say, thinking aloud, if only to combat the images in my head. Let Maven send his armies. It will only bolster ours. The soldiers will turn like the ones here did. She might have a point, the colonel begins, agreeing with me for once. A strange sensation. But Farley cuts him off. Might. The garrison in Corvium has been stirred up for months, inciting its own havoc, pushed and prodded and boiled to this explosion. I can't say the same for the legions. Or the amount of silvers he'll convince into service. Ada agrees with her, nodding along. King Maven has been careful with the Corvium narrative. He paints everything here as terrorism, not rebellion. Anarchy. The work of a bloodthirsty, genocidal Scarlet Guard. The Reds of the legions, the Reds of the kingdom, have no idea what's happening here. Seething, Farley puts a protective hand on her belly. I've lost enough on ifs and maybes. We all have, Cal says, his voice distant. Finally he pulls away from the desk and turns his back on us all. He crosses to the window in a few long strides, looking out over a city still burning. Smoke drifts on the icy wind, spitting black into the sky. It reminds me of the factories. I shudder to remember them. The tattoo on my neck itches, but I don't scratch with my crooked fingers. Broken too many times to count. Sarah asked to fix them once. I didn't let her. Like the tattoo, like the smoke, they remind me of what I came from, and what no one else should endure. I don't suppose you have any ideas for this? Farley asks, taking the map from her father's hands. She glances sidelong at the exiled prince. Cal shrugs, his broad shoulders rolling in silhouette. Too many. All bad. Unless. I'm not going to let them walk out of here, the colonel snaps. He sounds annoyed. I suppose they argued this through already. Maven is too close. They'll run to his side and come back with a vengeance, with more warriors. The gleaming bracelet at Cal's wrist flickers, birthing sparks that travel along his arm and a quick burst of red flame. Maven is coming anyway. You heard the reports. He's already in Rocasta and moving west. He's marching here in a parade, waving and smiling to hide that he's coming to take back Corvium. And he'll do it if you fight him in a broken city with our backs against a cage of wolves. He spins around to face the colonel, shoulders still smoldering with embers. Usually he can control himself enough to save his clothes. Not so now. Smoke clings to him, revealing charred holes in his undershirt. A battle on 2 fronts is suicide. And what about hostages? You mean to tell me there's no one of value in that tower? The colonel barks back. Not to Maven. He already has the only person he would ever trade anything for. So we can't starve them, can't release them, can't bargain. Farley ticks off words on her hand. And you can't kill them all. I tap a finger against my lip. Cal looks at me, surprised. I simply shrug. If there was a way, if it was acceptable, the colonel would have done it already. Ada? Farley prods softly. Can you see anything we can't, Dot? Her eyes fly back and forth, scanning the schematic as well as her memories. Figures, strategies, everything at her mammoth disposal. Her silence is not at all comforting. What we need is that bleeding seer, I mumble. I never met John, the one who made it possible for Mare to find and capture me. But I've seen him enough on Maven's broadcasts. Make him do the work for us. If he wanted to help, he'd be here. But that damned ghost is in the wind, Cal curses. Didn't even have the decency to take Mare with him when he escaped. No use dwelling on what we can't change. Farley scuffs her boot against the cold floor. So is brute force the only thing left to us? Take the tower down stone by stone? Pay for every inch with a gallon of blood? Before Cal can explode again, the door wrenches open. Julian and Sarah all but tumble inside, both of them wide-eyed and silver-flushed. The colonel jumps to his feet, in surprise and defense. None of us are fools where silvers are concerned. Our fear of them is bone-deep, bred into our blood. What is it? He asks, his red eye a scarlet gleam. Done with the interrogation so soon? Julian bristles at the word interrogation, sneering. My questions are a mercy compared to what you would do. Pa, Farley scoffs. She eyes Cal and he shifts, embarrassed under her gaze. Don't tell me about silver mercy. I care little for Julian and trust him less, but the look on Sarah's face is startling. She stares at me, her gray face full of pity and fear. What is it? I ask her, though I know only Julian can answer. Even in Corvium, she hasn't yet found another skin healer willing to return her tongue. All of them must be in the core tower, or dead. General Macantho's Overseas Training Command, Julian says. Like Sarah, he glances at me with hesitation. My pulse pounds in my ears. Whatever he's about to say, I won't like. Before the siege, part of a legion was recalled for further instruction. They were unfit to man the trenches. Even for Reds. My rushing blood starts to howl in my ears, a gale that almost drowns Julian out. I feel Ada step to my side, her shoulder brushing mine. She knows where this is going. I do too. We retrieve the rolls. A few hundred children of the Dagger Legion, called back to Corvium. Unreleased, even after Maven's decree. We accounted for most, but some Julian forces himself on, though he stumbles over the words. They're hostages. In the core, with the remaining silver officers. I put a hand to the cool office wall, letting it steady me. My silence begs, pushing beneath my skin, wanting to expand and drag down everything in the room. I have to say the words myself, because apparently Julian won't. My brother is in there. The silver bastard hesitates, drawing it out. Finally, he speaks. We think so. The roar of my thrumming heart overpowers their voices. I hear nothing as I run from the room, evading their hands, sprinting down through the administrative headquarters. If anyone follows, I don't know. I don't care. The only thing on my mind is Mare. Mare and the 50 soon-to-be corpses standing between us. I am not Mare Barrow. I will not give my brother to this. My silence curls around me, heavy as smoke, soft as feathers, dripping from every pore like sweat. It isn't a physical thing. It won't tear the core down for me. My ability is for flesh and flesh alone. I've been practicing. It scares me, but I need it. Like a hurricane, the silence churns around me, surrounding the eye of a growing storm. I don't know where I'm going, but Corvium is easy to navigate. And the core is self-explanatory. The city is orderly, well-planned, a giant gear. I understand that. My feet slam against the pavement, propelling me through the outer ward. On my left, the high walls of Corvium scrape at the sky. To the right, barracks, offices, training facilities pile against the second ring of granite walls. I have to find the next gate, start working inward. My crimson scarf is camouflage enough. I look like Scarlet Guard. I could be Scarlet Guard. The red soldiers let me run, too distracted or too excited or too busy to care about another wayward rebel tearing through their midst. They've overthrown their masters. I'm as good as invisible to them. But not to His Bleeding Royal Highness, Tiberius Calor. He grabs my arm, forcing me to spin. If not for my silence pulsing around us, I know he would be on fire. The prince is smart, using our momentum to toss me back and keep himself out of my deadly hands. Cameron! He shouts, one hand outstretched. His fingers flicker, the flames on them gasping for air. When he takes another step back, planting himself firmly in my path, they blaze stronger, licking up to his elbow. His armor is back on. Interlocking plates of leather and steel thicken his silhouette. Cameron, you'll die if you go in the tower alone. They'll rip you apart. What do you care? I snarl back. My bones lock, joints tightening, and I push a bit more. The silence reaches him. His fire gutters and his throat bobs. He feels it. I'm hurting him. Hold it. Remember your constant. Not too much, not too little. I push a bit more and he takes another step back, another step in the direction I must go. The second gate taunts me from over his shoulder. I'm here for one reason. I don't want to fight him. I just want him to stand aside. I'm not letting your people kill him. I know. He growls back, his voice guttural. I wonder if all of his fire kind have eyes like his. Eyes that burn and smolder. I know you're going in there. So would I. Then let me go. He sets his jaw, a picture of determination. A mountain. Even now, in burned clothes, bruised, his body a wreck and his mind a ruin, he looks like a king. Cal is exactly the kind of person who will never kneel. It's not in him. He was not made that way. But I've been broken too many times to break again. Cal, let me go. Let me get him. It sounds like begging. This time he steps forward. And the flames on his fingers turn blue, so hot they singe the air. Still they waver before my ability, fighting to breathe, fighting to burn. I could snuff them out if I wanted to. I could seize all that he is and tear him apart, kill him, feel every centimeter of him die. Part of me wants to. A foolish part, ruled by anger and rage and blind vengeance. I let it fuel my ability, let it make me strong, but I don't let it control me. Just as Sarah taught. It's a thin line to walk. His eyes narrow, as if he knows what I'm thinking. So I'm surprised when he says the words. I almost don't hear them over the sound of my hammering heart. Let me help. Before the Scarlet Guard, I used to think allies operated on exactly the same page. Machines in tandem, working toward the same goal. How naive of me. Cal and I are seemingly on the same side, but we absolutely do not want the same thing. He's open with his plan. Detailing it fully. Enough for me to realize how he intends to use my rage, use my brother, to fulfill his own ends. Distract the guards, get into the core tower, use your silence as a shield, and make the Silvers hand over their hostages in exchange for freedom. Julian will open the gates, I'll escort them myself. No bloodshed. No more siege. Corvium will be entirely ours. A good plan. Except the Silver Garrison will go free, released to rejoin Maven's army. I grew up in a slum, but I'm not stupid. And I'm certainly not some moon-eyed girl about to swoon over Cal's angled jaw and crooked smile either. His charm has its limits. He's used to bewitching Barrow, not me. If only the prince had a bit more edge. Cal is too soft-hearted for his own good. He won't leave the Silver Soldiers to the Colonel's non-existent mercy, even if the only alternative is letting them go just to fight us again. How long do you need? I ask. Lying to his face isn't difficult. Not when I know he's trying to trick me too. He grins. He thinks he's won me over. Perfect. A few hours to get my ducks in a row. Julian, Sarah. Fine. I'll be at the outer barracks when you're ready. I turn away, forcing an oh-so-thoughtful stare into the distance. The wind picks up, stirring my braids. It feels warmer, not because of Cal, but from the sun. Spring will be here eventually. Need to clear my head. The prince nods in understanding. He claps a fiery hand on my shoulder, giving it a squeeze. In reply, I force a smile that feels more like a grimace. As soon as I turn my back, I let it drop. He stays behind, his eyes burning holes into my back until the gentle curve of the ring wall obstructs me from view. Despite the rising temperature, a shiver trembles down my spine. I can't let Cal do this. But I'm not going to let Maurice spend one more second in that tower. Up ahead, Farley marches in my direction, moving as fast as her body will allow. Her face darkens when she spots me, her brow furrowing so intensely her entire face turns beet red. It makes the pearly white scar at the side of her mouth stand out worse than usual. All in all, an intimidating sight. Cole, she snaps, her voice as stern as her father's. I was afraid you were about to go and do something really stupid. Not me, I reply, dropping to a mutter. She cocks her head, and I motion for her to follow. Once we're safely inside a storeroom, I tell her everything as fast as I can. She huffs through it all, as if Cal's plan is just an annoyance and not completely dangerous to us all. He's putting the entire city at risk, I finish, exasperated. And if he goes through with it? I know. But I told you before, Montfort and Command want Cal with us, at almost any cost. He's all but bulletproof. Anyone else would be shot for insurrection. Farley scratches both hands along her scalp, pulling at stray bits of her blonde hair. I don't want to do that, but a soldier who has no incentive to take orders and harbors his own agenda is not someone I want watching my back. Command. I hate the word, and whoever the hell it stands for. Beginning to think they may not have our best interests at heart. Farley doesn't disagree. It's hard, putting all our faith in them. But they see what we don't, what we can't. And now she heaves a breath. Her eyes lock on the floor with laser focus. I hear Montfort is about to get a lot more involved. What does that mean? I'm not entirely sure. I scoff. Don't have the full picture? I'm shocked. The glare she aims at me could cut through bone. The system isn't perfect, but it protects us. If you're going to be sullen, I'm not going to help. Oh, now you have ideas? She grins darkly. A few. Herrick hasn't lost his tendency to twitch. He bobs his head up and down as Farley hisses our plan, lips moving quickly. She won't be going into the tower with us, but she's going to make sure we can actually get in. Herrick seems wary. He isn't a warrior. He didn't come to Koros and he didn't participate in the Corvium raid either, even though his illusions would have helped immensely. He arrived with the rest of us, trailing behind the pregnant captain. Something happened to him back when we still had Mare, on a new blood recruitment gone wrong. Since then, he's stayed out of the fray, on the defense instead of in the thick of battle. I envy him. He doesn't know what it feels like to kill someone. How many hostages? He asks, voice quivering like his fingers. A red flush blooms in his cheeks, spreading beneath winter-paled skin. At least 20, I answer as quickly as I can. We think my brother is one of them. With at least 50 silvers on guard, Farley adds. She doesn't gloss over the danger. She won't trick him into doing this. Oh, he mumbles. Oh dear. Farley nods. It's up to you, of course. We can find other ways. But none with less chance of bloodshed. That's right. Your illusions, I press on, but he holds up a trembling hand. I wonder if his ability shakes like he does. His mouth opens, but no words come out. I wait on tenterhooks, imploring him with every nerve in my body. He has to see how important this is. He has to. Fine. I have to restrain myself from celebrating. This is a good step, but not victory, and I can't lose sight of that until Mare is safe. Thank you. I clasp his hands, letting them shake in mine. Thank you so much. He blinks rapidly, brown eyes meeting mine. Don't thank me until it's over. Isn't that the truth? Farley mutters. She tries not to look grim, for our sakes. Her plan is hasty, but Cal is forcing our hand. All right, follow me, she says. This is going to be quick, quiet, and with a little luck clean. We follow in her wake as she dodges soldiers of the Scarlet Guard as well as the Reds defecting to our side. Many touch their brows in deference to her. She's a well-known figure in the organization, and we're banking on the level of respect she commands. I pull at my braids as we go, tightening them as best I can. The tug is a good pain. It keeps me sharp. And it gives my hands something to do. Or else I might twitch as badly as Herrick. With Farley leading the way, no one stops us at the ring gates, and we march to the center of Corvium, where the core tower looms. Black granite thrusts into the sky, dotted with windows and balconies. All are neatly shut, while soldiers ring the base in the dozens, keeping watch over the 2 fortified entrances to the tower. Colonel's orders, I bet. He wasted no time doubling the guard after he realized I want in and Cal wants the silvers out. The captain doesn't lead us up to the tower, but past it, into one of the structures built up against the central ring wall. Like the rest of the city, it is gold, iron, and black stone, shadowed even in broad daylight. My heartbeat thuds, faster with every step forward into the gloom of one of the many prisons dotting Corvium. As planned, Farley leads us down a staircase, and we descend to the cell level. My skin crawls at the sight of bars, the stone walls waxy in the dim light of too few bulbs. At least the cells are empty. Cal's defecting silvers are over the prayer gate, confined to the room directly above arches of silent stone, where their abilities are non-existent. I'll distract the lower-level guards while Herrick slips you both past, she says quietly, trying not to let her voice echo. Farley smoothly passes me 2 keys. Iron first. She indicates the rough, black metal key as big as my fist, then the glinting, dainty one with sharp teeth. Silver second. I tuck them into separate pockets, easily within reach. Got it. I can't muffle sound as well as sight yet, so we have to be as quiet as possible, Herrick murmurs. He nudges the inside of my arm and matches his steps to mine. Stay close. Let me keep the illusion as small as I can for as long as possible. I nod, understanding. Herrick needs to save his strength for the hostages. The cells wind deeper and deeper into the ground beneath Corvium. It gets damper and colder by the minute, until my breath fogs. When light blazes around a corner, I feel no comfort. This is as far as Farley goes. She gestures silently, waving us both back. I tuck closer to Herrick. This is it. Excitement and fear rage through me. I'm coming, Mare. My brother is close, surrounded by people who would kill him. I don't have time to care if they kill me. Something wobbles before my vision, dropping like a curtain. The illusion. Herrick braces me against his chest and we walk together, our footsteps matching. We can see everything well enough, but when Farley looks back to check, her eyes search wildly, sweeping back and forth. She can't see us. And neither can the guardsmen around the corner. Everything okay down here? She crows, stomping on the stone much louder than necessary. Herrick and I follow at a safe distance and turn the passage to see 6 well-armed soldiers with red scarves and tactical gear. They stand across the narrow hall, shoulder to shoulder, firmly set. They jump to attention in Farley's presence. One, a meaty man with a neck bigger than my thigh, addresses her on behalf of the rest. Yes, Captain. No sign of movement. If the Silvers intend to make an escape attempt, it won't be through the tunnels. Even they aren't that foolish. Farley clenches her jaw. Good. Keep your eyes, dot. Wincing, she doubles over, bracing a hand on one of the midnight black walls. The other clutches her belly. Her face furrows in pain. The guardsmen are quick to aid her, 3 jumping to her side in an instant. They leave a gap in their ranks much bigger than they need. Herrick and I move quickly, sliding along the opposite wall to reach the sealed door dead-ending the passage. Farley watches the door as she kneels, still faking a cramp or something worse. The illusion around me ripples a bit more, indicating Herrick's concentration. He's not just hiding us now, but a door yawning open behind a half-dozen soldiers assigned to protect it. Farley yelps as I shove the iron key into the lock, twisting the mechanism. She keeps it up, her hisses of discomfort and cries of pain alternating in steady rhythm to distract from any squeaky hinges. Luckily, the door is well oiled. When it swings open, no one can see, and no one hears. I shut it slowly, preventing the slam of iron on granite. The light disappears inch by inch, until we are left in almost pitch-black darkness. Not even Farley or her soldiers' fussing follows, sufficiently muffled by the closed door. Let's go, I tell him, linking my arm to his tightly. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count my steps in the darkness, one hand trailing on the freezing cold wall. Adrenaline kicks in when we reach the second door, now directly below the core tower. I didn't have enough time to memorize its structure, but I know the basics. Enough to get to the hostages and walk them right out into the safety of the central ward. Without hostages, the Silvers will have nothing to bargain with. They'll have to submit. Feeling along the door, I poke around for the keyhole. It's small, and it takes a good amount of scraping to get the key in the lock properly. Here we go, I murmur. A warning to Herrick, and to myself. As I ease open the way into the tower, I realize this could be the last thing I ever do. Even with my ability and Herrick's, we're no match for 50 Silvers. We die if this goes wrong. And the hostages, already subjected to so many horrors, will probably die too. I won't let that happen. I can't. The adjoining chamber is just as dark as the tunnel, but warmer. The tower is tightly sealed against the elements, just like Farley said. Herrick crowds in behind me and we shut the door together. His hand brushes mine. It isn't twitching now. Good. There should be some stairs, yes. I nudge my toes against a bottom step. Keeping my grip on Herrick's wrist, I lead us up, toward dim but steadily growing light. 2 flights up, just like the 2 flights down we took in the prison cells. Murmurs reverberate off the walls, deep enough to hear but too muffled to decipher. Harried voices, whispered arguments. I blink rapidly as the darkness lifts and we reach the ground floor of the tower, our heads poking up from the steps. Warm light pools around us, illuminating the circular stairwell twisting up the tall, central chamber. The spine of the tower. Doors branch off at several landings, each one bolted shut. My heart beats a thunderous rhythm, so loud I think the Silvers might hear it. 2 of them patrol the stairwell, tense and ready for an assault. But we're not soldiers and we aren't Scarlet Guard. Their figures ripple slightly, like the surface of disturbed water. Herrick's illusions are back, shielding us both from unfriendly eyes. We move as one, following the voices. I can barely stand to breathe as we ascend the steps, making for the central chamber about 3 stories up. In Farley's schematics, it spread the width of the tower, occupying an entire floor. That's where the hostages will be, and the bulk of the Silvers holding out for Maven's rescue or Cal's mercy. The Silver patrolmen are heavily muscled. Strong arms. Both have stone-gray faces and arms the size of tree trunks. They can't snap me in two, not if I use my silence. but my ability has no effect on guns, and both have many double pistols, along with rifles slung across their shoulders. The tower is well stocked for a siege, and I guess that means they have more than enough ammunition to hold out. One strong arm descends the stairs as we approach, his footsteps lumbering. I thank whatever idiot Silver put him on watch. His ability is brute force, nothing sensory. But he would certainly feel us if we bumped into him. We slip by him slowly, our backs edged against the exterior tower wall. He passes without so much as a whiff of uncertainty, his focus elsewhere. The other strong arm is more difficult to pass. He leans against a door, long legs angled out in front of him. They almost block the steps entirely, forcing Herrick and me to the far side of the stairs. I'm grateful for my height. It allows me to step over him without incident. Herrick is not so graceful. His twitching returns tenfold as he straddles the steps, trying not to make a sound. Gritting my teeth, I let silence pool beneath my skin. I wonder if I can kill both these men before they raise the alarm. I already feel sick at the thought. But then Herrick lurches forward, his foot catching the next step. It doesn't make much noise, but enough to stir the Silver. He looks back and forth, and I freeze, gripping Herrick's outstretched wrist. Terror claws at my throat, begging to scream out. When he turns his back, looking down at his comrade, I nudge Herrick. Lycos, you hear something? The strong arm calls down. Not a thing, the other responds. Each word covers our darting steps, allowing us to reach the top of the stairs and the door cracked ajar. I breathe the quietest sigh of relief imaginable. My hands are shaking too. Inside the room, voices bicker. We have to surrender, someone says. Barks of opposition sound in response, drowning out our entry. We slip in like mice and find ourselves in a room crawling with hungry cats. Silver officers congregate along the walls, most of them wounded. The smell of blood is overpowering. Moans of pain permeate the many arguments arcing across the chamber. Officers shout each other down, their faces pale with fear, grief, and agony. Several of the wounded seem to be dying. I gag at the sight and stench of men and women in all states of injury. No healers here, I realize. These silver wounds won't disappear with the wave of a hand. Even so, I'm not made of ice or stone. The ones with the worst injuries are lined up along the curved exterior wall, just a few yards from my feet. The closest one is a woman, her face scraped with cuts. Silver blood pools beneath her hands as she tries in vain to keep her guts inside her body. Her mouth flaps open and closed, a dying fish gasping for air. Her pain is too deep for ramblings or screams. I swallow hard. A strange thought comes to me, I could put her out of her misery if I wanted. I could extend a hand of silence and help her slip away in peace. Just the idea is enough to make me gag, and I have to turn away. Surrender is not an option. The Scarlet Guard will kill us, or worse. Worse? Sputters one of the officers lying on the floor, his body bruised and bandaged. Look around, Chirin. I glance around, daring to hope. If they keep shouting at one another, this will be so much easier. On the far side of the room, I spot them. Huddled together, their flesh pink and brown, their blood red, are no less than 15-year-olds. Only fear keeps me rooted in place, separated from everything I want by a stretch of deadly, angry killing machines. Mare. Seconds away. Inches away. We cross the chamber as carefully as we climb the steps, and twice as slowly. The Silvers with lesser wounds rove about, either tending to the more seriously injured or walking off their nerves. I've never seen Silvers like this. Off guard, up close. So human. An older female officer with a riot of badges holds the hand of a young man, maybe 18. His face is bone white, drained of blood, and he blinks calmly at the ceiling, waiting to die. The body next to him is already there. I hold back a gasp, forcing myself to breathe evenly and quietly. Even with so many distractions, I'm not taking a chance. Tell my mother I love her, one of the dying murmurs. Another almost corpse calls for a man who isn't here, yelping out his name. Death looms like a cloud. It shadows me too. I could die here, same as the rest. If Herrick tires, if I step somewhere I shouldn't. I try to ignore everything but my own 2 feet and the goal in front of me. But the farther I go into the chamber, the harder that is. The floor swims before my eyes, and not from Herrick's illusion. Am I crying? For them? Angry, I wipe the tears away before they can fall and leave tracks. As much as I know I hate these people, I can't find it in me to hate right now. All the rage I felt an hour ago is gone, replaced by strange pity. The hostages are now close enough for me to touch, and one silhouette is as familiar as my own face. Curly black hair, midnight skin, gangly limbs, big hands with crooked fingers. The whitest, brightest smile I've ever seen, though that is far, far away right now. If I could, I would tackle Mare and never let him go. Instead, I creep up behind and slowly, surely crouch until I'm right next to his ear. I hope beyond hope he doesn't startle. Mare, it's Cameron. His body jolts, but he doesn't make a sound. I'm with a new blood, he can make us invisible. I'm going to get you out of here, but you have to do exactly as I say. He turns his head, just so, his eyes wide and afraid. He has our mother's eyes, coal black with heavy lashes. I resist the urge to hug him. Slowly, he shakes his head back and forth. Yes. I can do it, I breathe. Tell the others what I just told you. Be discreet. Don't let the Silvers see. Do it, Mare. After another long moment he clenches his teeth and concedes. It doesn't take long for knowledge of our presence to sweep through them. No one questions it. They don't have the luxury of doing that, not here, in the belly of the beast. What you're about to see isn't real. I gesture to Herrick, who nods. He's ready. Slowly, we move to our knees, crouching down to blend in with them. When his illusion on us lifts, the Silvers won't notice us at first. Distracted. Hopefully. My message travels quickly. The hostages tense. Even though they're the same age as me, they seem older, worn by the months training to fight and then spent in a trench. Even Mare, though he looks better fed than he ever was at home. Still invisible to his eye, I reach out and tentatively take his hand. His fingers close on mine, holding tight. And the illusion rendering us invisible drops. 2 more bodies join the circle of hostages. The others blink at us, struggling to mask their surprise. Here we go, Herrick murmurs. Behind us, the Silvers continue bickering over the dead and dying. They don't spare a thought for the hostages. Herrick narrows his eyes, focusing on the curving tower wall to our right. He breathes heavily, air whistling through his nose and out his mouth. Gathering his strength. I brace myself for the blow, even though I know it doesn't exist. Suddenly the wall explodes inward in a bloom of fire and stone, exposing the tower to the sky. The Silvers shudder, scampering back from what they think is an attack. Air jets scream past, swooping through the false clouds. I blink, not believing my eyes. I shouldn't believe my eyes. This isn't real. But it looks amazingly, impossibly real. Not that I have time to gape. Herrick and I jump to our feet, hurting the others with us. We bolt through the fire, flames licking close enough to burn us through. I flinch even though I know it isn't there. The fire is distraction enough, startling the Silvers so that we can stampede through the door and onto the stairs. I push on, leading the pack, while Herrick keeps the rear. He waves his arms like a dancer, weaving illusions out of thin air. Fire, smoke, another round of missiles. All of it keeps the Silvers from pursuing us, cowering from his spooling images. Silence blooms from me, a sphere of deadly power to fell the 2 Silver lookouts. Mare clips my heels, almost making me trip, but he catches my arm, keeping me from going over the rail. Stop. The first strong arm charges at me, head lowered like a bull. I pulse silence into his body, ramming my ability down his throat. He stumbles, feeling the full weight of my power. I feel it too, death rolling through his flesh. I have to kill him. And quickly. The force of my need crushes blood from his mouth and eyes as pieces of his body die off, organs one after the other. I smother the life from him faster than I've ever killed anyone before. The other strong arm dies even faster. When I hit him with another exhausting pummel of silence, he trips sideways and falls headfirst. His skull cracks open on the stone floor, spilling blood and brain matter. A sob chokes in my chest, and I have no time to question my sudden disgust with myself. For Mare. For Mare. My brother looks as agonized as I feel, his eyes glued to the dead strong arm bleeding all over the floor. I tell myself he's just shocked, and not terrified of me. Go! I bellow, voice choked with shame. Thankfully he does as I say, sprinting to the lower level with the rest. Even though the ground entrance is blocked up, the hostages make quick work of it, tearing down the Silver fortifications until the double doors are laid bare, a single lock standing between all of us and freedom. I vault over the strong arm's crushed skull, tossing the small silver key. Mare catches it. His conscription and my imprisonment have not stamped out our bond as twins. Sunlight streams through as he hauls the doors open and lunges into the fresh air, the other hostages sprinting with him. Herrick comes flying down the stairs, false fire spewing in his wake. He waves me on, telling me to go, but I stay rooted. I'm not leaving without the illusionary. We stumble out together, clutching each other tightly to face down a square full of perplexed guards armed to the teeth. They allow us through at Farley's orders. She shouts nearby, directing them to focus on the tower entrance, in case the Silvers attempt to make a stand. I don't hear her words. I just keep walking until I have my brother in my arms. His heart beats rapidly in his chest. I revel in the sound. He's here. He's alive. Not like the strong arms. I still feel it, what I did to them. What I did to every single person I ever killed. The memories make me dizzy with shame. All for Mare, all to survive. But no more. I don't have to be a murderer alongside everything else. He clutches at me, eyes rolling in terror. The Scarlet Guard, he hisses, holding me close. Cam, we have to run. You're safe, you're with us now. They can't hurt you, Mare. But instead of calming down, his fear triples. Mare's grip on me tightens as his head whips back and forth, taking stock of Farley's soldiers. Do they know what you are? Cam, do they know? Shame bleeds into confusion. I push back from him a little, to get a better look at his face. He breathes heavily. What I am. They'll kill you for it. The Scarlet Guard will kill you for what you are, Each word hits me like a hammer. And then I realize my brother isn't the only one still afraid. The rest of his unit, the other teenagers, cluster together for safety, every one of them keeping clear of the guard soldiers. Farley meets my eye from a few feet away, just as puzzled as I am. Then I see her from my brother's point of view. See them all for what he's been told to see. Terrorists. Murderers. The reason they were conscripted in the first place. I try to pull Mare into a hug, try to whisper an explanation. He just goes cold in my arms. You're one of them, he spits, looking at me with so much anger and accusation my knees buckle. You're Scarlet Guard. My soul fills with dread. Maven took Mare's brother. Did he take mine too? 16. Mare. I can't see Corvium through the low cloud cover. I stare anyway, my eyes glued on the eastern horizon stretching out behind us. The Scarlet Guard took the city. They control it now. We had to skirt around, giving the hostile city a wide berth. Maven is doing his best to keep it quiet, even he can't hide such massive defeat. I wonder how the news will land across the kingdom. Will Reds celebrate? Will Silvers retaliate? I remember the riots that followed other attacks by the Scarlet Guard. Of course there will be repercussions. Corvium is an act of war. Finally, the Scarlet Guard has planted a flag that cannot simply be torn down. My friends are so close I feel as if I could run to them. Tear the manacles off, kill the Arvan guards, jump from the transport and disappear into the grey gloom, sprinting through the bare winter forest. In the daydream, they wait for me outside the walls of a broken fortress. The colonel, his eye crimson, his weathered face and the gun on his hip a comfort like nothing else. Farley with him, bold and tall and resolute as I remember. Cameron, her silence a shield rather than a prison. Killorn, familiar as my own two hands. Cal, angry and broken as I am, the embers of his rage ready to burn all thoughts of Maven from my mind. I imagine leaping into their arms, begging them to take me away, take me anywhere. Take me to my family, take me home. Make me forget. No, not forget. It would be a sin to forget my imprisonment. A waste. I know Maven as no one else does. I know the holes in his brain, the pieces he can never make fit. And I've seen his court splinter firsthand. If I can escape, if I can be rescued, I can do some good still. I can make my fool's bargain worth the terrible cost and I can start to right so many wrongs. Even though the transport windows are tightly sealed, I smell smoke. Ash. Gunpowder. The metallic, sour bite of a century of blood. The choke nears, closer with every passing second as Maven's convoy speeds west. I hope my nightmares of this place were worse than the reality. Kitten and Clover are still at my sides, their hands gloved and flat upon their knees. Ready to grab me, ready to hold me down. The other guards, Trio and Egg, perch above, on the transport skeleton, harnessed to the moving vehicle. A precaution, now that we're so close to the war zone. Not to mention a few miles from a city occupied by revolution. All four remain vigilant as ever. Both to keep me imprisoned and to keep me safe. Outside, the forest lining the last miles of the iron road thins into nothing. Naked branches fall away to reveal hard earth barely worthy of snow. The choke is an ugly place. Gray dirt, gray skies, blending so perfectly I don't know where the land ends and sky begins. I almost expect to hear explosions in the distance. Dad said you could always hear the bombs, even from miles away. I suppose that isn't the case anymore, not if Maven's gambit succeeds. I'm ending a war that millions died for. Just to keep killing under another name. The convoy presses on toward the forward camps, a collection of buildings that remind me of the Scarlet Guard base on Tuck. They fade into the distance in either direction. Barracks, mostly. Coffins for the living. My brothers lived in those once. My father too. It might be my turn to keep up the tradition. As in the cities along the coronation tour, people turn out to watch King Maven and his retinue. Soldiers in red, in black, in clouded gray. They line the main avenue bisecting the choke camp with military precision, each one dipping their heads in respect. I don't bother trying to count how many hundreds there are. It's too depressing. Instead, I clasp my hands together, tight enough to give me another pain to dwell on. The injured silver officer in Rocasta said Corvium was a massacre. Don't, I tell myself. Don't go there. Of course my mind does anyway. It's impossible to avoid the horrors you really don't want to think about. Massacre. Both sides. Red and silver, Scarlet Guard and Maven's army. Cal survived, that much I know from Maven's demeanor. But Farley, Killorn, Cameron, my brothers, the rest? So many names and faces who probably assaulted the walls of Corvium. What happened to them? I press my fingers to my eyes, trying to keep the tears back. The effort exhausts me, but I refuse to cry in front of Kitten and Clover. To my surprise, the convoy does not stop in the center of the choke camp, even though there's a square that looks perfectly suited to another of Maven's honeyed speeches. A few of the transports, each carrying scions of several high houses, peel off, but we speed through, pressing on, deeper and deeper. Even though they try to hide it, Kitten and Clover grow more on edge, their eyes darting between the windows and each other. They don't like this. Good. Let them squirm. Bold as I feel, a shadow of dread falls over me too. Is Maven out of his mind? Where is he taking us, all of us? Certainly he would not drive the court into a trench or a minefield or worse. The transports pick up speed, rolling faster and faster over earth packed hard into a roadway. In the distance, artillery cannons and heavy guns stand in hulking wrecks of iron, twisted shadows like black skeletons. Within a mile, we cross the first trench lines, our vehicles snarling over hastily built bridges. More trenches follow. For reserves, support, communication. Weaving like the passages of the Notch, burrowing into frozen mud. I lose count after a dozen. Either the trenches are abandoned or the soldiers are well hidden. I can't see a single scrap of red uniform. This could be a trap, for all we know. The scheming of an old king meant to ensnare and defeat a young boy. Part of me wants that to be true. If I can't kill Maven, maybe the king of the Lakelands will do it for me. House Signet, Nymphs. Ruling for hundreds of years. That's as much as I know about the enemy monarch. His kingdom is like ours, divided by blood, ruled by noble silver houses. And afflicted by the Scarlet Guard, apparently. Like Maven, he must be bent on maintaining power at all costs, through any means. Even collusion with an old enemy. In the east, the clouds break, and a few beams of sunlight illuminate the harsh land around us. No trees as far as the eye can see. We cross over the front-line trench and I gasp at the sight. Red soldiers crowd together in long lines, 6 bodies deep, their uniforms colored in varying shades of rust and crimson. They pool like blood in a wound. Hands on ladders, they shiver in the cold. Ready to rush out of their trench and into the deadly kill zone of the choke should their king command it. I spot silver officers among them, denoted by their gray and black uniforms. Maven is young, but not stupid. If this is a Lakelander trick, he's ready to fight his way out. I assume the king of the Lakelands has another army waiting, in his own trenches on the other side. More red soldiers to discard. As the tires of our transport hit the other side, Clover tightens next to me. She keeps her electric green eyes forward, trying to stay calm. A sheen of sweat gleams on her forehead, betraying her fear. The true wasteland of the choke is pocked with craters from 2 armies' worth of artillery fire. Some of the holes must be decades old. Barbed wire tangles in the frozen mud. Up ahead, on the lead transport, a Telki and a Magnetron work in tandem. They sweep their arms back and forth, wrenching any debris from the path of the convoy. Bits of coil iron go spinning off in every direction. And, I assume, bones. Reds have been dying here for generations. The dirt is littered with their dust. In my nightmares, this place stretches on forever, in every direction. But instead of continuing forward into oblivion, the convoy slows a little more than a half mile beyond the frontline trenches. As our transports circle and weave, arranging themselves in a half-moon arc, I almost erupt with nervous laughter. Of all things, in all places, we're stopping at a pavilion. The contrast is jarring. It's brand new, with white columns and silky curtains swaying in the poison wind. Constructed for one purpose and one purpose alone. A summit, a meeting, like the one so long ago. When two kings decided to begin a century of war. A sentinel wrenches open my transport door, beckoning for us to step down. Clover hesitates a half second and Kitten clears her throat, urging her on. I move between them, escorted down onto the obliterated earth. Rocks and dirt make the ground uneven under my feet. I pray nothing splinters beneath me. A skull, a rib, a femur, or a spine. I don't need more proof that I'm walking through an endless graveyard. Clover is not the only one afraid. Even the sentinels move slowly, on edge, their masked faces sweeping back and forth. For once, they think of their own safety as well as Maven's. And the rest of the remaining court, Evangeline, Telemus, Samson, they idle by their transports. Their eyes dart, their noses wrinkle. They can smell death and danger as well as I can. One wrong move, one hint of a threat, and they'll bolt. Evangeline has discarded her furs for armor. Steel coats her from neck to wrist and toe. She quickly frees her fingers from her leather gloves, baring her skin to the cold air. Better for a fight. I feel the itch to do the same, not that it will help me at all. The manacles are strong as ever. The only one who seems unaffected is Maven. The dying winter suits him, making his pale skin stand out in a way that is oddly elegant. Even the shadows around his eyes, dark as always, black and bruise-like, make him tragically beautiful. Today he wears as much regalia as he dares. A boy king, but a king all the same, about to look into the eyes of someone who was supposedly his greatest opponent. The crown on his head seems natural now, refitted to sit low across his brow. It spits bronze and iron flames through his glossy black hair. Even in the gray light of the choke, his medals and badges gleam, silver and ruby and onyx. A cape, patterned with brocade red as flame, completes the ensemble and the image of a fiery king. But the choke consumes us all. Dirt speckles his polished black boots as he walks forward, fighting the deep instinct to fear this place. Impatient, he casts one look over his shoulder, eyeing the dozens he dragged here. His fire-blue eyes are warning enough. We must go with him. I am not afraid of death, and so I am the first to follow him into what could be a grave. The king of the Lakelands is already waiting. He sprawls in a simple chair, a small man against the massive flag hung behind him. It is cobalt, worked with a four-petaled flower in silver and white. His milky blue metal transports splay out on the other side of the pavilion, arranged in mirror image to our own. I count more than a dozen at a glance, all of them crawling with the Lakelander version of Sentinel Guards. More flank the Lakeland king and his entourage. They don't wear masks or robes, but tactical armor in flashing plates of deep sapphire. They stand, silent, stoic, with faces like carved stone. Each one a warrior trained from birth or close to it. I know none of their abilities, nor those of the king's companions. The court of the Lakelands is not something I studied in my lessons with Lady Blono centuries ago. As we approach, the king comes into better focus. I stare at him, trying to see the man beneath the crown of white gold, topaz, turquoise, and dark lapis lazuli. For as much as Maven favors red and black, this king favors his blue. After all, he is a nymph, a manipulator of water. It's fitting. I expect his eyes to be blue as well, instead, they are storm gray, matching the hard iron of his long, straight hair. I find myself comparing him to Maven's father, the only other king I've ever known. He stands in stark contrast. Where Tiberius VI was hefty, bearded, his face and body bloated by alcohol, the Lakelander king is slight, clean-shaven, and clear-eyed with dark skin. As with all silvers, a gray-blue undertone cools his complexion. When he stands, he is graceful, his sweeping movements akin to a dancer's. He wears no armor or dress uniform. Only robes of shimmering silver and cobalt, bright and foreboding as his flag. King Maven of House Calor, he says, inclining his head just so as Maven steps onto the pavilion. Black silk slithers over white marble. King Orek of House Signet, Maven responds in kind. He is careful to bow lower than his opponent, with a smile fixed firmly upon his lips. If only my father were here to see this. Your mother too, Orek says. No bite to the words, but Maven straightens up quickly, as if suddenly presented with a threat. My condolences. You are far too young to experience so much loss. He has an accent, his words finding a strange melody. His eyes twitch over Maven's shoulder, past me, to Samson following us in his Mirandus blues. You were informed of my requests? Of course. Maven juts a chin over his shoulder. He glances at me for a second, then, like Oryx, his gaze slides to Samson. "Cousin, if you would not mind waiting in your transport." "Cousin," Samson says with as much opposition as he dares. Still, he stops in his tracks, feet planted several yards from the pavilion platform. There is no argument to make, not here. King Oryx guards tighten, hands moving to their array of weapons. Guns, swords, the very air around us. Anything they might call upon to keep a whisper from getting too close to their king in his mind. If only the court of Norta were the same. Finally, Samson relents. He bows low, arms sweeping out at his sides in sharp, practiced movements. "Yes, your majesty." Only when he turns around, walks back to the vehicles, and disappears from sight do the Lakelander guards relax. And King Oryx smiles tightly, waving Maven forward to face him. Like a child invited to beg. Instead, Maven turns to the seat set opposite. It isn't silent stone, isn't safe, but he settles into it without a blink of hesitation. He leans back and crosses his legs, letting his cape drape over one arm while the other lies free. His hand dangles, with his Flamemaker bracelet clearly visible. The rest of us congregate around him, taking seats to match the court of the Lakelands now facing us. Evangeline and Telemus take Maven's right, as does their father. When he joined our convoy, I don't know. Governor Welly is here too, his green robe sickly against the gray of the choke. The absence of houses Irel, Laris, and Haven seems glaring to my eye, their ranks replaced by other advisors. My 4 Arvan guards flank me as I sit, so close I can hear them breathing. I focus instead on the people in front of me, the Lakelanders. The king's closest advisors, confidants, diplomats, and generals. People to be feared almost as much as the king himself. No introductions are made, but I quickly realize who is most important among them. She sits at the king's right-hand side, the place Evangeline currently occupies. A very young queen, maybe? No, the family resemblance is too strong. She has to be the princess of the Lakelands, with eyes like her father's and her own crown of flawless blue gems. Her straight black hair gleams, beaded with pearl and sapphire. As I stare, she feels my eyes, and she stares right back. Maven speaks first, breaking my observations. For the first time in a century, we find ourselves in agreement. That we do. Oryx nods. His jeweled brow flashes in the weakening sunlight. The Scarlet Guard and all its ilk must be eradicated. Quickly, lest their disease spread further than it already has. Lest Reds in other regions be seduced by their false promises. I hear rumors of trouble in Piedmont? Rumors, yes. My black-hearted king concedes nothing more than he wants to. You know how the princes can be. Always arguing among themselves. Oryx almost smirks. Indeed. The Prairie Lords are quite the same. In regard to the terms. Not so fast, my young friend. I should like to know the state of your house before I walk through the door. Even from my seat I can feel Maven tighten. Ask what you wish. House Irel? House Laris? House Haven? Oryx's eyes sweep down our line, missing nothing. His gaze skirts over me, faltering for half a second. I see none of them here. So the reports are true. They have rebelled against their rightful king. Yes. In support of an exile. Yes. And what of your army of new bloods? It grows with every passing day, Maven says. Another weapon we all must learn to wield. Like her. The king of the Lakelands tips his head in my direction. The Lightning Girl is a mighty trophy. My fists clench on my knees. Of course, he's right. I'm little more than a trophy for Maven to drag around, using my face and my forced words to draw more to his side. I don't flush, though. I've had a long time to get used to my shame. If Maven looks my way, I don't know. I won't look at him. A trophy, yes, and a symbol too, Maven says. The Scarlet Guard is flesh and blood, not ghosts. Flesh and blood can be controlled, defeated, and destroyed. The king clucks his tongue, as if in pity. Quickly, he stands, his robe swirling around him like a tossing river. Maven stands too, and meets him in the center of the pavilion. They size each other up, one devouring the other. Neither wants to be the first to break. I feel the very air around me tighten, hot, then cold, then dry, then clammy. The will of 2 silver kings rages around us all. I don't know what Oryx sees in Maven, but suddenly he relents and extends one dark hand. Rings of state wink on all his fingers. Well, they'll be dealt with soon enough. Your rebel silvers too. 3 houses against the might of 2 kingdoms is nothing at all. With a dip of his head, Maven returns the gesture. He grips Oryx's hand in his. Dimly, I wonder how the hell Mare Barrow of the stilts ended up here. A few feet from two kings, watching one more piece of our bloody history lock into place. Julian will lose his mind when I tell him. When? Because I will see him again. See them all again. Now for the terms, Auric pushes on. And I realize he has not let go of Maven's fingers. So do the sentinels. They take one menacing step forward in tandem, their robes of flame hiding any number of weapons. On the other side of the platform, the Lakelander guards do the same. Each side daring the other to take the step that will end in bloodshed. Maven doesn't try to wrench away, or push closer. He merely stands firm, unmoved, unafraid. The terms are sound, he replies, his voice even. I can't see his face. The choke divided evenly, the old borders maintained and opened for travel. You'll have equal use of the capital river and the Eris Canal. While your brother lives, I need guarantees. My brother is a traitor, an exile. He will be dead soon enough. That's my point, boy. As soon as he is gone, as soon as we tear the Scarlet Guard limb from limb, will you return to the old ways? The old enemies? Will you find yourself once again drowning in red bodies and in need of somewhere to throw them? Auric's face darkens, flushing gray and purple. His cold, detached manner fades into anger. Population control is one matter, but the war, the endless push and pull, it is little more than madness. I will not spill one more drop of silver blood because you can't command your red rats. Maven leans forward, matching Auric's intensity. Our treaty will be signed here, broadcast across every city, to every man, woman, and child of my kingdom. Everyone will know this war has ended. Everyone in Norta, at least. I know you don't have the same capabilities in the Lakelands, old man. But I trust you'll do your best to inform as much of your backwater kingdom as possible. A shudder goes through us all. Fear in the Silvers, but excitement in me. Destroy each other, I whisper in my head. Turn each other inside out. I have no doubt a Nymph King would have little issue drowning Maven where he stands. Auric bares his teeth. You don't know anything about my country. I know the Scarlet Guard began in your house, not mine, Maven spits back. With his free hand he gestures, telling his sentinels to back down. Foolish, posturing boy. I hope it gets him killed. Don't act like you're doing me a favor. You need this as much as we do. Then I want your word, Maven Calor. You have it. Your word and your hand. The strongest bond you can make. Oh. My eyes fly from Maven, locked in a grip with the king of the Lakelands, to Evangeline. She sits still, as if frozen, her gaze on the marble floor and nowhere else. I expect her to stand up and scream, to turn this place into a wreck of shrapnel. But she doesn't move. Even Telemus, her lapdog of a brother, stays firmly in his seat. And their father in his Samos blacksbroods as always. No change in him that I can see. No indication that Evangeline is about to lose the position she fought so hard to obtain. Across the pavilion, the Lakelander princess seems hewn from stone. She doesn't even blink. She knew this was coming. Once, when Maven's father told him he was to marry me, he choked in surprise. He put on a good show, blustering and arguing. He pretended not to know what that proposal was about, what it meant. Like me, he has worn 1,000 masks and played 1,000,000 different parts. Today he performs as king, and kings are never surprised, never caught off guard. If he is shocked, he doesn't show it. I hear nothing but steel in his voice. It would be an honor to call you father, he says. Finally, Auric lets go of Maven's hand. And an honor to call you son. Both could not be more false. To my right, someone's chair scrapes against marble. Followed quickly by two more. In a flurry of metal and black, House Samos hurries from the pavilion. Evangeline leads her brother and father, never looking back, her hands open at her sides. Her shoulders drop and her meticulously straight posture seems lessened somehow. She is relieved. Maven doesn't watch her go, wholly focused on the task at hand. The task being the Lakelander princess. My lady, he says, bowing in her direction. She merely inclines her head, never breaking her steely gaze. In the eyes of my noble court, I would ask for your hand in marriage. I've heard these words before. From the same boy. Spoken in front of a crowd, each word sounding like a lock twisting shut. I pledge myself to you, Iris Signet, Princess of the Lakelands. Will you accept? Iris is beautiful, more graceful than her father. Not a dancer, though, but a hunter. She stands on long limbs, unfolding herself from her seat in a cascade of soft sapphire velvet in full, feminine curves. I glimpse leather leggings between the slashes of her gown. Well worn, cracked at the knees. She did not come here unprepared. And like so many here, she doesn't wear gloves, despite the cold. The hand she extends to Maven is amber-skinned, long-fingered, unadorned. Still, her eyes do not waver, even as a mist forms from the air, swirling around her outstretched hand. It glimmers before my eyes, tiny droplets of moisture condensing to life. They become tiny, crystal beads of water, each one a pinprick of refracting light as they twist and move. Her first words are in a language I do not know. Lakelander. It is heartbreakingly beautiful, one word flowing into the next like a spoken song, like water. Then, in accented Nortan. I put my hand in yours, and pledge my life to yours, she replies, after her own traditions and the customs of her kingdom. I accept, your majesty. He puts his bare hand out to take hers, the bracelet at his wrist sparking as he moves. A current of fire hits the air, snake-like and curling around their joined fingers. It does not burn her, though it certainly passes close enough to try. Iris never flinches. Never blinks. And so one war is ended. 17. Mare. It takes many days to return to Archeon. Not because of the distance. Not because the king of the Lakelands brought no less than 1,000 people with him, courtiers and soldiers and even red servants. But because the entire kingdom of Norta suddenly has something to celebrate. The end of a war, and an upcoming wedding. Maven's now endless convoy sneaks down the Iron Road and then the Royal Road at a crawl. Silvers and reds alike turn out to cheer, begging for a glimpse of their king. Maven always obliges, stopping to meet crowds with Iris at his side. Despite the deeply bred hatred for the Lakelands we are supposed to have, Nortans bow before her. She is a curiosity and a blessing. A bridge. Even King Orek receives lukewarm welcomes. Polite clapping, respectful bows. An old enemy turned into an ally for the long road ahead. That's what Maven says at every turn. Norta and the Lakelands stand united now, bound together for the long road ahead. Against all dangers threatening our kingdoms. He means the Scarlet Guard. He means Corvium. He means Cal, the rebelling houses, anything and everything that might threaten his tenuous grip on power. There is no one alive to remember the days before war. My country does not know what peace looks like. No wonder they mistake this for peace. I want to scream at every red face I pass. I want to carve the words on my body so everyone has to see. Trap. Lie. Conspiracy. Not that my words mean anything anymore. I've been someone else's puppet for too long. My voice is not my own. Only my actions are, and those are severely limited by circumstances. I would despair of myself if I could, but my days of wallowing are long behind me. They have to be. Or else I will simply drown, a hollow doll dragged behind a child, empty in every inch. I will escape. I will escape. I will escape. I don't dare whisper the words aloud. They run through my mind instead, their rhythm in time with my heartbeat. No one speaks to me during our journey. Not even Maven. He's busy feeling out his new betrothed. I get the sense she knows what kind of person he is, and is prepared for him. As with her father, I hope they kill each other. The tall spires of Archeon are familiar, but not a comfort. The convoy rolls back into the jaws of a cage I know all too well. Through the city, up the steep roads to the palatial compound of Caesar's Square and Whitefire. The sun is deceptively bright against a clear blue sky. It's almost spring. Strange. Part of me thought winter would last forever, mirroring my imprisonment. I don't know if I can stomach watching the seasons turn from inside my royal cell. I will escape. I will escape. I will escape. Egg and Trio all but pass me between each other, pulling me down from the transport and marching me up the steps of Whitefire. The air is warm, wet, smelling fresh and clean. A few more minutes in the sunlight and I might start sweating beneath my scarlet and silver jacket. But I'm inside the palace again in a few seconds, walking beneath a king's ransom of chandeliers. They don't bother me so much, not after my first and only escape attempt. In fact, they almost make me smile. Happy to be home? I'm equally startled by someone speaking to me and by exactly who is speaking to me. I resist the deep urge to bow, keeping my spine straight as I stop to face her. The Arvans halt as well, close enough to grab me if they have to. I feel a ripple of their ability draining bits of my energy. Her own guards are just as on edge, their attentions on the hall around us. I suppose they still think of Archeon and Norta as enemy territory. Princess, I reply. The title tastes sour, but I don't see much use in directly antagonizing yet another one of Maven's betrotheds. Her traveling outfit is deceptively plain. Just leggings and a dark blue jacket, cinched at the waist to better show her hourglass figure. No jewelry, no crown. Her hair is simple, pulled back into a single black braid. She could pass for a normal silver. Wealthy, but not royal. Even her face remains neutral. No smile, no sneer. No judgment of the lightning girl in her chains. Compared to the nobles I've known, it makes for a jarring contrast and an inconvenient one. I know nothing about her. For all I know, she could be worse than Evangeline. Or even Ilara. I have no idea who this young woman is, or what she thinks of me. It makes me uneasy. And Iris can tell. No, I would think not, she pushes on. Walk with me? She puts out a hand, crooking it in invitation. There is a decent chance my eyes bug out of my head. But I do as she asks. She sets a quick but not impossible pace, forcing both sets of guards to follow us through the entrance hall. Despite the name, Whitefire seems a cold place. Iris looks up at the ceiling. The chandeliers reflect in her gray eyes, making them starry. I would not want to be imprisoned here, but... I scoff deep in my throat. The poor fool is about to be Maven's queen. I can think of no worse prison than that. Something funny, Mare Barrow? She purrs. Nothing, Your Highness. Her eyes rove over me. They linger on my wrists, at the long sleeves hiding my manacles. Slowly, she touches one and draws in a breath. Despite the silent stone and the instinctive fear it inspires, she doesn't flinch. My father keeps pets as well. Perhaps it's something kings do. Months ago, I would have snapped at her. I'm not a pet. But she isn't wrong. Instead, I shrug. I haven't met enough kings to know. 3 kings for a red girl born to poor nothings. One must wonder if the gods love or hate you. I don't know whether to laugh or sneer. There are no gods. Not in Norta. Not for you. Her expression softens. She glances over her shoulder, at the many courtiers and nobles as they mill about. Most don't bother to hide their ogling. If it annoys her, she doesn't show it. I wonder if they can hear me in a godless place like this. There isn't even a temple. I must ask Maven to build me one. Many strange people have passed through my life. But all of them have pieces I can understand. Emotions I know, dreams, fears. I blink at Princess Iris and realize that the more she speaks, the more confusing she becomes. She seems intelligent, strong, self-assured, but why would a person like that agree to marry such an obvious monster? Certainly she sees him for what he is. And it can't be blind ambition driving her here. She's a princess already, daughter of a king. What does she want? Or did she even have a choice? Her talk of gods is even more confusing. We have no such beliefs. How can we? Are you memorizing my face? She asks quietly as I try to read her. I get the sense she is doing the same, observing me like I'm a complicated piece of art. Or simply trying to steal a few more moments outside a locked room? If the latter, I do not blame you. If the former, I have a feeling you'll be seeing a great deal of me, and I of you. From anyone else, it might sound like a threat. But I don't think Iris cares enough about me for that. At least she doesn't seem the jealous type. That would require her to have any sort of feeling for Maven, something I sorely doubt. Take me to the throne room. My lips twitch, wanting to smile. Usually the people here make requests that are truly iron commands. Iris is the opposite. Her command sounds like a question. Fine, I mutter, letting my feet guide us. The Arvans don't dare try to pull me away. Iris Signet is not Evangeline Samos. Crossing her could be considered an act of war. I can't help smirking over my shoulder at Trio and Egg. Both glower back. Their irritation makes me grin, even through the itch of my scars. You are an odd sort of prisoner, Miss Barrow. I did not realize that, while Maven paints you as a lady in his broadcasts, he requires you to be one at all times. Lady. The title never truly applied to me, and never will. I'm just a well-dressed and tightly leashed lapdog. What a peculiar king to keep you as he does. You're an enemy of the state, a valuable piece of propaganda, and somehow treated as near royalty. But then boys are so strange with their toys. Especially those accustomed to losing things. They hold on more tightly than the rest. And what would you do with me? I answer back. As queen, Iris could hold my life in her hands. She could end it, or make it even worse. If you were in his position? Iris dodges the question artfully. I won't ever make the mistake of trying to put myself in his head. That is not a place any sane person should be. Then she laughs to herself. I assume his mother spent a good amount of time there. For as much as Ilara hated me and my existence, I think she would hate Iris more. The young princess is formidable to say the least. You're lucky you never had to meet her, but. And I thank you for that, Iris replies. Though I hope you don't keep up the tradition of killing queens. Even lapdogs bite. She blinks at me, gray eyes piercing. Will you? I'm not stupid enough to respond. No would be a naked lie. Yes could land me yet another royal enemy. She smirks at my silence. It's not a long walk to the grand chamber where Maven holds court. After so many days before the broadcast cameras, forced to stomach new blood after new blood pledging their loyalty to him, I know it intimately. Usually the dais is crowded with seats, but they've been removed in our absence, leaving only the grey, forbidding throne. Iris glares at it as we approach. An interesting tactic, she mutters when we reach it. As with my manacles, she runs a finger down the blocks of silent stone. Necessary too. With so many whispers allowed at court. Allowed? They are not welcome in the court of the Lakelands. They cannot pass through the walls of our capital, Detrayan, or enter the palace without proper escorts. And no whisper is permitted within 20 feet of the monarch, Iris explains. In fact, I know of no noble families who can claim such an ability in my country. They don't exist? Not where I come from. Not anymore. The implication hangs in the air like smoke. She pulls away from the throne, tipping her head back and forth. She doesn't like whatever she sees. Her lips purse into a thin line. How many times have you felt the touch of a Mirandus in your head? For a split second, I try to remember. Stupid. Too many times to count, I tell her with a shrug. First Ilara, then Samson. I can't decide who was worse. I know now that the queen could look into my mind without me even knowing. But my voice falters. The memory is a painful one, drawing out a drilling pressure at my temples. I try to massage away the ache. Samson, you feel every second he's in there. Her face grays. So many eyes in this place, she says, glancing first at my guards and then at the walls. At the security cameras looking over every inch of the open chamber, watching us. They are welcome to watch. Slowly, she removes her jacket and folds it over her arm. The shirt beneath is white, fastened high at her throat, but backless. She turns, under the guise of examining the throne room. Really, she's showing off. Her back is muscular, powerful, carved of long lines. Black tattoos cover her from the base of her scalp, down her neck, across her shoulder blades, all to the base of her spine. Roots, I think first. I'm wrong. Not roots, but whirls of water, curling and spilling over her skin in perfect lines. They ripple as she moves, a living thing. Finally she rose back to face me. The smallest smirk plays on her lips. It disappears in an instant as her gaze shifts past me. I don't have to turn around to know who approaches, who leads the many footsteps echoing off the marble and into my skull. I would be happy to give you a tour, Iris, Maven says. Your father is settling into his apartments, but I'm sure he won't mind if we get to know each other better. The Arvans and Lakelander guards drop back, giving the king and his sentinel space. Blue uniforms, white, red, orange. Their silhouettes and colors are so ingrained in me I know them out of the corner of my eye. None so much as the pale young king. I feel him as much as I see him, his cloying warmth threatening to engulf me. He stops a few inches from my side, close enough to take me by the hand if he wants to. I shudder at the thought. I would like that very much, Iris replies. She dips her head in an oddly stilted manner. Bowing does not come easily to her. I was just remarking to Miss Barrow about she searches for the right word, glancing back at the Stark throne decorations, but. Maven offers a tight smile. A precaution. My father was assassinated, and attempts have been made on me as well. Could a chair of silent stone have saved your father? She asks innocently. A current of heat pulses through the air. Like Iris, I feel the need to shed my jacket too, lest Maven's temper sweat me out of it. No, my brother decided that cutting his head off was his best option, he says bluntly. Not much defense against that. It happened in this very palace. A few passages and rooms away, up some stairs to a place with no windows and soundproofed walls. When the guards dragged me there, I was in a daze, terrified that Maven and I were about to be executed for treason. Instead, the king ended up in two pieces. His head, his body, a rush of silver splattered in between. Instead, Maven took the crown. My fists clench at the memory. How horrible, Iris murmurs. I feel her eyes on me. Yes, wasn't it, Mare? His sudden hand on my arm burns like his brand. My control threatens to snap, and I glare at him sidelong. Yes, I force out through clenched teeth. Horrible. Maven nods in agreement, clenching his jaw to make the bones of his face tighten. I can't believe he has the gall to look morose. To seem sad. He is neither. He can't be. His mother took away the pieces of him that loved his brother and father. I wish she'd taken the part that loves me. Instead, it festers, poisoning us both with its corruption. Black rot eats at his brain and at any bit of him that might be human. He knows it too. Knows there's something wrong, something he cannot fix with ability or power. He is broken, and there is no healer on this earth who can make him whole. Well, before I take you through my home, there's someone else who would like to meet my future bride. Sentinel Nornus, if you would? Maven gestures over his soldier. At his command, the sentinel in question blurs into a blaze of red and orange, racing to the entrance and back again in a blistering second. A swift. In his robes, he seems a fireball. Figures follow in his wake, their house colors familiar. Princess Iris, this is the ruling lord of House Samos, and his family, Maven says, waving a hand between his new betrothed and the old one. Evangeline stands out in sharp contrast to the simply clothed Iris. I wonder how long it took her to create the molten, metal liquid hugging every curve of her body like glistening tar. No more crowns and tiaras for her, but her jewelry more than makes up for it. She wears silver chains at her neck, wrists, and ears, fine as thread and studded with diamonds. Her brother's appearance is different too, absent his usual armor or fur. His rippling silhouette is still threatening enough, but Telemus looks more like his father now, in flawless black velvet with a sparkling silver chain. Volo leads his children, with someone I don't recognize at his side. But I can certainly guess who she is. In that instant, I understand a bit more of Evangeline. Her mother is a frightful sight. Not because she's ugly. On the contrary, the older woman is severely beautiful. She gave Evangeline her angular black eyes and flawless porcelain skin, but not her slick, straight raven hair and dainty figure. This woman looks like I could snap her in two, manacles and all. Probably part of her facade. She wears her own house colors, black and emerald green, alongside Samos silver to denote her allegiances. Viper. Lady Blonos's voice sneers in my head. Black and green are the colors of House Viper. Evangeline's mother is an Animos. As she gets closer, her shimmering dress comes into better focus. And I realize why Evangeline is so insistent on wearing her ability. It's a family tradition. Her mother isn't wearing jewelry. She's wearing snakes. On her wrists, around her neck. Thin, black, and moving slowly, their scales gleaming like spilled oil. Equal parts fear and disgust jolt through me. Suddenly I want to sprint to my room, lock the door, and put as much distance as I can between myself and the wriggling creatures. Instead, they get closer with her every footstep. And I thought Evangeline was bad. Lord Volo, his wife, Laurentia of House Viper, their son, Telemus, and their daughter, Evangeline. Well-regarded and valuable members of my court, Maven explains, gesturing to each in turn. He smiles openly, showing teeth. I'm sorry we were not able to properly meet you sooner. Volo steps forward to take Iris's outstretched hand. With his silver beard freshly trimmed, it's easy to see the resemblance between him and his children. Strong bones, elegant lines, long noses, and lips permanently curled into a sneer. His skin looks paler against Iris's as he brushes a kiss to her bare knuckles. We were called away to attend matters in our own lands, but... Iris dips her brow. A picture of grace now. No apology is required, my lord. Over their clasped hands, Maven catches my eye. He quirks an eyebrow in amusement. If I could, I would ask him what he promised or what he threatened House Samos with. 2 Kalor kings have slipped through their fingers. So much scheming and plotting, for nothing. I know Evangeline didn't love Maven, or even like him, but she was raised to be a queen. Her purpose was stolen twice. She failed herself and, worse, failed her house. At least now she has someone other than me to blame. Evangeline glances in my direction, her lashes dark and long. They flutter for a moment as her eyes waver, ticking back and forth like the pendulum of an old clock. I take a small step away from Iris to put some distance between us. Now that the Samos daughter has a new rival to hate, I don't want to give her the wrong impression. And you were betrothed to the king? Iris pulls her hand back from Volo and knits her fingers together. Evangeline's eyes move away from me to face the princess. For once, I see her on an even field with an equal opponent. Maybe I'll get lucky and Evangeline will misstep, threaten Iris the way she used to threaten me. I have a feeling Iris won't tolerate a word of it. For a time, yes, Evangeline says. and his brother before him. The princess is not surprised. I assume the Lakelands are well informed of the Nortan royals. Well, I'm glad you've returned to court. We will require a good amount of help in organizing our wedding. I bite my lip so hard I almost draw blood. Better that than laughing out loud as Iris pours salt into so many Samos wounds. Across from me, Maven turns his head to hide a sneer. One of the snakes hisses, a low, droning sound impossible to mistake. But Laurentia quickly curtsies, sweeping out the fabric of her shimmering gown. We are at your disposal, Your Highness, she says. Her voice is deep, rich as syrup. As we watch, the thickest snake, around her neck, nuzzles up past her ear and into her hair. Revolting. It would be an honor to aid you however we can. I half expect her to elbow Evangeline into agreeing. Instead, the Viper woman turns her attention on me, so quickly I don't have time to look away. Is there a reason the prisoner is staring at me? None, I respond, teeth clicking together. Laurentia takes my eye contact as a challenge. Like an animal. She steps forward, closing the distance between us. We're the same height. The snake in her hair continues hissing, coiling, and twisting down onto her collarbone. Its jewel-bright eyes meet mine, and its forked black tongue licks the air, darting out between long fangs. Even though I stand my ground, I can't help but swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The snake keeps watching me. They say you are different, Laurentia mutters. But your fear smells the same as that of every vile red rat I've ever had the misfortune to know. Red rat. Red rat. I've heard that so many times. Thought it about myself. From her lips, it cracks something in me. The control I've worked so hard to maintain, that I must keep if I want to stay alive, threatens to unravel. I take a dragging breath, willing myself to keep still. Her snakes continue hissing, curling over one another in black tangles of scale and spine. Some are long enough to reach me if she wills it so. Maven sighs low in his throat. Guards, I think it's time Miss Barrow was returned to her room. I spin on my heel before the Arvans can jump to my side, retreating into the so-called safety of their presence. Something about the snakes, I tell myself. I couldn't stand them. No wonder Evangeline is horrific, with a mother like that to raise her. As I flee back to my rooms, I'm seized by an unwelcome sensation. Relief. Gratitude. To Maven. I crush that vile burst of emotion with all the rage I have. Maven is a monster. I feel nothing but hatred toward him. I cannot allow anything else, even pity, to creep in. I must escape. 2 long months pass. Maven's wedding will be 10 times the production that the parting ball, or even Queen's trial, was. Silver nobles flood back into the capital, bringing entourages with them from all corners of Norta. Even the ones the king exiled. Maven feels safe enough in his new alliance to allow even smiling enemies through his door. Though most have city houses of their own, many take up residence in Whitefire, until the palace itself seems ready to burst at the seams. I'm kept to my room mostly. I don't mind. It's better this way. But even from my cell, I can feel the impending storm of a wedding. The tangible union of Norta and the Lakelands. The courtyard below my window, empty all winter long, flourishes in a suddenly warm and green spring. Nobles walk through the magnolia trees at a lazy pace, some arm in arm. Always whispering, always scheming, or gossiping. I wish I could read lips. I might learn something other than which houses seem to congregate together, their colors brighter in the sunlight. Maven would have to be a fool to think they aren't plotting against him or his bride. And he is many things, but not that. The old routine I used to pass my first month of isolation, wake, eat, sit, scream, repeat, doesn't serve anymore. I have more useful ways to pass the time. There are no pens and paper, and I don't bother to ask. No use leaving scraps. Instead, I stare at Julian's books, idly turning pages. Sometimes I latch onto jotted notes, annotations scrawled in Julian's handwriting. Interesting, curious, corroborate with Volume 4. Idle words with little meaning. I brush my fingers along the letters anyway, feeling dry ink in the press of a long-on pen. Enough of Julian to keep me thinking, reading between lines on the page and words spoken aloud. He ruminates on one volume in particular, thinner than the histories but densely packed with text. Its spine is badly broken, the pages cluttered with Julian's writing. I can almost feel the warmth of his hands as they smooth the tattered pages. On Origins, the cover says in embossed black lettering, followed by the names of a dozen silver scholars who wrote the many essays and arguments within the small book. Most of it is too complex for my understanding, but I sift through it anyway. If only for Julian. He marked one passage in particular, dog-earing the page and underlining a few sentences. Something about mutations, changes. The result of ancient weaponry we no longer possess and can no longer create. One of the scholars believes it made silvers. Others disagree. A few mention gods instead, perhaps the ones that Iris follows. Julian makes his own position clear in notes at the bottom of the page. Strange that so many thought themselves gods, or a god's chosen, he wrote. Blessed by something greater. Elevated to what we are. When all evidence points to the opposite. Our abilities came from corruption, from a scourge that killed most. We were not a god's chosen, but a god's cursed. I blink at the words in wonder. If silvers are cursed, then what are new bloods? Worse? Or is Julian wrong? Are we chosen too? And for what? Men and women much smarter than me have no answers, and neither do I. Not to mention, I have more pressing things to think about. I plan while I eat breakfast, chewing slowly as I run through what I know. A royal wedding will be organized chaos. Extra security, more guards than I can count, but still a good enough chance. Servants everywhere, drunk nobles, a foreign princess to distract the people usually focused on me. I'd be stupid not to try something. Cal would be stupid not to try something. I glare at the pages in hand, at white paper and black ink. Nanny tried to save me and Nanny ended up dead. A waste of life. And I selfishly want them to try again. Because if I stay here much longer, if I have to live the rest of my life a few steps behind Maven, with his haunting eyes and his missing pieces and his hatred for everyone in this world. Hatred for everyone but. Stop, I hiss to myself, fighting the urge to let in the silk monster knocking at the walls of my mind. Stop it. Memorization of the layout of Whitefire is a good distraction, the one I usually rely on. 2 lefts from my door, through a gallery of statues, left again down a spiraling stair. I trace the way to the throne room, the entrance hall, the banquet hall, different studies and council chambers, Evangeline's quarters, Maven's old bedroom. Every step I've taken here I memorize. The better I know the palace, the better chance I have of escaping when the opportunity arises. Certainly Maven will marry Iris in the royal court, if not in Caesar's Square itself. Nowhere else can hold so many guests and guards. I can't see the court from my window, and I've never been inside, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Maven hasn't dragged me to his side since we returned. Good, I tell myself. An empty room and days of silence are better than his cloying words. Still, I feel a tug of disappointment every night when I shut my eyes. I'm lonely, I'm afraid, I'm selfish. I feel emptied out by the silent stone and the months I've spent here, walking the edge of another razor. It would be so easy to let the broken pieces of me fall apart. It would be so easy to let him put me back together however he wishes. Maybe, in a few years, it won't even feel like a prison. No. For the first time in a while, I smash my breakfast plate against the wall, screaming as I do it. The water glass next. It explodes in crystal shards. Broken things make me feel a bit better. My door bursts open in half a second as the Arvans enter. Egg is the first to my side, holding me back in my chair. His grip is firm, preventing me from getting up. Now they know better than to let me anywhere near the wreckage as they clean. Maybe you should start giving me plastic, I scoff to no one. Seems like a better idea. Egg wants to hit me. His fingers dig into my shoulders, probably leaving bruises. The silent stone makes the hurt bite bone deep. My stomach twists as I realize I can barely remember what it's like not to be in constant, smothering pain and anguish. The other guards sweep away the debris, unflinching as glass drags over their gloved hands. Only when they disappear, their throbbing presence melting away, do I once again have the strength to stand? Annoyed, I slam shut the book I wasn't reading. Genealogy of Norton Nobility, Volume 9, the cover says. Useless. With nothing better to do, I put it back on the shelf. The leather-bound book slides in neatly between its brothers, Volumes 8 and X. Maybe I'll pull the other books down and rearrange them. Waste a few seconds of the endless hours. I end up on the floor instead, trying to stretch a bit farther than I did yesterday. My old agility is a faint memory, restricted by circumstance. I try anyway, inching my fingers toward my toes. The muscles in my legs burn, a better feeling than the ache. I chase the pain. It's one of the only things to remind me I'm still alive in this shell. The minutes bleed into one another and time stretches with me. Outside, the light shifts as spring clouds chase each other across the sun. The knock on my door is soft, uncertain. No one has ever bothered to knock before, and my heart leaps. But the rush of adrenaline dies off. A rescuer would not knock. Evangeline pushes open the door, not waiting for an invitation. I don't move, rooted to the spot by a sudden rush of fear. I draw my legs up under myself, ready to spring if I need to. She looks down her nose at me, her usual superior self in a long, glinting coat and tightly sewn leather leggings. For a moment she stands still, and we trade glances in the silence. Are you so dangerous they can't even let you open a window? She sniffs at the air. It stinks in here. My tightened muscles relax a little. So you're bored, I mutter. Go rattle someone else's cage. Perhaps later. But for now, you're going to be of use. I really don't feel like being your dartboard. She smacks her lips. Oh, not mine. With one hand, she seizes me under the armpit and hoists me to my feet. As soon as her arm enters the sphere of my silent stone, her sleeve falls away, collapsing to the floor in bits of gleaming metal dust. It quickly reattaches and falls again, moving in an even, strange rhythm as she marches me from my room. I don't struggle. There's no point in it. Eventually she loosens her bruising grip and lets me walk without the pinch of her hand. If you wanted to take the pet for a walk, all you had to do was ask, I growl at her, massaging my newest bruise. Don't you have a new rival to hate? Or is it easier to pick on a prisoner rather than a princess? Iris is far too calm for my liking, she shoots back. You still have some bite, at least. Good to know I amuse you. The passage twists in front of us. Left, right, right. The blueprint of white fire sharpens in my mind's eye. We pass the Phoenix tapestries in red and black, edges studded with real gemstones. Then a gallery of statues and paintings dedicated to Caesar Calor, the first king of Norda. Beyond it, down a half-flight of marble steps, is what I call the battle hall. A stretching passage illuminated by skylights, the walls on either side dominated by two monstrous paintings, inspired by the Lakelander War, stretching from floor to ceiling. But she doesn't lead me past painted scenes of death and glory. We're not going down to the court levels of the palace. The halls become more ornate, but with fewer public displays of opulence as she leads me to the royal residences. An increasing number of gilded paintings of kings, politicians, and warriors watch me go, most of them with the characteristic Calor black hair. Has King Maven let you keep your rooms, at least? Even though he took your crown? Her lips twist. Into a smirk, not a scowl. See? You never disappoint. Albeit, Mare Barrow. I've never been to these doors before. But I can guess where they lead. Too grand to be for anyone but a king. White lacquered wood, silver and gold trim, inlaid with mother of pearl and ruby. Evangeline doesn't knock this time and throws the doors open, only to find an opulent antechamber lined by 6 sentinels. They bristle at our presence, hands straying to weapons, eyes sharp behind their glittering masks. She doesn't balk. Tell the king Mare Barrow is here to see him. The king is indisposed, one answers. His voice trembles with power. A banshee. He could scream us both deaf if given the chance. Be gone, Lady Samos. Evangeline shows no fear and runs a hand through her long silver braid. Tell him, she says again. She doesn't have to drop her voice or snarl to be threatening. He'll want to know. My heart pounds in my chest. What is she doing? Why? The last time she decided to parade me around Whitefire, I ended up at the mercy of Samson Mirandus, my mind split open for him to sift through. She has an agenda. She has motives. If only I knew what they were, so I could do the opposite. One of the sentinels breaks before she does. He is a broad man, his muscles evident even beneath the folds of his fiery robes. He inclines his face, the black jewels of his mask catching the light. A moment, my lady. I can't stand Maven's chambers. Just being here feels like stepping into quicksand. Plunging into the ocean, falling off a cliff. Send us away. Send us away. The sentinel returns quickly. When he waves off his comrades, my stomach drops. This way, Barrow. He beckons to me. Evangeline gives me the slightest nudge, putting pressure on the base of my spine. Perfectly executed. I lurch forward. Just Barrow, the sentinel adds. He eyes the Arvans in succession. They stay in place, letting me go. So does Evangeline. Her eyes darken, blacker than ever. I'm seized by the strange urge to grab her and bring her with me. Facing Maven alone, here, is suddenly terrifying. The sentinel, probably a Rambo's strongarm, doesn't have to touch me to hurt me in the proper direction. We cross through a sitting room flooded with sunlight, oddly empty and barely decorated. No house colors, no paintings or sculptures, or even books. Cal's old room was cluttered, bursting with different types of armor, his precious manuals, even a game board. Pieces of him strewn everywhere. Maven is not his brother. He has no cause to perform, not here, and the room reflects the hollow boy he truly is inside. His bed is strangely small. Built for a child, even though the room was clearly arranged to hold something much, much bigger. The walls of his bedroom are white, unadorned. The windows are the only decoration, overlooking a corner of Caesar's Square, the capital river, and the bridge I once helped destroy. It spans the water, connecting Whitefire to the eastern half of the city. Greenery bursts to life in every direction, peppered with blossoms. Slowly, the sentinel clears his throat. I glance at him and shiver when I realize he's going to abandon me too. That way, he says, pointing at another set of doors. It would be easier if someone dragged me. If the sentinel put a gun to my head and made me walk through. Blaming my moving feet on another person would hurt less. Instead, it's only me. Boredom. Morbid curiosity. The constant ache of pain and loneliness. I live in a shrinking world where the only thing I can trust is Maven's obsession. Like the manacles, it is a shield and a slow, smothering death. The doors swing inward, gliding over white marble tile. Steam spirals on the air. Not from the Fire King himself, but hot water. It boils lazily around him, milky with soap and scented oils. Unlike his bed, the bath is large, standing on clawed silver feet. He rests an elbow on either side of the flawless porcelain, fingers trailing lazily through the swirling water. Maven tracks me as I enter, his eyes electric and lethal. I've never seen him so off guard and so angry. A smarter girl would turn and run. Instead, I shut the door behind me. There are no seats, so I remain standing. I'm not sure where to look, so I focus on his face. His hair is mussed, soaking wet. Dark curls cling to his skin. I'm busy, he whispers. You didn't have to let me in. I wish I could call back the words as soon as I speak them. Yes, I did, he says, meaning all things. Then he blinks, breaking his stare. He leans back, tipping his head against the porcelain so he can stare up at the ceiling. What do you need? A way out, forgiveness, a good night's sleep, my family. The list stretches, endless. Evangeline dragged me here. I don't want anything from you. He makes a noise low in his throat. Almost a laugh. Evangeline. My sentinels are cowards. If Maven were my friend, I would warn him not to underestimate a daughter of House Samos. Instead, I hold my tongue. The steam sticks to my skin, feverish as hot flesh. She brought you here to convince me, he says. Convince you to do what? Marry Iris, don't marry Iris. She certainly didn't send you in here for a tea party. No Evangeline will keep scheming for a queen's crown up until the second Maven puts it on another girl's head. It's what she was made for. Just like Maven was made for other, more horrible things. She thinks what I feel for you can cloud my judgment. Foolish. I flinch. The brand on my collarbone sears beneath my shirt. Heard you started smashing things again, he continues. You have bad taste in China. He grins at the ceiling. A crooked smile. Like his brother's. For a second, Maven's face becomes Cal's, their features shifting. With a jolt, I realize I've been here longer than I even knew Cal. I know Maven's face better than his. He shifts, making the water ripple as he dangles an arm out of the bath. I wrench my eyes away, look down at the tile. I have 3 brothers, and a father who can't walk. I spent months sharing a glorified hole with a dozen stinking men and boys. I'm not a stranger to the male form. Doesn't mean I want to see more of Maven than I must. Again, I feel myself on the edge of quicksand. The wedding is tomorrow, he finally says. His voice echoes off the marble. Oh. You didn't know? How could I? I'm not exactly kept informed, Dot. Maven shrugs, raising his shoulders. Another shift of the water, showing more of his white skin. Yes, well, I didn't really think you were going to start breaking things over me, but, he pauses and looks my way. My body prickles. It felt good to wonder. If there were no consequences, I would scowl and scream and claw his eyes out. Tell Maven that even though my time with his brother was fleeting, I still remember every heartbeat we shared. The feel of him pressed up against me as we slept, alone together, trading nightmares. His hand at my neck, flesh on flesh, making me look at him as we dropped from the sky. What he smells like. What he tastes like. I love your brother, Maven. You were right. You are only a shadow, and who looks at shadows when they have flame? Who would ever choose a monster over a god? I can't hurt Maven with lightning, but I can destroy him with words. Poke at his weak spots, open his wounds. Let him bleed and scab over into something worse than he ever was before. The words I manage to speak are quite different. Do you like Iris? I ask instead. He scratches a hand along his scalp and huffs, childlike. As if that has anything to do with it. Well, she is the first new relationship you'll have since your mother died. It'll be interesting to see how that plays without her poisoning you. I drum my fingers at my side. The words sink in slowly, and he barely nods. Agreeing. I feel a surge of pity for him. I fight it tooth and nail. And you were betrothed 2 months ago. It seems fast, faster than your engagement to Evangeline at least. That tends to happen when an entire army hangs in the balance, he says sharply. Lakelanders are not known for their patience. I scoff. And how Samos is so accommodating? A corner of his mouth lifts in ghost of that crooked smile. He fiddles with one of his flamemaker bracelets, slowly spinning the silver circle around a fine-boned wrist. They have their uses. I thought Evangeline would have turned you into a pincushion by now. His smile spreads. If she kills me, she loses whatever chance she thinks she has, however fleeting. Not that her father would ever allow it. How Samos maintains a position of great power, even if she isn't queen. But what a queen she would have made. I can only imagine. The thought shudders through me. Crowns of needles and daggers and razors, her mother in jeweled snakes and her father holding Maven's puppet strings. I can't, he admits. Not really. Even now, I only ever see her as Cal's queen. You didn't have to choose her after you framed him. Well, I couldn't exactly choose the person I wanted, could I? He snaps. Instead of heat, I feel the air around us turn cold. Enough to make goosebumps prickle across my skin as he glares at me, his eyes a livid, burning blue. The steam on the air clears on the current of cooler air, removing the faint barrier between us. Shivering, I force myself to the closest window, putting my back to him. Outside, the magnolia trees shudder on a light breeze, their blossoms white and cream and rosy in the sunshine. Such simple beauty has no place here without the corruption of blood or ambition or betrayal. You threw me into an arena to die, I tell him slowly. As if either of us could forget. You keep me chained up in your palace, guarded night and day, you let me waste away, sick. You think I enjoy seeing you like this? He murmurs. You think I want to keep you a prisoner? Something hitches in his breath. It's the only way you'll stay with me. Water sloshes over his hands as he draws them back and forth. I focus on the sound instead of his voice. Even though I know what he's doing, even though I can feel his grip on me tightening, I can't stop it from pulling me under. It would be too easy to let myself drown. Part of me wants to. I keep my eyes on the window. For once, I'm glad for the all-too-familiar ache of silent stone. It is an undeniable reminder of what he is, and what his love means for me. You tried to murder everyone I care about. You killed children. A baby, bloodstained, a note in its little fist. I remember it so vividly it could be a nightmare. I don't try to force the image away. I need to remember it. I need to remember what he is. Because of you, my brother is dead. I spin to him, barking out a harsh, vengeful laugh. Anger clears my head. He sits up sharply, his naked torso almost as white as the bathwater. And you killed my mother. You took my brother. You took my father. The second you fell into the world, the wheels were in motion. My mother looked into your head and saw opportunity. She saw a chance she had been looking for forever. If you had never, he stumbles, the words coming faster than he can stop them. Then he grits his teeth, clamping down on anything more damning. Another breath of silence. I don't want to know what would have been. I know, I snarl. I would have ended up in a trench, obliterated or torn apart or barely surviving as the walking dead. I know what I would have become, because a million others live it. My father, my brothers, too many people. Knowing what you know now, would you go back? Would you choose that life? Conscription, your muddy town, your family, that river boy? So many are dead because of me, because of what I am. If I were just just Mare Barrow, they would be alive. Shade would be alive. My thoughts hinge on him. I would trade so many things to have him back. I trade myself 1,000 times. But then there are the new bloods found and saved. Rebellions aided. A war ended. Silvers tearing at one another. Reds uniting. I had a hand in all of it, however small. Mistakes were made. My mistakes. Too many to count. I am worlds away from perfect, or even good. The true question eats at my brain. What Maven is really asking. Would you give up your ability? Would you trade your power to go back? I don't need time to figure out an answer. No, I whisper. I don't remember moving so close to him, my hand closing on one side of the porcelain bath. No, I wouldn't. The confession burns worse than flame, eating at my insides. I hate him for what he makes me feel, what he makes me realize. I wonder if I can move fast enough to incapacitate him. Clench a fist, bust his jaw with the hard manacle. Can skin healers regrow teeth? No real point in trying. I wouldn't live to find out. He stares up at me. Those who know what it's like in the dark will do anything to stay in the light. Don't act like we're the same. The same? No. He shakes his head. But perhaps we're even. Even? Again, I want to tear him apart. Use my nails, my teeth to rip his throat. The insinuation cuts. Almost as much as the fact that he might be right. I used to ask John if he could see futures that no longer exist. He said the paths were always changing. An easy lie. It let him manipulate me in a way even Samson couldn't. And when he led me to you, well, I didn't argue. How was I supposed to know what a poison you would be? If I'm a poison, then get rid of me. Stop torturing us both. You know I can't do that, no matter how much I may want to. His lashes flicker and his eyes go far away. Somewhere even I can't reach him. You're like Thomas was. You are the only person I care about, the only person who reminds me I am alive. Not empty. And not alone. Alive. Not empty. Not alone. Each confession is an arrow, piercing every nerve ending until my body turns to cold fire. I hate that Maven can say such things. I hate that he feels what I feel, fears what I fear. I hate it, I hate it. And if I could change who I am, how I think, I would. But I can't. If Iris's gods are real, they certainly know I've tried. John would not tell me about the dead futures, the ones no longer possible. I think about them, though, he mumbles. A silver king, a red queen. How would things have changed? How many would still be alive? Not your father. Not Cal. And certainly not me. I know it's just a dream, Mare, he snaps. Like a child corrected in the classroom. Any window we had, however small, is gone. Because of you. Yes. Softer, an admission of his own. Yes. Never breaking eye contact, Maven slips the Flamemaker bracelet from his wrist. It's slow, deliberate, methodic. I hear it hit the floor and roll, silver metal ringing against the marble. The other quickly follows. Still watching, he leans back in the bath and tips his head, exposing his neck. At my side, my hands twitch. It would be so easy. Wrap my brown fingers around his pale neck. Put all my weight into it. Pin him down. Cal is afraid of water. Is Maven? I could drown him. Kill him. Let the bathwater boil us both. He dares me to do it. Part of him might want me to do it. Or it could be one of the 1,000 traps I've fallen for. Another trick of Maven Calor. He blinks and exhales, letting go of something deep inside himself. It breaks the spell and the moment shatters. You'll be one of Iris's ladies tomorrow. Enjoy yourself. One more arrow to the gut. I wish for another glass to smash against the wall. A lady in waiting for the wedding of the century. No chance of slipping away. I'll have to stand before the entire court. Guards everywhere. Eyes everywhere. I want to scream. Use the anger. Use the rage, I try to tell myself. Instead, it just consumes me and turns to despair. Maven just gestures lazily with an open hand. There's the door, dot. I try not to look back as I go, but I can't help myself. Maven stares at the ceiling, his eyes empty. And I hear Julian in my head, whispering the words he wrote. Not a god's chosen, but a god's cursed.